Chapter 51 Cruel Hands Destroying Flowers. Master, Xiaohua will always be your most loyal subordinate. Mizunatsuki Hana raised her head slightly. Her pitiful appearance, coupled with the appearance of the Snow Clan, really made people pity her and couldn't bear to attack her. Thank you. Tenman stretched out his right hand and gently stroked her chin, with a half-smile on his face. Mizunatsukika changed her expression instantly, with a sweet smile on her face, and her body swayed gently from side to side. With her figure, she was extremely seductive. I believe any man would fall for her instantly. But I don't need subordinates for the time being. Tianmen's palms instantly turned into clenched hands, tightly grasping Mizunatsukika's slender neck. Mizunatsukika's neck was tightly strangled, and she could hardly breathe. She stared at Tianmen with unbelievable eyes, as if asking why. Haha, because I don't believe you. While Tianmen was laughing, a trace of coldness flashed across his face. Did he think he was a fool? He was still an enemy who fought to the death in the last second, but now he suddenly surrendered. He didn't have the spirit of a turtle. His tiger body shook, and thousands of enemies rushed to join forces. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now I can die. As soon as the voice fell, Tianmen tightened his 5 fingers, and with a click, Mizunatsukika's neck was directly crushed by him. The last look after looking at Tenman, Mizunatsuki dropped her hands. At this moment, a emerald green kunai slipped out from her sleeves and fell to the ground. With a puff, the poisonous kunai sank directly into the soil. Such a sharp kunai, good stuff. Tenman threw the cold corpse aside, bent down, and reached out to grab the handle of the kunai that was buried in the soil. Well, forget it. It's still a bit unlucky to use something used by a dead person. Just as his right hand was about to approach the kunai, he stopped suddenly and then quickly retracted it. He was afraid of bad luck, but he was afraid that he would be scratched by this kunai made of special metal and containing poison. Hey, it's almost time to go back to the front camp. So many days have passed. Terumi Mei and the others should be waiting anxiously. Tenman stretched on the spot, his figure shook, and disappeared. Oh, I almost forgot to deal with the brains of these corpses. Tianmen, who had just left not long ago, appeared in this gloomy dense forest again. Okay, no matter how powerful the ninja is, they can't find conclusive evidence through their brains to prove that I killed them. Guessing? Ha! Will he be afraid? Tianmen clapped his hands, looked at the 5 corpses lying side by side in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. As for why he didn't completely destroy these 5 corpses, Tianmen said that he did it on purpose. He wanted to show those who wanted to target him but had not taken any actual action what the price would be for angering him, and weigh whether they had the courage to bear such serious consequences. Swish! Tianmen really left this time and went straight to the front camp of Kirigakure. Hey? Captain, look over there. Not long after Tianmen left, a Kirigakure ninja team that had completed the mission and was about to return to the camp happened to pass by this gloomy forest. It's not a coincidence, after all, this forest is the only way for the Kirigakure front camp to go to the front line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. It happens to be at a key position on this straight line, which is why Mizunatsuki and others are ambushing here. The mist-hidden ninja looked in the direction pointed by his subordinates, and his pupils shrank suddenly. No, something happened. He stomped on the ground suddenly, and his figure flew out like a sharp arrow. It's the Umbu, who did it. Crouching in front of the 5 corpses, the ninja frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Konoha ninja did it? He shook his head and directly denied his idea. Impossible, this place is less than 10 miles away from the camp, and the Konoha ninja is not so bold. Who did it? Captain, come and see here. Just as the ninja was lost in thought, he heard the exclamation of his subordinates. What? With a flash of his figure, the Jonin came to his subordinates. Following his subordinates' gaze, he found a bloody piece of meat on the bark of a big tree, as well as unmelted ice. The Jonin's face was full of doubts. He raised his hand and grabbed the unmelted ice. The next moment, his hand suddenly retracted as if it had touched an electric current. "It's so cold, Captain." Such cold ice and the body of the woman from the Snow Clan made the Mist-Hidden Ninja seem to think of something. He was uneasy and wanted to escape from the vortex immediately, but he thought of the terrible punishment of the Mist-Hidden Ninja. He trembled slightly and shouted loudly, "Everyone stand still and don't move. And Tien Bulletin, you come and send a signal flare to notify the nearby patrol ninjas." Ha! Hearing this, Tien Bulletin quickly took out a signal transmitter from his ninja bag and fired it straight into the sky. Baiu! A green flare streaked through the air and exploded in the sky, with the green mist lingering for a long time. Haha, it was discovered so quickly, it seems that the efficiency is quite good. Tianmin stood on the tree, looking up at the green mist floating in the sky. A hint of coldness flashed across his face. "This time, I will cut off all your minions on the front line when I go back, Mizunatsuki Jin." After experiencing this crisis, he has already understood what his position in the Snow Clan is like. In fact, he is no different from an outsider. As soon as Mizunatsuki Jin gave an order, the Snow Clan members on the front line were eager to attack him, and even Mizunatsuki Ying's most loyal subordinates attacked him. That's right, after all, they are about to get married. For the safety of his mother who is in the clan, he must kill until they are afraid, so that they will have concerns and will not attack his mother first in order to retaliate against him. Oh, and this needs to be dealt with as well. Tianmin raised his right hand, looked at the wolf-shaped mark on the tiger's mouth and pondered for a while, then shouted in a low voice, "Change!" With a bang, the wolf-shaped mark on the tiger's mouth of his right hand disappeared without a trace. He never thought that he could conquer an entire family with this small mark. This is not a silly novel. He can make everyone kneel down with just one thing. Mizunatsuki Jin is the next generation of the Snow Clan's chieftain, who has been trained since childhood. He is involved in the interests of all levels, so how can he be replaced just like that? What an international joke! Password. Before Tianmin could get close to the front line camp of the Hidden Mist, he was intercepted by a small team of mist ninjas, and they surrounded him in the middle. Password? He knows a hell of a password. If he was asked 10 days ago, he would still know it. How could he know today's password? Seeing that Tianmin did not say the password immediately, the 4 mist ninjas quickly took out kunao from their ninja tool bags and stared at him with a wary look. I said I am Mizunatsuki Tenma, do you believe me? Like Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja, please bookmark. The update speed of Konoha Water Country Mist Ninja Shohage Novel Network is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 52 Return. Minato Tenman? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Stupid, this is the name of Bingli Kwangmo. Bingli Kwangmo is only 9 years old and looks very beautiful. The Mist Ninja spoke slower and slower, and gradually lost his voice. He stared at Tenman, and his expression suddenly froze. You are Bingli Kwangmo. If you are describing correctly, it should be me. Sure enough, at this time, Tenman only had a bitter smile in his heart. Bingli Kwangmo. The 4 mist ninjas put away their kunao as quickly as possible and looked at him excitedly. Then can I go back to the camp now? Yes. Master Bingli Kwangmo, please come this way. 3 mist ninjas surrounded him and walked slowly towards the camp. Another mist ninja used the instant body technique to flash towards the camp. He ran and shouted that Master Bingli Kwangmo was back. Accompanied by his shouts, many mist ninjas who were watching the excitement ran out of the camp one after another, wanting to see with their own eyes who the most famous Bingli Kwangmo was. Looking at the crowds in front of him, Tianmin wanted to dig a hole and bury himself at this moment. This is really embarrassing. Mei Terumi, Mei Terumi. Kazuki ran hurriedly towards an ordinary tent, shouting loudly as he ran. What are you doing? With a swish, a beautiful girl walked out of the tent. She looked impatient and seemed to be in a bad mood. Come with me, Tenman is back. What? No way, miss, how long have you not been out of this tent? Don't you even know the name of Tenman Bingley Maniac? If you don't believe me, just listen to the cheers. At this time, the cheers that resounded through the sky came from the gate of the camp, as if they were about to overturn the entire mist camp. I'm back, I'm really back. Hearing that the person she had been thinking about had returned safely, Mei Terumi could no longer control her excitement, and tears as big as beans kept flowing out of her eyes and sliding down. Hurry up, it's too late to squeeze in. Kazuki grabbed Mei Terumi and ran quickly to the gate of the camp. Master Xin, big things are not good. A handsome mist ninja panted and rushed into a luxurious tent. At this time, he didn't care about etiquette, and shouted to the people in the tent as soon as he came in. Mizuno Tenman is back. Shut up, do you think I'm deaf? You can't hear such a loud noise. Mizuno Shin shouted at the man with a gloomy face. Yes, I was wrong. The Snow Clan ninja who came to report the news was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy when he saw Mizuno Shin's face was so cold. Get out. Yes, I'll take my leave. Relieved, the ninja retreated in 2 or 3 steps. As soon as he left, Mizuno Shin grabbed a beautiful ice sculpture on the table and smashed it to the ground. Hwa, you useless woman, you let the little bastard come back so easily. When you come back, see how I deal with you. Water escape, Hashui wrist technique. When this water escape was used, the 2 arms of Kizuna Shinjutsu became thick and big. I'm sorry. He apologized and threw the person who was blocking him back. There was no way, who told him that the crowd was so crowded that he had to do so. After just a moment, Hojiki Shinjutsu led Mei Terumi through the crowd and saw Tenman in the center. Tenman. X2. Even in the huge cheers, these 2 voices were unusually loud to Tenman, because they were the calls of his teammates that he missed day and night. Mei Terumi, Shinjutsu. Tenman turned around quickly and laughed at the 2 people in front of him. Woo, Tenman, you're okay, so good. A faint fragrance came up, and Mei Terumi hugged him tightly and cried loudly. Don't cry, I'm back. Tenman gently patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Haha. Looking at the warm scene in the middle, all the mist ninjas present laughed out loud. This was not ridicule, but envy. They also wanted such teammates. Everyone look here, I'm the teammate of Bingley Kwangmo, Hojiki Shinjutsu. Hojiki Shinjutsu posed in various poses and shouted to the crowd. Kid, cherish teammates like this. I don't know who shouted this in the crowd, and I don't know if he said it to Tianmen or to Hojiki Shinjutsu. Tianmen and Hojiki Shinjutsu both raised their thumbs in response to this sentence. What can you rely on most on the battlefield? Isn't it the teammates behind you? But many ninjas don't understand this truth. As time passed, the mist ninjas blocking the gate of the camp gradually dispersed. After all, they were not very idle and had to perform various tasks. You can come down. I don't want to, I want you to hug me. Okay, it's just that you are a little heavy, Mei Terumi. Asshole Tianmen, if you dare to say that again, I will bite you. Haha. Hearing this, Tianmen laughed out loud. Yes, this is the Mei Terumi he knew, and she hasn't changed at all. Xinyu, let's go, I'll don't fantasize if there's no one here. Tenman's voice woke up Hojiki Shinjutsu who was still immersed in the previous scene. Damn Tenman, can't you let me enjoy it for a while, don't you know how many years I have been waiting for this moment? This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 52 Return. Hojiki Shinjutsu really wanted to chop Tenman alive at this time, don't you know how difficult it is for him? How many years? I've been waiting for 10 years. Hey, big brother, you don't seem to be 10 years old yet. Tenman, Don't you know, Hojiki Shinjitsu has been waiting for this moment since her mother's womb. Mei Terumi said. Yeah, that's right. Hojiki Shinjitsu nodded, and the next second he realized that what he said seemed wrong. You've been thinking about this since you were in your mother's womb, crybaby Mei Terumi. What? Say it again, believe it or not, I'll burn you to death. Mei Terumi in Tianmen's arms was instantly angry, and bared her teeth and claws at Hojiki Shinjitsu. Crybaby? It's hard for her. Tianmen sighed slightly in his heart, he already understood how Mei Terumi spent the past 10 days. How is Qing now? Hey, what else can he do? Uchiha Shisui blinded his right eye and sent him to the rear for treatment. Hojiki Shinjitsu sighed faintly. Hey! Tenman also sighed, how important vision is to a ninja. He naturally understood in his heart, under the fluttering of his butterfly wings, where the future will go, he didn't know at present. Why are you two so sad? The four of us can survive such a dangerous situation, isn't it a good thing? Come on, this beautiful lady will treat you to a big meal. Reluctant to get down from Tenman's arms, Terumi Mei waved her hand and said very domineeringly. Big meal. Tenman was full of doubts, isn't this ghost place full of fish roe rice? Hehe, thanks to Bingley Crazy Demon, Konoha gave up Maple Leaf Town, and the entire army retreated to the hinterland of the Land of Fire, so we now have a lot of chefs and food. You believe this, Xinyu? Tenman shook his head. Konoha's unusual behavior must be a conspiracy. If you like Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja, Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja. Chapter 53 After Meal Exercise Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja. Others don't know, but Tenman and the others don't know that the four of them killed 20 to 30 Konoha ninjas 10 days ago. Many of them were injured but not killed, so that Konoha's pursuers had to send a large number of ninjas to rescue the wounded. With Konoha's medical level, those wounded had recovered long ago and could fight on the front line again. Although this loss will make Konoha very painful, it will not reach the point of retreating without fighting. Hehe, this has nothing to do with us. Kizuna Xinyu laughed coldly. It seems that Kizuna Xinyu is also full of hatred for the top leaders of the Kirigakure front. That's right, anyone who encounters this situation will be the same. However, this is a good thing for me. Tianmen glanced at Kizuna Xinyu beside him with the corner of his eye, thinking secretly in his heart. After a pause, a more sincere smile appeared on his face. You kid, go ahead and lead the way. The originally luxurious tent was now like a garbage dump, with a carpet woven with snow fox fur, covered with sharp tiles and ice, with almost no place to stand. And a member of the Umbu who just flashed in came to this terrible place. As soon as he came in, he took a breath of cold air, because he stepped on this sharp tile without any preparation, and blood flowed from the soles of his feet for a while. Even with such pain, his voice was still flat, and he said lightly, Master Xin, something happened. What happened, pigeon? Now Mizunatsuki Nobu has almost vented his anger. He has smashed everything in the tent. Seeing this Umbu, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because nothing serious has happened, this Umbu codenamed Pigeon will never contact him on his own initiative. The entire Hua team is wiped out, including Hua himself. That's impossible. Their team is just ambushing that little bastard near the camp as usual. Mizunatsuki Nobu shook his head. Although he knew that Pigeon would never joke about such things, he still couldn't believe it for a while. Those were 5 jonin of the family. How could they die so silently without even having time to fire a flare? The bodies of the 5 of them were found neatly lined up at the scene, and there were also a lot of ice. After my investigation of the scene, the 5 of them died under the ice escape. After saying that, Ge took out a scroll from his arms, spread it out in front of Mizuno Nobuyuki, pressed the seal in the middle of the scroll with one hand, and shouted in a low voice. Unlock! With a bang, several sharp-edged ice cubes appeared on the scroll. What is this? Mizuno Nobuyuki bent down, reached out, and grabbed a small piece of ice. Looking at the ice in his palm, he was extremely shocked. It's so cold. Time has passed. This time it took him so long to feel such a bone-chilling cold, which was enough to show how terrible the caster was. Who did it? Mizunatsuki Tenman. Dove said the name directly, without any evidence. The only ninja who could cast such a terrible ice escape ninjutsu here was Mizunatsuki Tenman, who was the only one with the strength and motivation. It's the little bastard, it's impossible, he doesn't have the strength. Mizunatsuki Nobu shook his head again. Although he hated Tenman very much, how could it be possible? He was less than 10 years old. What if the news from Konoha is true? Dove said faintly. He didn't believe this fact, but this was the truth. This. Mizunatsuki Nobu took a few steps back and sat down on the chair. Things were serious. Since the little bastard dared to attack Hwa and the others, what else did he not have the courage to do? He suddenly raised his head, stared at the pigeon in front of him, lowered his voice, and said coldly, "This matter must be notified to Master Ren as quickly as possible. Not only that, this matter must also be known to the clan leader." Pigeon added. Why? After a moment of silence, Mizunatsuki Nobu immediately understood the meaning of Pigeon's words and sneered. Hehe, that's right, the fact that the little bastard dared to kill his fellow tribesmen must be known to the clan leader. In a dense forest outside the front-line camp of Kirigakure. Hey, Tenman, is this what you call after-meal exercise? Kazuna Shinjitsu was stunned by everything in front of her. She saw more than a dozen Tenman shadow clones surrounding and attacking the main body, all kinds of exaggerated ninjutsu were at her fingertips, and there were also extremely gorgeous and terrifying physical techniques, kicking a big tree in half with one kick. Hehe, why don't you join us? What a joke, I want to live a few more years. Kazuna Zinyu swallowed her saliva and waved her hands to refuse without thinking. Hehe, forget it. Tianmin leaned back to avoid the side kick of the shadow clone, then he kicked the ground with his right foot and shot backwards. Ice escape, ice pillar technique. 2 ice pillars suddenly sprang out from the ground and directly blew up the 2 shadow clones who had no time to react. Ice escape, ice shiger. Ice escape, ice giant needle. The 2 shadow clones standing together quickly formed seals with their hands, forming several ice spears and dense ice needles in front of them. Swish! Countless tiny ice needles mixed with several ice spears shot towards Tianmin in the air. Haha, just in time. Facing this fierce attack, Tianmin's face showed no fear, but laughed loudly, very excited. He formed seals with both hands, and completed all the seals in less than a second, and shouted, "Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal." A mirror made of ice instantly appeared behind him. Tianmin turned his head to the mirror, and then his whole body was directly immersed in it, disappearing in the eyes of everyone present. Hey, where is Tianmin? Ghost Lantern Crescent Moon exclaimed. Hey, is the blood boundary of the Snow Clan so terrible? In just a few months, the gap between us has become so big. Mei Terumi on the side looked confused. She didn't understand why this happened. When she graduated, Tianmin still needed her protection. Since graduation, she has become the object of protection, and has been saved by Tianmin many times. At the moment when Tianmin disappeared, all the shadow clones with ice around them moved and jumped up from the ground. It's really troublesome to fight yourself. The disappeared Tianmin suddenly flashed out from a piece of broken ice. This piece of broken ice was the fragment of the icicle he had just cast. He discovered this ability 10 days ago. The ice mirror formed by the magic mirror ice crystal technique can teleport in a small range. Although it can only use the ice created by itself as a medium, as long as the enemy is not prepared, he can kill the enemy quickly and unexpectedly. 10 days ago, he found that his movement speed in the ice mirror was surprisingly fast, just like teleportation. He wanted to reach a certain ice mirror, and he appeared in that ice mirror as soon as he thought about it. In an instant, he killed the Uchiha elites and achieved fruitful results. Chapter 54, The Leak. Hi. I'm really tired. As soon as Tenman dispersed all his shadow clones, he sat cross-legged on the tree trunk to recover some of the chakra consumed in his body. What a terrible chakra! Seeing the blue energy coming out of Tenman's body, Kizuna Shinjutsu said in a lost voice. Tenman, do you want to continue training? Mei Terumi asked. Well, why not, but you have to rest for half an hour. Tenman opened his eyes and smiled at Mei Terumi, who looked concerned. Resting for half an hour was to relieve the dizziness of the brain. The memory of more than a dozen shadow clones before they dissipated made his head almost explode. He had to train so hard. If he didn't adapt to the sudden surge of power in his body as quickly as possible, it would be too dangerous to face a strong enemy next time, and it might be fatal. After all, a small mistake can lead to a big mistake. In a high-speed battle, a small change often brings about a huge change. Damn it, I can't stand it. Mei Terumi, let's practice together. Comparing people is really annoying. Even though he is so strong, he still works so hard. What qualifications do I have not to work harder? At this moment, Kazuki made up her mind to work hard and surpass Tianmen within a year. Yet, Mei Terumi nodded heavily. At this moment, she also made a secret decision in her heart that she must keep up with Tianmen and must not become a burden. Looking at the determined expressions of the two teammates in front of him, Tianmen smiled and said, Haha, come on, but don't go out of the barrier. Barrier? That's right, Tianmen set up 2 barriers outside this forest. One is a warning barrier. Any object passing through the warning barrier will be sensed by him. The other is a hidden barrier, so that the movement here will not be discovered by the outside world, otherwise there would be a sea of people here. The training of Bingli Kwangmo, the mist ninjas are very interested in watching. After resting for half an hour, the dizziness in the brain has completely disappeared. Tianmen jumped down from the tree. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! The white smoke dissipated, and more than a dozen shadow clones appeared in the dense forest. The goal is to adapt to the body before the sun sets. Hehe. This is too easy, look at me, the main body. The shadow clones rubbed their hands and sneered at Tianmen. Just when Tianmen was in intense training, in the clan territory of the Snow Clan in the Hidden Mist Village, a pair of young men and women with good looks wore thin white kimonos, stepped on the snow, and played by the lake. The two talked and laughed, and it seemed that the tense atmosphere of the Third World War did not affect them at all. Ying, when the war is over, we will get married, okay? Yet. Mizunatsuki Ying glanced at Mizunatsuki Ren beside her with the corner of her eyes and nodded slightly. This marriage was arranged by the clan leader when she was a child. As a member of the Snow Clan, she was powerless to resist and could only accept her fate. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the little boy who was thousands of miles away. Hairless little brat, are you okay? She sighed slightly in her heart. Great! Mizunatsuki Ren jumped up excitedly. I heard that the tribe will let you take the position of patriarch after the war is over. Seeing him so excited, Mizunatsuki Ying hesitated for a moment, but still said what was in her heart. Haha, Ying didn't expect you to be so well informed. That's right, I will go to the elder to get the contract scroll of Ice and Snow Valley later. Mizunatsuki Ren was so happy at this time. In the morning, the second elder talked to him and said that the patriarch would retreat to the second line after the war due to limited energy, and let him succeed to the position of patriarch in advance. There was also news from the front line that the person who posed the greatest threat to him had died in the war. In addition, he was about to get a beautiful woman, which was really a triple blessing. At this moment, Mizunatsuki Ren seemed to feel something, and the expression on his face stiffened for a moment, and then he returned to a smile in the next second. Ren, what's wrong? How could this subtle change in expression be hidden from Mizunatsuki Ying's eyes? It's okay, it's just some news from the front line. Mizunatsuki Jin replied with a smile, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that something unexpected happened? A letter? It seems to be an urgent matter, or business is more important. Yet. Mizunatsuki-jin nodded, pressed one hand on the snow, and shouted, "Spiritual art!" Bang! The light smoke dissipated, and a white eagle appeared on the snow. He reached out and took a piece of paper from the white eagle's claws. When he opened it, his face changed instantly. What happened? His expression changed so quickly that Mizunatsuki-jin, who was standing by, was very curious. She grabbed the note in his hand, looked at the content on it, and screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? The content on the note really made her, an elite jonin, unable to control her emotions and screamed. There were a few lines of words written on the note. Mizunatsuki Tenman betrayed the Snow clan and brutally killed Mizunatsuki Hana and 5 other clan members. The name, strength, etc. of these 5 people were also listed in detail under the note. I remember that Mizunatsuki Tenman's mother was frozen in the ice storage. Mizunatsuki Ren pondered for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. No, this kind of thing must be decided by the clan leader, and the clan ice storage is where the great elder Feiin lives. Mizunatsuki-jin naturally understood the meaning of Mizunatsuki Ren's words. I don't know why she opposed it without thinking, even though the 5 dead clan members were all her subordinates. Yeah, that's right. After all, it's hard to disturb the great elder. Let's go to the clan leader now. Mizunatsuki Ren nodded and reluctantly agreed, but at the moment when Mizunatsuki-jin turned around, a sneer flashed across his face. At the same time, the 3rd generation Mizukage Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi received a similar note from the Umbu in his Mizukage office. After reading the note, he was furious. He stood up from his chair, slammed his right hand on the table, and shouted, "Damn it!" The Umbu present trembled with fear, and with a swish, they all knelt down. "Let Ying come to see me." Yes. After a few swishes, the Umbu present all disappeared. It seems that no one has the courage to continue to bear the anger of the Mizukage here. As soon as the Umbu left, Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi cursed loudly, completely disregarding the image of the Mizukage. After cursing for a long time, perhaps he ran out of words, he sat down on the chair, his face turned pale, and he muttered to himself, "Why did I lose my mind and want to marry my daughter to such a person who doesn't recognize his relatives?" Thinking of the fact that he had taken the initiative to let Bao when his daughter went to contact Tianmin, he regretted it very much. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door of the Mizukage's office. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi's eyes condensed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face. "Come in. If you like Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja, Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 55 Disposal _ Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja. Come in." Yes. 2 male and female voices came from outside the door, and then Mizunatsuki Ren and Mizunatsuki Ying appeared in front of the 3rd Mizukage. "Ren, you are here too." The 3rd Mizukage Mizunatsuki Kiyomi said emotionlessly. "Yes, clan leader." Mizunatsuki Ren looked at the 3rd Mizukage behind the desk, and immediately understood that he had also received the information from the front line. Laughing wildly in his heart. "Little bastard, it seems that you will not die this time. It seems that you all already know what the little beast has done." Mizunatsuki Jingii glanced at the 2 people standing there and said lightly. "Yes." The 2 responded at the same time. "Tell me, how should we deal with such a ruthless person?" Mizunatsuki Ying opened her mouth and was about to speak, and Mizunatsuki Ren's voice rang in her ears. In order to prevent him from escaping, he must be captured and brought back to the village as quickly as possible. If he resists, he will be killed regardless of the situation. Yes. Mizunatsuki Jingii nodded slightly. Seeing this, Mizunatsuki Jin was overjoyed. He naturally understood that one should strike while the iron is hot. He glanced at Ying, who wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. He quickly added, "Isn't Tenman's mother frozen in the clan land? Even if something like this happens, our Snow clan consumes a lot of resources every day to maintain her life. This seems a bit inappropriate." Yet, Mizunatsuki Jingii nodded again, seeming to agree with his point of view. Clan leader. Seeing such a scene, Mizunatsuki Ying suddenly became anxious. "Don't say anything more, just do it." Mizunatsuki Jingii waved her hand to stop Ying from saying anything else. "Ying's mission to capture the little beast in the fire country is left to you. I want to see him alive or dead." "Yes." At this point, Ying had no choice but to take on this task. It was better for her to lead the team herself than others. At least there was room for maneuver. After giving this order, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi looked at Mizunatsuki Jin again. "Jin, go to my mother in person and bring out the woman named Minako." "Yes, clan leader." Mizunatsuki Jin nodded, suppressing his excitement. "Clan leader, can you wait until I catch Tenman before taking Minako out of the ice house?" Mizunatsuki Ying knelt on one knee and begged. "Go down." Mizunatsuki Kiyomi glanced coldly at Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, causing the latter's body to tremble wildly. "Yes." In the end, Ying retreated, lowered her head, and slowly left the Mizukage office. The two said hello in front of the Mizukage building and walked away in different directions, one to the Umbu base, and the other to return to the Snow clan's territory. When Ying could no longer be seen behind him, Mizunatsuki Jin ran towards the clan's territory. People who didn't know would think that there was something chasing him behind him. After a while, he rushed into the gate, without even taking a subordinate with him, and rushed to the ice storage in a hurry. "Grand Elder." As soon as he rushed into the courtyard, he said respectfully before he even saw the person clearly. "Hey, Brother Ren, why are you here?" A crisp female voice came into his ears. "Ah, Xiao Ao, why are you here?" Mizunatsuki Ren really didn't expect that the little devil who played pranks everywhere every day would be in the place she feared the most. "Hehe, I'm here to accompany Grandma." "Hehe, you're here to chat with Tianman's mother, right?" After Fiyin said that, Mizuno Uiao's cheeks quickly turned redder than red apples, and she lowered her head to look at her toes. "No way, Grandma!" "Haha!" Seeing this, Fiyin laughed out loud, and after laughing for a while, she stopped and turned to look at Mizuno Yu Ren, who was standing at the door a little uneasy, and asked, "Ren, why don't you go to deal with family business and come to me?" Mizuno Yu Ren was so embarrassed at this time that he didn't know where to put his hands. How could he speak? After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and didn't look at the two of them. "The clan leader ordered me to take Minako out of the ice storage." "What? This is impossible, my father can't give such a ridiculous order." Mizuno Uiao shook her head desperately, not believing what Mizuno Yu Ren said at all. What happened to Tenman? As expected of a woman who had experienced the Warring States period, she asked the key question in one stroke. Mizunatsuki Ren felt a little emotional in her heart, raised her head, looked at the two people in front of her, one old and one young, and said something that made the two women in the courtyard speechless. "Mizunatsuki Tenman killed 5 jonins in the clan, and his crime is unforgivable. I was ordered to deal with his mother." "No. Tenman." A flash of disappointment flashed in Fiyin's eyes. "Let me think about it for one night and give you an answer tomorrow." She is qualified to say such words. "Yes, Great Elder, Ren is disturbing you." Mizunatsuki Ren didn't dare to say a word of nonsense, bowed and quickly retreated. "You should go back to Xiao Ao." "Grandma." Mizuno Uiao held onto Fiyin's clothes with tears in her eyes, like she was holding onto a life-saving straw, and she would never let go. "Be good, Grandma wants to be alone." "Okay." Fiyin's majesty, which had been deeply rooted in people's hearts for a long time, made Xiao Ao loosen her palm and walked towards the door, but she walked very slowly, looking back every 3 steps. She understood Xiao Ao's eyes, but Tianmin went too far this time. 5 jonins, there are only a few jonins in the entire Snow clan. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 55 Disposal. As soon as Xiao Ao left, she quickly came to a secret room and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the secret room, her eyes closed, and her hands made a complex seal every second. Secret technique, Bingzhen Chuanshu. Hehe, Xiao Fiyan, if you have anything to ask me, I remember you haven't asked me for decades. As soon as Fiyan closed his hands, a female voice sounded in his mind. Master Yaoji, I want to ask if Tianmin has signed a spiritual contract with the Ice Wolf clan. Hehe, what do you think? Has the contract been signed? This thought flashed through Fiyan's mind. Master Yaoji, our Snow clan wants to reselect a new generation of spiritualists. Reject. Yaoji's cold voice sounded in Fiyan's mind. Why, didn't we have this precedent before? Haha, the past was the past, and now is now. Times have changed, Fiyan. What a joke, change people, if there is no Tianmin, how can we get out of this bird place? Yaoji, lying in the flowers of the ice and snow valley, sneered. Is that so? If our Snow clan deals with Mizunatsuki Tianmin, will the Ice Wolf clan remain neutral? After a moment of silence, Fiyan asked again. Why do you Snow clan want to deal with Tianmin? Then our Ice Wolf clan will completely stand on Tianmin's side and deal with you together with him. What? Why? Fiyan screamed in disbelief. This has never happened before. In the past, even if there were some crazy clan leaders who wanted to destroy the clan, the Ice Wolf clan would immediately cut off the spiritual contract with them and neither of them would help. As for why, I can't tell you. It's the life energy contained in Tianmin's body. Hehe. Accompanied by this chuckle, Yaoji unilaterally cut off the connection with Fiyan. Chapter 56 Tracking. Family internal fighting? It seems that I have to inform my mother. Yaoji's face was gloomy and terrible. She stood up from the flowers with a move of her slender waist. Although she was also half an ancestor of the Snow clan, compared with Tianmin who possessed the power of time and space, this was nothing. Well, the sun is about to set. After dispersing the last of his shadow clones, Tianmin's body softened and he lay directly on the bumpy ground. Looking at the setting sun in the sky, he let out a long breath. Time flies so fast. It's been so long without me noticing, but this feeling is really great. Now, as long as he wants, he can mobilize every bit of strength in his body at any time, and the discomfort of the sudden increase in strength will no longer exist. Boom! Suddenly, a roar came from the nearby dense forest. Tianmin turned his head and saw that the dense forest over there was a fire rising to the sky and steam was filled. Then a pungent smell drifted over, which made him feel like vomiting for a while. Well, it's Mei Terumi's dissolution escape. It seems that the two of them are practicing very hard. After resting for a while, when the dizziness in his brain disappeared, Tianmin jumped up from the ground, and then his figure shook and flashed towards the two people who were still practicing. Water escape, water gun technique. Water escape, water formation wall. Before Tianmin arrived, two voices rang in his ears, and then he heard the sound of bullets hitting the water. Hey, aren't you two going back for dinner? Mei Terumi and Shinjitsu Kizuki, who were in a fierce confrontation, both stopped their actions and turned to look over. Oh, it's so late. If we go back too late, the battlefield canteen will not be open. We can only eat the dry food we brought with us. At this time, Shinjitsu Kizuki found that the sky had darkened. In the confrontation, there was only Mei Terumi in his eyes, and he didn't feel the passage of time at all. Idiot, come and make a seal of reconciliation with me. Seeing Shinjitsu Kizuki getting ready to run away, Mei Terumi cursed softly. Tenman, what did you do to offend your young clan leader that made him target you? Why don't you stay at my house until the war is over? As soon as she approached the Kirigakure camp, Mei Terumi found 2 Kirigakure ninjas leaning against the gate. Seeing them, she showed a worried look on her face. That's right, our Hojumi clan also welcomes you to live here at any time, Tenman. Hojumi Zinyu glared at the 2 chinins of the Snow clan who were walking towards them, but the latter just shrugged nonchalantly. The 2 of them said nothing, but just quietly followed behind Tenman and the other 2. Wherever Tenman and the other 3 went, they followed, very openly, without even trying to cover up. It's okay, they are just 2 dogs, let them do whatever they want. Tenman turned his head and glanced at the 2 people behind him with the corner of his eyes, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No, brother, you were away for 10 days, and they were divided into several groups, following me and Mei Terumi for 24 hours, even eating and going to the toilet. In fact, when the 3 of them left the camp at noon, the 2 chinins of the Snow clan followed them, but Tenman and the others used the clone technique to get rid of them. Is that so? Don't worry, they won't show up soon. Tenman. Mei Terumi turned her head and looked at Tenman worriedly. As smart as she was, she naturally understood what he meant, but if this kind of thing was exposed, Kirigakure would have no place to stand. Tenman stretched out his right hand, tapped the smooth and white forehead of Mei Terumi, and smiled gently. Don't worry, let's go eat, I'm already starving. Yeah. Hey, you 2, stop doing this, I'm about to vomit. Haha. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the 3 of them were thin and long. Time flies, and it's late at night. Tenman, who was dozing, suddenly opened his eyes. In his chakra perception, Mizunatsuki Shin ran out of the camp with 2 teams of Snow Clan ninjas, and he didn't know what mission they were going to do. This is the best time to deal with Mizunatsuki Shin. If you miss this time, you won't have this opportunity in the future. Because just now, the Ice Wolf clan informed him that the Snow clan had decided to attack him. Tenman glanced at his 2 sleeping companions, moved his body, and disappeared in the tent. Tenman. As soon as Tenman left, Mei Terumi opened her eyes, looked at the still warm quilt, and quickly stood up, ready to follow Tenman. Hey, stop it! The internal strife of the Snow clan, if we outsiders get involved, it will most likely trigger a civil war in Kirigakure. Kazuna Shinjitsu sighed and opened her eyes. It turned out that he was also pretending to sleep. Hearing this, Mei Terumi sat back on the bed with her whole body weak, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She was really worried about Tenman. Tenman's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 Choyunin of the Snow clan. Before the 2 of them could react, 2 hands like steel bars grabbed their necks tightly, and then with 2 clicks, their bodies softened. Then he carried the 2 bodies, flashing back and forth in the shadows, and quickly left the Kirigakure front camp under the eyes of the night-duty Kirigakure ninjas. Ha! It's pretty fast, almost out of my range. Tenman casually threw the 2 bodies in his hands aside. Discovered? He said that he now has the strength to deny the accusation without evidence. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Tenman gently pressed his right hand on the ground, and a 3-meter-long ice wolf appeared in front of him with black runes. Tenman-sama. Well, Raiko, take me to chase the ninjas of the Snow clan in front. Snow clan? I understand, Tenman-sama. The ice wolf named Raiko lowered its limbs, and Tenman jumped lightly and jumped onto the wolf's back. Please sit down, Tenman-sama. Well. Raiko jumped up and ran quickly on the ground. The wind blowing in her face made Tenman sitting on its back feel a slight sting. Mizunatsuki Nobu and his group of 9 people were walking quickly through the dense forest under the moonlight. Suddenly, a female ninja in the team changed her face, turned her head and looked at the dark forest behind her, and shouted, Master Nobu, something is chasing us from behind. Hi! Mizunatsuki Nobu suddenly stopped, stood on a big tree, stared at the direction pointed by the female ninja and frowned. This shouldn't be the case. It was a temporary decision I made to leave the camp at night. It is impossible to be discovered, unless there is a leak from Master Ren. This is impossible. He shook his head and threw this crazy idea out of his brain. As soon as he received the notice from Mizunatsuki Ren, he immediately took the family ninjas to the seaside, ready to welcome Mizunatsuki Ying's arrival at any time. In any case, make full preparations first to see who has the courage to follow me. Thinking of this, he raised his right hand and made a few gestures in the moonlight. Disperse! Yes. The 8 ninjas of the Snow Clan disappeared into the dense forest with a swish. Chapter 57 Night Battle 1. Holy Wolf. Mizunatsuki Nobu stared at the white giant wolf where Tianmen sat, and was extremely shocked. How could this be possible? Isn't the clan leader still alive? And what virtue does the little bastard have to get the recognition of the Holy Wolf? At this moment, he was going crazy. Little bastard, how did you get the Ice and Snow Valley contract scroll? Little bastard? It seems that I have always been this image in the eyes of you people of the Snow Clan, so I have nothing to feel guilty about. Tianmen's clear pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were full of coldness. His body shook from the wolf's back to the ground. Summoning technique. With a bang, the light smoke dispersed, and another 3-meter-tall ice wolf appeared in this forest. The soil of the Land of Fire is fertile. In addition to the densely populated towns and villages, there are large tracts of undeveloped primeval forests. Lord Tenman. As soon as the ice wolf appeared, it bowed its head to Tenman. Akira, you and Raiko go deal with the nearby ninjas of the Snow Clan. Don't let any of them go. Tenman's voice was flat, but extremely cold. The Snow Clan? I understand. Akira and Raiko, the 2 wolves looked at each other and flashed into the dark forest. The unique breath of the Snow Clan could be smelled clearly from a distance, not to mention that the 2 sides were so close now. Beep! Pong! A red flare crossed the sky and exploded in the dark starry sky. The red light that had not dissipated for a long time was extremely conspicuous in this darkness. Hehe, you will definitely die this time, little bastard. After firing the flare, Mizunatsuki Nobu looked at Tianmen and smiled coldly. He didn't want to do this at first. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. If the internal strife among the Snow Clan was exposed and known to everyone, it would only bring shame to the Snow Clan. But now it is related to the Holy Wolf, so he can't care about anything else. He must take back the control of the Holy Wolf. Ice escape, swallow out of the snow. Tianmen was too lazy to waste words with Mizunatsuki Nobu, so as to avoid more trouble. He must get rid of them before the night patrol ninjas from the mist-hidden mountain arrive. He made seals with both hands. In an instant, dense ice particles formed in front of him, and then shot out violently, like a fairy scattering flowers, covering Mizunatsuki Nobu in front of him in a fan shape. What? Tianmen's seal-making speed was beyond imagination, and Mizunatsuki Nobu was stunned. He really didn't believe that there was such a fast seal-making person in the world. The speed of his hands was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. He didn't know that this was what Tenman had trained himself to do in the sea water year after year, day after day. Chakra can be increased in various ways, but the speed of seal-making can only be achieved through years of perseverance and uninterrupted practice, without any sloppiness. Ever since he knew that he had come to this terrible Naruto world, and the most terrifying Blood Mist village, Tenman had become the second might guy, but no one except Zabuza knew about his efforts. Facing the ice particles that appeared in front of him, Mizunatsuki Shin, who had come to his senses, calmly made seals. Almost at the same time, he left a clone in the original place, and his original body used the substitute technique to change positions with a nearby branch. This was his ability as an elite jonin. This low-level ninjutsu was almost deeply rooted in his bones, and he didn't need to think through his brain at all. When facing a crisis, his body would naturally use it. The clone exploded, and a large amount of thick fog suddenly rose from the original place. For a while, the naked eye could no longer see the specific situation of the place where Mizunatsuki Shin had just stood. But how could this little trick be hidden from Tenman? He sneered, raised his hands, and held 4 ice kunai between his fingers. Then he threw them heavily towards a big tree in front of the left. The 4 ice kunai were like meteors chasing the moon. With a few swooshes, the 4 ice kunai brushed past the big tree one after another. At the moment of flying over the big tree, the 4 ice kunai collided with each other. 2 of them suddenly changed direction and shot straight behind the big tree. If there were any ninjas from the Uchiha clan present at this time, they would definitely stare with wide eyes, and they couldn't believe that Tenman could play kunai in such a way. How is this possible? Hiding behind the tree, Mizunatsuki Shin stared at the 2 ice kunai that were attacking him directly, his eyes widened like a pair of light bulbs. And he reacted quickly enough, lowered his body, squatted down, and dodged this exaggerated attack. At this moment, a gust of wind blew up the hair on his forehead. He looked carefully and saw Tianmen appeared in front of him with a frosty expression, kicking him hard on the forehead. If he didn't respond in an instant, his head would be kicked like a watermelon falling to the ground. Humph! Mizunatsuki Nobu moved his hands, and 2 poisonous kunai appeared in his hands, and crossed his hands to block in front of his forehead. He didn't believe that Tianmen was willing to die with him at such a young age. Sure enough, when Tianmen saw the 2 green kunai in Mizunatsuki Nobu's hands, his right foot stopped instantly, and at the same time his left foot slammed on the ground, and the whole person jumped back in the air. In midair, Tianmen's hands flew and quickly formed seals. Ice escape, ice time rain. Swish! Rows of ice needles quickly shot towards Mizunatsuki Nobu squatting under the tree. Damn, how can this little bastard be so strong? Cursing inwardly, Mizunatsuki Shin no longer cared about maintaining the pride of his identity. He turned his right foot, then stomped heavily on the ground and pounced to the left. Once he landed, he rolled several times in a row. At this moment, a painful scream accompanied by a wolf howl came into Tianmen's ears. Hehe, it seems that Jingzi and Raiko have already achieved results, so I have to speed up. After pondering for a moment, Tianmen stood on the tree, looking down at Mizunatsuki Shin on the ground, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Ice escape, ice blade vortex gun. A 2-meter-long ice gun with a chill appeared in his right hand. Now it is no longer stressful for him to use this technique. This technique must not be hit by it. No, it must not be allowed to explode within 3 meters of me. Mizunatsuki was very clear about how terrible the ice blade vortex spear was, because it would explode when it hit the ground, and the ice attribute chakra contained in it would spread from the center of the explosion to the surroundings, forming a world of ice and snow with a radius of 5 meters. To kill all people and animals within this range, even with the cold resistance of the Snow Clan, they can only stay 3 meters away, and within 3 meters they will definitely die. Haha, don't run away. Looking at Mizunatsuki Nobu who was circling around him, a trace of mockery flashed across Tianmen's face. Then he raised his right hand high, aimed at the front of Mizunatsuki Nobu who was spinning at high speed, took a step forward with his right leg, kicked the tree trunk with his left foot, and threw the ice spear with the strongest arm strength. The ice spear left his hand, and it was like a beast that had lost its shackles. With the blessing of the rapidly rotating spiral, it plunged into the ground in an instant. Chapter 58 Night Battle 2. Not good. Mizunatsuki Nobu's eyes suddenly shrank, and his right foot stomped on the ground. In the splashing mud, his body shot into the sky like a rocket. Boom! The rich ice attribute chakra exploded, and the earth was frozen before it could shake. In an instant, with the explosion point as the center, a world of ice and snow within a radius of 10 meters was formed. Whether it was the earth or the trees, they were all covered with thick ice. Ninjas are really fighting an intelligence war. This level of ninjutsu, if the information is leaked, the effect is not as good as a sea-level ninjutsu. Looking at Mizunatsuki Nobu who jumped into the air, Tianmin sighed slightly in his heart. Mizunosuke Nobu jumped into the air to avoid the explosion range of the ice blade vortex gun, looking at the ice and snow world on the ground. If he hadn't dodged just now, then... He swallowed unconsciously. How can this little bastard be so strong? Did he really defeat Orochimaru? No, I have to get rid of this danger for Master Ren tonight even if I risk my life. Mizunatsuki's expression turned cold, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. Ice escape, giant ice needle. More than a dozen ice spears shot down from high above, at an incredibly fast speed, and in the faint sparks, they instantly arrived above Tenman's head. These ice spears are not something that the Hyagando no Jutsu can resist. With just one glance, Tenman understood the power of this ninjutsu. As long as he was pierced by the ice spear, he would definitely be pierced with a big hole in his body, and even the gods could not save him. Even so, there was no fear on his face. Because the best ninjutsu he used was not those ice escapes or water escapes, but the three-body technique. Yes, that's the three-body technique that every ninja knows. Tenman's right-hand fingers moved slightly, and he had already formed the seal of the substitute technique, and exchanged positions with a piece of broken ice in the distance. Boom! The ice spear hit heavily, exploded and shattered, and the big tree that Tianmin had just stood on also fell down with a bang. Countless ice and wood chips flew around at once. The huge power changed the expression on Tianmin's face. He hurriedly formed a seal and shouted, "Water escape, water array wall!" Puff! Tianmin seemed to have eyes on his back, and he quickly bent down and lowered his head to avoid the fatal blow from Mizunatsuki Shin from behind him. Then Tianmin twisted his waist and turned over. His body was as soft as a snake, as if he had no bones, and he made movements that ordinary people dared not even think of. Facing the poisonous kunai that Mizunatsuki Shin stabbed from above, Tianmin moved his hands, and two ice kunai appeared in his palms. Then he raised his hands, crossed the two ice kunai, and placed them in front of the poisonous kunai. With a snap, the two hard ice kunai, like two layers of foam paper, broke into two halves when touched by the poisonous kunai. The material of this kunai. Seeing this scene, Tenman frowned slightly, but this slight obstruction was enough for him. At the moment when Mizunatsuki's hands paused, Tenman showed a sarcastic smile on his face. Transform! With a bang, accompanied by white smoke, Tenman turned into a little ice wolf and ran away. Yes, it was the little ice wolf he saw in the ice cave in the Ice and Snow Valley. The transformation technique was used very well, even Kaguya Otsutsuki could defeat him. The prince used his invincible transformation technique to make Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, bleed from his nose. Nani! Mizunatsuki used all his strength to deliver a fatal blow through the air and stabbed heavily on the ground. He didn't expect Tenman to dodge this move in such a clever way, and was stunned for a moment. However, as an elite jonin, his nerve reaction speed was very fast. He came to his senses in an instant and rushed to the side. Just as Mizunatsuki Nobu flew forward, a cold ice spear flew away along his afterimage. Boom! The ice spear hit the tree in front, and there was a roar of a big tree falling to the ground. The moment Mizunatsuki Nobu landed, he pressed the ground with one hand, turned over, and jumped back. Hi! This little bastard! Mizunatsuki Nobu fell to the ground again and stared at Tenma. Seeing that his body breath had not changed at all after fighting until now, a gloomy look flashed across his face. No, we must hold on until the patrolling mist ninja arrives. Mizunatsuki Nobu quickly formed seals with both hands, which made people dazzled. Oh, this seal sequence is interesting. Tianmin raised his lips slightly, pulled a wicked smile, put his hands together, and shouted at the same time as Mizunatsuki Shin opposite him. Ice escape, ice armor technique. Accompanied by the sound of ice condensation, two people wearing Ice Emperor armor appeared in this forest. Kill! Mizunatsuki Shin held two green kunai as soon as he stepped on the ground, he rushed to Tenman like a white meteor and stabbed him in the chest. With the blessing of the ice armor, both the speed and strength have been greatly enhanced, but so have I. Tenman twisted his waist and turned sideways. With a sharp hissing sound, he grabbed Mizunatsuki's right wrist with one hand, then raised his thigh and kicked it hard. Seeing that his right hand was controlled, Tenman kicked again with his thigh. At this critical moment, Mizunatsuki's left hand kunao turned from stabbing to slashing down. Seeing this, Tenman suddenly retracted his thigh. If he didn't stop the lateral kick, he would definitely be hit by the poisonous kunao. The long scratch on the ice surface of his chest proved that the ice armor could never stop the kunao made of special metal. Mizunatsuki's chest was suddenly wide open without any protection. Tenman's eyes lit up instantly, and he clenched his 5 fingers and punched him in the abdomen. Why not hit the chest? Wouldn't that hurt more? Sorry, he is not tall enough. Tenman's strength can be imagined. With the blessing of ice armor, he is catching up with Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Boom! With a muffled sound, Mizunatsuki Nobu puffed a mouthful of blood on the ice mask, and his whole face was stained red with blood. It's not over yet. How could Tenman miss such a good opportunity? He likes to beat the dog when it's down the drain the most. Just when Mizunatsuki Nobu's vision was blocked, Tenman launched a fierce attack, and countless fists hit him. For a while, the forest was windy, and countless leaves rustled under his fists and fell to the ground. Pegasus Comet Fist. Tenman mustered all his strength and hit Mizunatsuki Nobu hard. The power of this punch was too terrible. The ice armor protecting him could no longer bear it. With the sound of ice breaking, it flew backwards like a white line. In the air, the ice armor disintegrated, revealing Mizunatsuki Nobu, who was covered in blood. Boom! After knocking down several large trees in succession, Mizunatsuki Nobu finally stopped and fell to the ground after running out of momentum. Chapter 59 Fear. Mizunatsuki Nobu lay softly on the ground. At this time, all his bones were smashed into pieces, and he didn't even have the ability to raise his hands. He looked at Tianmen who came to him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Tianmen understood what he meant, and a bloodthirsty sneer rose on his thin lips. Don't worry, I will soon let Mizunatsuki-jin go down to accompany you, and those old guys will also come. Without the tacit approval of those old guys who were just sitting there doing nothing, how could Mizunatsuki-jin have the courage to attack his fellow tribesmen? Tianmen is so bold that he wants to destroy the Snow Clan. Mizunatsuki Nobu stared at Tianmen with fear in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but the blood that kept pouring out had completely blocked his mouth, and he could only make helpless ugh sounds. Is everything done? Just at this moment, 2 footsteps sounded behind him. Tianmen knew who was coming without looking at him, and asked lightly with his back to the body. Yes, the heads of the 8 Snow Clan ninjas have all been destroyed. The snow-white wolf bodies of Akiko and Raiko were now stained with blood. It was not known whether it was their own blood or someone else's blood, but there were still some meat scraps between her teeth. I'm sorry to bother you 2 tonight. Please thank the Snow Wolf Immortal for me. Tianmen stepped on Mizunatsuki's face with his right foot and smiled at the 2 wolves. Then his expression turned cold, and he used his right foot to crush Mizunatsuki's head like a watermelon. Faced with such a terrible scene, the 2 female wolves were indifferent, as if they were used to it. They lowered their heads, saluted Tianmen, and returned to the ice and snow valley in the thick fog. Hehe, I have already made a move. How will you respond, Snow Clan? Tianmen was very grateful to the girl named Mizunatsuki Yao, but this did not mean that he could take the initiative to sacrifice his and his mother's lives. It's almost time to set off. Ice escape, ice clone technique. I'll leave it to you for the next few days. Don't let outsiders find out. Go with peace of mind, original body. Yeah. Tianmen nodded, glanced at the ice clone, turned around and ran towards the seaside. Next, they had to deal with the Snow Clan ninjas who came from the Hidden Mist village. I hope it's not Sister Ying who came to the Land of Fire. Tianmin thought secretly in his heart. Because Mizunatsuki Ying was the only one of the 3 people in the Snow Clan who treated him well. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the silent forest, and more than a dozen mist ninjas jumped out on the tree trunks. This is... The scene that appeared in front of them shocked them. It's so cold. Are you kidding? Is this ice escape? One of the mist ninjas pointed at the 10-meter wide ice and snow world and screamed. Don't go in, this is created by the Ice Blade Vortex Spear technique. As long as you enter the range of the technique, the blood in your body will freeze instantly. Seeing a mist ninja standing at the edge of the circle and wanting to enter the ice and snow world, an older jonin shouted loudly. This shout scared the mist ninja so much that he trembled and hurriedly retreated. He touched his back, found that the back was wet. After scolding the impetuous genin, the elderly jonin frowned and said to the mist ninja beside him. It's strange, Captain, there are only a few Snow Clan ninjas who can release such a terrible ice escape in the entire Mist Hidden Village, but those few are not on the front line now. The captain of the Mist Hidden Village patrol team turned to look at him, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Really? Don't forget who is the most famous in the camp now. You mean? Hehe, I didn't say anything. The captain smiled and shook his head. He couldn't afford to slander a big man without evidence. Then he raised his hand and shouted. Everyone disperse and collect all useful clues. Yes. How could it be him? The patrol captain and several chinin surrounded the body of Mizunatsuki Nobu. Just one look, his heart skipped a beat. Because he had already recognized who the deceased was. They had met before, and he couldn't forget in such a short time. Captain, do you know who this body belongs to? No, maybe I saw it wrong. The patrol captain shook his head and didn't say what he was thinking. If that adult really killed the tribe members himself, it would be a big deal. His small body couldn't bear it. Is that so? I think the deceased should be from the Snow Clan. Look at his arms, so white and tender. Male ninjas other than the Snow Clan should not look like this. A chinin pointed at the body on the ground and analyzed. Yet. Everyone present nodded and agreed with his point of view. Captain, come and see here. At this moment, the voice of the elderly jonin sounded in everyone's ears. Could it be that he found some shocking clues? At this moment, the patrol captain really wanted to kill this guy with a palm. He couldn't drag him down even if he wanted to die. How could he get involved in the internal fighting of the Snow Clan? Here we go. He replied indifferently without any expression. Strange, why is the captain like this? Could it be that he found something that I didn't find? This elderly jonin is not stupid. If he was stupid, he would not have lived to this age. Seeing the indifferent expression of the patrol captain, he immediately understood something. What did you find? No, my eyes may be blurry. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 59 Fear. Really? Pay attention next time. Yes, Captain. Under the light of the fire, the huge footprints of Jingzi and Lingzi were extremely conspicuous. Captain, this way. Just when everyone was embarrassed, several calls came from a distance. The patrol captain breathed a sigh of relief, gave the old jonin in front of him a grateful look, and flashed in the direction of the sound with a flash of his body. What did the captain find that made him so scared? Looking at the departing figure, the old jonin turned around and slowly walked towards the headless corpse, looking down. This sight was terrible, and his body suddenly became cold, and he kept muttering to himself. It's him, how could it be him? It's no wonder that they performed so poorly. Those who can stay in the patrol team for a long time are all cowards. He finally understood the captain's good intentions now. This matter must not be exposed by them. If they were exposed, the Snow clan would definitely clean them up as soon as possible in order to cover up the family scandal. Senior, do you also see who the deceased is? A Chunin asked quietly in his ear. Shut up! He gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, completely unlike his usual image of a good old man. Haha, man you, come and see what we have encountered. At this moment, a sneer sounded in everyone's ears. Who? Suddenly, all patrolling mist ninjas drew their weapons and looked in the direction of the sound with great vigilance. The next second, they quickly put away their weapons and said respectfully, Master Jozo, Master Man Yu. The person who came was the second of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, the double sword flounder Man Yu and the beheading sword Loquat Jozo. It's just strange, why did the 2 of them appear here so late? Chapter 60 by Wachozo's speculation. Oh my, isn't this the sissy Mizunatsuki Shin? So pitiful, even his head was kicked to pieces. Suddenly, Bai Wachozo, who was standing on the tree, had his eyes light up, and his body shook, and he instantly appeared in front of the headless corpse. He was very familiar with Mizunatsuki Shin. The 2 of them had fought in secret for many times. This time he was accompanying someone to see a joke, but it seemed that there was no joke to see. Hey, do you know anything? Bai Wachozo's terrifying eyes swept coldly over there were patrolling mist ninjas at the scene, and they all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet this gaze directly. Haha, it's really interesting, it seems that you know something. How could Bai Wachozo hide all this? He raised his hand and pointed at the elderly Jonin casually, and said with a smile. Hehe, I remember you, old man, I didn't expect you to be still alive, so let you tell me. Master Jozo, I really don't know. Seeing Jozo pointing at him, the elderly Jonin trembled. He was really scared. If he exposed this matter, not only would he die, but even his family would be buried with him. Forget it, don't make it difficult for him, Jozo Sr. With a whoosh, the figure of Manjutsu Kizuki appeared at the scene. Thank you, Master Menu. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Take me to see the clues you found. This matter has nothing to do with you. How about it? Hojiki Shinjutsu stared at the elderly Jonin in front of him. He didn't care whether Mizunatsuki Nobu was dead or alive. He was just curious about who had the ability to kill Mizunatsuki Nobu and help him get rid of this bad breath. He came here to make trouble for Mizunatsuki Nobu. He really thought that there was no one in the Hojiki clan and dared to frame Shinjutsu. The elderly Jonin lowered his head and thought for a while. Hojiki Menu had said this. If he was still so ignorant, then he couldn't blame others for what would happen next. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head. Okay, I promise you, Master Menu. After gritting his teeth and saying this, he turned his head and looked at his colleagues. You come too. If we are going to die, we will die together. Some quick-witted mist ninjas immediately scolded him for everything. This old guy is very bad. The elderly Jonin first brought everyone to the big footprints, and he looked at them. Please look, both adults. That's it. What's so strange about the footprints of large beasts in the forest? Bai Wachozo sneered. Master Jozo, there are no large beasts in this forest. Even if there are, we mist ninjas have cleared them all. And look at these footprints. Do they look like wolf footprints? Wolf, impossible, there is no wolf that big in the world. Are you kidding? How could such a large animal footprint be a wolf's? Do you really think Bai Wachozo is illiterate? Hojiki Manjutsu also looked puzzled, waiting for him to continue explaining. The old Jonin squatted down and gently dug up the soil next to the big footprints. Please look, my lords. Frost. Manjutsu Kizuki's eyes suddenly shrank. He seemed to think of something and said. Could it be a summoned beast? Yes, an ice-attributed wolf-type summoned beast. You lords should know who it is. The Jonin nodded. Haha, that's really interesting. Bai Wachozo held his stomach and laughed happily. A giant wolf as big as a mountain? I didn't expect the rumor to be true. For some reason, Manjutsu Kizuki suddenly remembered a scene that happened more than 2 months ago. The boy who couldn't even withstand a trace of his momentum has now grown into a towering tree. Even he, a child prodigy, has to sigh that it's awesome. Senior Jozo, let's go back. Don't you want to go to the front camp to see that kid Zinyu? No. Manjutsu Kizuki waved his hand, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Hehe, this kid, it seems that he has been hit hard, but there will be fun to watch next. The dog-eat-dog fight of the Snow Clan should be very interesting. Baiwa Jozo sneered and disappeared. After the two left, all the mist ninjas present surrounded the elderly Jonin and asked, Senior, what should we do next? Yes, Senior. Senior, you have the most experience here, please help us think of a solution, please. Please. Now even the dumbest person knows that the matter is serious. If things go wrong, the whole family will follow him to the underworld. This is not a joke. The Mist Village, known as the Blood Mist Village, has this tradition. The Jonin looked around and looked at these pale and trembling mist ninjas, and remained silent. In the pleading eyes of the crowd, he slowly spoke. To stay alive, don't bring trouble to your family, and don't tell anyone about what you saw those two adults at night. Can you do it? Needless to say, they would agree to do anything they were asked to do at this time, except to die. Everyone nodded and swore. Very good, then erase all the obvious traces left by that adult, and pretend that we didn't notice anything, understand? Everyone was puzzled. Stupid, as long as we don't know anything, those big guys won't bother to care about our life or death. Oh. Everyone nodded frantically. Tenman didn't know what happened after he left, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Although he was still a little genin, he still knew a little about the situation in the Hidden Mist Village. There was no way, in order to survive in this terrible blood mist, he had to know a little about everything, just like he once advised Zabuza not to kill all his classmates. It's okay to offend 1 or 2 families, but if you offend everyone, you will have no choice but to die, unless you are Uchiha Madara, who has the power to defeat all those who don't obey. And now he has only offended the Snow Clan. Seeing this scene that would make you laugh in your dreams, the ninjas in the village don't know how happy they are. As for helping the Snow Clan to deal with him, don't even think about it. Not bad. This is because the third Mizukage Mizunatsuki Kiyomi still has some power left, otherwise they will work together to destroy the Snow Clan. After all, a sick tiger is very scary when it shows its power. Tianmin decided to fight back because he saw through the complicated situation of Kirigakure. Otherwise, he would have endured it for his mother. The Snow Clan chose such a narrow-minded person as the next clan leader. No wonder the Snow Clan was wiped out after Mizunatsuki Kiyomi died in the original work. He is very grateful for Konoha's divine assistance. Although he really doesn't want to admit that title, this title is his amulet now. With this amulet, the third Mizukage can't designate him as a traitor. How could a hero defect, unless you, the shadow, do too much? If you like Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja, Konoha's Water Country Mist Ninja Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 61 Mother and Son Talk at Night. Late at night, the lights were dim in the pavilions and terraces, and there was an umbu guarding every corner. In such a heavily guarded place, I think even a bird can't fly in. As if slapping her in the face, a woman broke in the dark night, with a sullen face, as if someone owed her $1 million and didn't pay it back. The moment they saw this woman, all the umbu trembled and stood straighter. The woman ignored these loyal umbu and walked straight forward. A man who was leaning on the desk heard the footsteps outside, frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and stood up. Bang! The door was pushed open heavily, and a cold wind blew in with the door opening. Blown by the cold wind, the handsome middle-aged man in the room, who was only wearing a thin single coat, did not feel cold, but became more energetic. He stared at the woman who walked in from the door, and the next second he smiled and said respectfully, "Mother." His expression changed as fast as turning a book. The woman ignored him, but went directly to the desk, sat down, and picked up a document that had not been completed from the desk and started reading. After a while, she tore the document that had not been released into pieces. "Mother," the middle-aged man said anxiously when he saw this. Everything in his hands was related to the fate of thousands of people in Kirigakure. "Are you going to classify Tenman as a traitor, Jing-ai?" It turned out that the handsome middle-aged man was the third-generation Mizukage Mizunatsuki Jing-ai, so the woman was Mizunatsuki Tobien. "Yes, mother." There was nothing to deny. He was going to classify that little beast as a traitor. How much he loved him before, how much he hated him now. The spies he planted in various tribes sent back some information that made him furious at night. He had never been so embarrassed as today in all the years he had been in power in Kirigakure. He, Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi, had become a laughingstock and a laughingstock. Really? Seeing him so determined, Fien's expression dimmed instantly. No one knows a son better than his mother. How could she not understand her son's character? What he had decided in his heart could not be changed even by 9 bulls. But if he really took Tianmen's mother out of the family ice storage and killed her, the last thread between the family and him would be broken, and the two sides would become irreconcilable enemies. Is it really that easy to kill Tianmen with the full support of the Ice Wolf clan? And the terrifying vitality contained in his body. Whenever she thought of this, she shuddered all over. No, she must not let this happen. Fian made up her mind and decided that she must hold on to Tianmen's mother's life no matter what. She couldn't do anything outside, but as the chief elder of the 3 acres of land of the Snow clan, she still had the final say. "I oppose taking Minako Mizunatsuki out of the ice storage in the name of the chief elder." "What?" Mizunatsuki Jing-ai couldn't believe her ears. Staring at his mother, his face turned pale. Yes, as the chief, he could ignore his mother's orders, but he had to hold a clan elders meeting and get the consent of more than 2/3 of the elders. But the consequences? Why? Facing Mizunatsuki Jing-ai's questioning, Fian remained silent. She couldn't say it. Should she tell him that the Ice Wolf clan gave up our Snow clan and chose to fully support Tianmen? That would only add fuel to the fire. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded in the ears of both mother and son. Mizuno Jing-ai calmed down her emotions, put on a smiling face, and said, "Come in." "Yes." The door was gently pushed open again, and an umbu quickly walked in. "Lord Mizukage, this is an urgent report sent back from the front line of the fire country." Could something have happened at the front line again? Looking down at the umbu who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, Mizuno Jing-ai couldn't help but have an ominous premonition in her heart. "Go down." Taking the scroll handed over by the umbu, Mizuno Jing-ai waved her hand. "Yes." "Damn it." After only taking a look at the content on the scroll, Mizuno Jing-ai became furious and directly smashed the scroll in his hand heavily on the desk. Pointing at Fian who was sitting in front of the desk, he roared, "Mother, this is the person you want to protect." Fian quietly bent down to pick up the scroll that fell on the ground, spread it out and took a look, and suddenly the thin white 5 fingers holding the scroll became even whiter. It has grown to this point, even the elite Kanti the Jonin hold on for a moment. It turned out that after receiving the report from the patrol ninjas, the commander of the front line camp saw such a big thing happening and did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately used the summoned beast to report to the 3rd generation Mizukage, because he also belonged to the 3rd generation Mizukage faction. It's already come to this point. It's useless to just get angry. Have you forgotten how I taught you before? The sacrifice of 9 ninjas in the family, especially the death of Mizunatsuki Nobu, made Fian heartbroken. No, his heart was bleeding. Counting all the members of the Snow clan, there are only 3 at the level of elite Jonin. Each of them is the backbone of the family. Now that one is lost, the blow to the family is unimaginable. Mother. Looking at the mother who has become so unfamiliar in front of him, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi was stunned. He has never seen her so indifferent, even when the news of Uchiha Madara killing his father came back, he has never seen her like this. Elite Jonin are not his opponents, so who will deal with him next, you or me? Mizunatsuki Jingai opened his mouth. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Chapter 61 Mother and Son Night Talk. Fiian continued. Don't forget, how many people in Kirigakura are eyeing your position as the water shadow. If they know that you sneak out of the village, then what will be the consequences? You should know in your heart. Mizunatsuki Jingai bowed his head and said nothing. Yes, this is a problem. More importantly, with his current body, how much strength he can exert is still a problem. What should we do? Negotiate. Negotiate with that little beast? When he thought of negotiating with Tenman, Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi's eyebrows were almost twisted together. Yes, it's a negotiation. With his mother as a condition, let him stay in the clan land honestly. After a few years, the clan members forgot their hatred. Fiian nodded. This. Although ninjas use all kinds of means to win, he is the Mizukage. He is still a little uncomfortable with threatening his family. Seeing him shaking his head, Fiian thought he disagreed, so he said. He has the blood of the Snow clan flowing in his body. If he continues to make trouble like this, it will only make other clans sneer. The word make trouble is to remind Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi not to be emotional. When a person dies, it's all over. Now we have to think about the living and the continuation of the clan. Mizunatsuki Kiyoshi obviously heard this sentence. He stared at his mother in front of him for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay. Use Xiaoao to tie him up, and marry him as husband and wife. That's impossible, Xiaoao is only 9 years old. Upon hearing this, Mizuno Jingai jumped up from where he was. What a joke, the little bastard killed the tribe members one moment, and the next second he, the tribe leader, married his daughter. Don't forget that I married your father when I was 8 years old, and he is the same age as Xiaoao. Mizuno Jingai only remembered at this time that the little bastard was only 9 years old this year. If such a terrifying talent cannot be destroyed as soon as possible, it would be better to make him one of our own. And now it is impossible to destroy him. Xiaoao, for the sake of the family, your father can only apologize to you. Chapter 62 Night Encounter with Young Daimei. Hey, how come there are Konoha ninjas here? Am I the son of destiny? Suddenly, Tianmen, who was running through the dense forest at high speed, stopped on a big tree, closed his eyes, and tried his best to sense the chakra reaction in front of him. Hehe, there is another acquaintance. He suddenly opened his eyes, kicked the tree trunk, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow. As the saying goes, strength is a man's courage. If it were before, he would have escaped long ago. Huh? No, this chakra is not for 4 people, but for 5. After running a few hundred meters, Tianmen seemed to feel something, his face changed, and suddenly became extremely ugly. He turned around quickly, wanting to escape to the distance. Not good. With a cry of surprise, he twisted his waist and his body moved to the left in the air. Raise non. Just as Tianmen moved his position, a ball of light followed the position where his body was just now and hit a century-old tree. Boom! With a flash of light, a big hole was rotated in the century-old tree. It's him. With the help of this flash of light, Tianmen finally saw who was coming. Staring at the back of the blonde handsome man in front of him, he swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself in the face, telling him to show off and to be curious. Awesome, this is the first time someone can dodge my raise non. The blonde handsome man slowly turned around and faced Tianmen. He looked at the child in front of him and praised. Brother, I said I was passing by, do you believe it? Faced with the fastest ninja in the world, Tenman got scared, and he was so scared. Very shameless, almost kneeling down to young Dame. Haha, you are worthy of being the ice beauty maniac of Kirigakure. You have discovered our secret plan of Konoha. Namikaze Minato grabbed Tenku with black spells in his hands and smiled admiringly at Tianmin. However, admiration is admiration, as long as he is an enemy, he will do his best to solve it. Why did Namikaze Minato, who was far away in the land of hot water to accompany the future 4th generation Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki to show off, appear in the fire and water battlefield? There seems to be no such scene in the original work. Could it be that I, the butterfly, have changed? Staring at the 10 flying thunder kunao, Tianmin felt cold in his heart. That's right, if he hadn't appeared and dealt a heavy blow to Uchiha, Kirigakure would still be in a stalemate with Konoha at this moment. Minato Namikaze casually swung his hands, and Ten Kunao flew out immediately. Tenman was about to shake his body to avoid the Kunao shooting, but found that the Ten Kunao did not shoot at him, but flew to all directions around him, piercing the ground and tree trunks without any rules. I'm going to die. The next step is the Flying God Thunder combo technique. If it was one of us, Minato Namikaze would be a guarantee of safety, very handsome, but if it was an enemy, it would be too terrible, a few swooshes, and everyone would be dead. Just like Tenman at this moment, he wanted to cry, really. He couldn't beat him, and it was difficult to escape. It was too difficult. No, I will definitely die under the Flying God Thunder technique of young Dame. In an instant, Tenman's brain turned several times crazily, he seemed to think of some solution, and a smile appeared on his face. Goodbye, young Day. At the moment when Minato Namikaze was confused, Tenman scratched his thumb with his nails, slapped the ground, and shouted. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a bang, a giant beast as big as a mountain appeared in the thick smoke. Don't look at me, big sister, run away. What are you afraid of, little ghost? I'll protect you. If you don't run, it will be too late, big sister. In the thick smoke, Tenman's voice became more urgent. Okay, I'll listen to you. Roar. A huge silver-white figure jumped out of the thick smoke, passed over Minato Namikaze's head, and leaped into the distance. In just a few breaths, it disappeared from Minato Namikaze's eyes. How strange. It was the first time he saw someone summon such a huge summoning beast to escape. It's a troubled time. Kirigakure is really full of talents, but our Konoha is not bad either. Minato-senpai. Just at this moment, a child's voice sounded behind him. Namikaze Minato turned around with a smile. Unlike Tenma's surprise, this smile was very sunny. Shisui, you are fast enough. Is this a compliment? Why does it sound so strange coming from his mouth? No, senior is fast. After a pause, Uchiha Shisui asked again. Senior, was that Minato Tenma just now? Yeah. After getting confirmation, Shisui's face darkened. The moment the giant wolf flew over his head just now, he seemed to be suffocating. After a while, 3 Konoha Jonin jumped over. Shiwei, our plan has been discovered by the Mist Ninja. Notify all ninjas to retreat immediately. Yes. Shiwei nodded to show that he understood, and formed a seal with his hands. One by one, insects flew out of his body and flew in all directions. Unconsciously, Tenman's butterfly wings flapped again. He didn't know what changes would happen in the future. Bang! I don't know how long he ran, and suddenly Zioxu under Tenman returned to the ice and snow valley with thick smoke. Oh my god! With a cry of surprise, Tenman's body fell straight to the ground quickly. Water escape, water spring technique. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, otherwise he would have been smashed into a pulp. Damn, the spiritual time has come, and no one notified me in advance. It's really scary. Hey, where is this place? After complaining about Zioxu, Tenman glanced at the surrounding environment, and the next second he froze. Because he was now on a plain, with ridges everywhere and farmers who got up early to work. In the hazy morning light, they stared at him in amazement. Fuck, I actually ran to the heart of the fire country. The plain plus the farmers working in the cold winter, there is no need to guess, only the heartland and climate of the fire country can have all this. Damn Zioxu, you cheated me like this. This can't be blamed on Zioxu at all. If you want to blame someone, blame him, who told him to run away in a hurry, didn't say where to go specifically, but just pointed in a random direction. Boom! Tianmin hurriedly threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and in the thick smoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. Hi, it should be very dangerous to leave here now. Tianmin hid in a ditch, thinking about what he should do next. Zioxu's running all the way just now must have caused a huge sensation. There must be a lot of Konoha ninjas gathering here to search for his whereabouts. Change. With a bang, an ordinary young man appeared in the original place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The Konoha ninjas would never have thought that I would become like this. Tianmin looked at himself on the water and nodded with satisfaction. He was now disguised as an ordinary young man who went to the city to work. His honest appearance made him look like a person who had never seen the world. Chapter 63 Meeting Tsunade by chance. Now my disguise should not even be seen through by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Tenman, carrying a shabby bag, ran towards the town ahead like a rural youth in a hurry to make a living. At this time, the sky was bright, and none of the Konoha ninjas who kept passing by stopped to pay attention to Tenman standing on the side of the road, because there were too many people like him now. Yes, now Tenman was standing on the side of the road with a group of young people dressed in the same way, looking at the Konoha ninjas who kept coming and going, as if searching for something, with longing and admiring eyes. I really hope that one day I can be as majestic as the ninja masters. Tenman sighed. Haha. Yoshiha, you should earn some money and go back home to marry a decent girl, and then have a bunch of fat kids. It depends on whether any of your kids have ninja talent. Forget about it yourself. Hee, girl. Haha, look, everyone, Yatsuha is blushing. Yatsuha is the name Tenman used after his disguise. Well, he borrowed his father's name. Okay, don't make fun of Yatsuha, let's go quickly. If it's any later, there will be no work for today. When it comes to work, everyone's body tenses up, and no longer has any words, running to the town at the fastest speed. A bunch of poor people. From the contact just now, Tenman knew that this group of people were all farmers from nearby. In order to make a living, they got up before dawn and rushed to the town, doing some dirty or dangerous work that no one in the town did, earning a little money, and they could not go back to their rural homes until they were busy at night. Their biggest dream is to save enough money to buy a house in the city so that their descendants will not live as hard as they did. Hey, why are there ninjas at the city gate today? Something must have happened. Everyone was talking about it. Uchiha and Hyuga, you really think highly of me, but I have a master-level transformation technique. Looking at the two clans of ninjas at the city gate who were observing passers-by with their Byakugan and Sharingan, Tianmin smiled coldly and followed the crowd into the town. Everyone here consciously dispersed because everyone was in a competitive relationship at this time. It's really lively, just this small town is like this. What about the fire country? No wonder Konoha can fight 1 against 4, and still win the battle, it's really too rich. Wars are fought on the economy and resources. If you can't even eat enough, how can you have the energy to fight? Just like Kirigakuer, they eat fish roe and rice every day, and everyone is going crazy after eating it. In this way, Kirigakuer's momentum has weakened before the fight even started. Kirigakuer's high-level officials don't understand this, but they can't cook without rice. They can't do anything. Who said that the water country is nothing but islands? Tianmin strolled leisurely in this street full of joy. He hadn't seen such a scene for a long time and was very curious about everything. Don't blame him for being like a bumpkin. He was just holding it in for too long, because in the hidden mist village, everyone went out on the street with a tense face, as if everyone was an enemy. The most important thing is that he is not in a hurry now, and he can't be in a hurry. He is not in a hurry because a lot of chakra is stored in the ice clone. As long as there is no big battle, the ice clone can exist for a long time. Even if the reinforcements of the Snow Clan arrive, it can delay him for a long time. After all, no one dares to openly start a war in the camp, and there will be no room for reversal, and they will tear their faces directly. He can't be in a hurry because there are a lot of Konoha ninjas gathered nearby, and he is not the god of ninjas, who can rush out surrounded by countless Konoha ninjas. She. Looking at the two women, one big and one small, coming towards him, Tianman's whole body was shaking wildly, and he almost couldn't even maintain the transformation technique. The golden twin ponytails, the black high heels on her feet, and the exaggerated and magnificent scenery all proved that she was the Senju Tsunade that Tianman had been thinking about. As the three of them got closer and closer, Tianman pursed his lips tightly and didn't even dare to breathe. He was too excited and was afraid that Tsunade would find out some flaws. Hi! The three of them were just shoulder to shoulder and ready to pass by each other. At this moment, Tsunade's brows suddenly frowned, and her charming nose moved, as if she smelled something good. Damn, I was discovered. Tianman saw Tsunade's abnormal behavior clearly, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was too late to escape at this time. He slowly turned around and asked the owner of the street shop with a smile. "Boss, do you want to hire a part-time worker? I'm very cheap." The shop owner looked up and down at Tianman and waved his hand. "No. That's it." Tianman was delighted and pretended to be sorry. "Well, thank you, boss." This was in line with his current status. Even a fool would know that something was wrong with him. After saying that, Tianman turned and left. He wanted to check carefully to see where Tsunade had discovered his flaw. "Stop!" A clear shout sounded behind him at this moment, and he was so scared that his body suddenly turned cold. Master Ninja, are you looking for me?" Helplessly, Tianman slowly turned around and faced Tsunade. "Strange, why do I seem to smell the smell of my grandfather from him?" Tsunade squinted her eyes and looked at the ordinary young man opposite, with a hint of doubt in her heart. After a pause, she folded her arms and said, "Boy, I heard you seem to be looking for a job. I just happen to have a job with a good salary, are you interested?" "What a joke, I want to find you, but that is based on the fact that I am fully prepared. Now following you is no different from walking into a tiger's den." Tianman was shouting wildly in his heart, and was caught in a dilemma for a while. This. Boy, a real man should be brave and responsible. Come on, say it directly, whether it is good or not. Tsunade came up, raised her white and tender palm, and patted Tianman's shoulder several times in a row. In the process, Tianman suddenly felt a slight pain in his shoulder, as if he was pricked by a needle. Damn it! Tianman cursed secretly, and was very depressed. This blow was not enough to destroy his master-level transformation technique, but his blood was taken by Tsunade. This is a big trouble. It's just that I'm afraid that I can't complete the work assigned by the ninja master. After hesitating for a while, Tianman still refused. He just wanted to stay away from Tsunade at the moment. His blood was taken out, so it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. Haha, this is a small problem. Let's go. Yes, ninja master. Tsunade said so, what else can Tianman say? He had to agree even if he didn't agree. He could only see if there was a chance to escape later. Chapter 64 The Thousand Hand Bloodline was discovered by Tsunade. The blood contains a huge vitality. Yes, this kid is from the Thousand Hand clan, but why is the blood so cold? It's strange. Just as Tsunade turned around, a thin needle with Tenman's blood appeared in front of her mouth. In a flash, she stretched out her tongue and licked it gently, and then a look of as expected appeared on her face. "Hey, isn't this the way to the casino?" A little girl holding a pink piglet exclaimed, turning her head and looking at Tsunade in confusion. "This is not right. Isn't the casino a must-go every day? Why not go today?" "Hehe, I'm tired today, Shizune." Tsunade didn't know how happy she was at this time. Capturing a wild Senju tribe member alive was really a pleasant surprise for her. As for the enemy's conspiracy, it was impossible to think about it. Other things can be faked, but how can blood be faked? "My name is Tsunade, what's your name, kid?" Hearing Tsunade's voice in front of him, Tenman, who wanted to die, followed closely behind, raised his head and forced himself to smile. "Tsunade-sama, my name is Yotsuba." "Yato. It's Yet. Good name. There is also this explanation? Why didn't I think about it in this way before?" Tianmin sighed slightly in his heart. What is the dark under the lamp? This is that the more secrets are placed on the surface, the less attention they will get. By the way, Tsunade-sama, my job is... Tianmin sighed, and then put away his complicated emotions. What's the use of thinking about this now? People can't be resurrected after they die. Living people should look forward. This is called life. Well, his father, who was sent by Konoha to Kirigakure as an undercover agent, eventually died in the hands of Konoha ninjas because of Kirigakure's mission. This made him not know who to hate. Hate Konoha? Or hate Kirigakure? Help me massage my back every day. Ah! Tianmin's blood rushed back to his forehead when he heard this. Is this a benefit? When he thought about massaging Tsunade's shoulders and back next, the little brother seemed to have a little feeling of being ready to move. Ah! Shizune looked at Tsunade pitifully. "Tsunade-sama doesn't need me anymore." Tears almost flowed down her face. "What, is there a problem?" Tsunade was very puzzled by the screams of the two people. Such an easy job should be no problem, she racked her brains to think of this. "Thank you Tsunade-sama, but this is a bit inappropriate, right? If Jiraiya saw this, he would definitely die. Such a dangerous job should be handed over to someone else." Didn't you see Shizune glaring at him with gritted teeth? "Oh! You are not a Hina yet, haha." Tsunade flashed and instantly appeared beside Tenman, hooked his neck and dragged him forward. "You are a novice, your whole family is a novice, and I am not." "Wait, I don't seem to be a novice, Shueji, give me back my youth." When Tenman thought of his first time, he was stunned, and was dragged away by Tsunade with a look of despair on his face. Damn, he died without knowing anything. After a while, in a hot spring hotel. "Hi, comfortable, why are you looking at me like that, Yotsuba?" After taking a hot spring bath, Tsunade casually put on a bathrobe provided by the hotel and slowly walked into a lounge. This scene made Tenman's eyes go straight. It was too shocking. "No, Tsunade's technique is too powerful, I really can't stand it." He just finished shouting in his heart, and his nostrils itched, and 2 streams of blood flowed down. Tsunade seems to be afraid of blood." Tenman quickly turned his back to Tsunade and Shizune at the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shizune's screams and the sound of a body falling to the ground could be heard behind him. "Tsunade-sama." Tenman raised his hand and quickly touched his nostrils to wipe the blood off, then quickly passed it over to see how Tsunade was doing. What? When he turned around, the blood in his nostrils was no longer flowing, but gushing. He should never forget the scene in front of him. What Jiraiya almost paid with his life to not see was vividly shown in his eyes. At this moment, Tenman could no longer bear it, his limbs softened, and he fell to the ground. A moment later, the 3 people dressed neatly sat cross-legged in front of the tea table. No one spoke, it was very quiet, and there was only the sound of drinking water. The cheeks of the 3 people were red, as if they were not drinking water, but wine. Why even Shizune was like this, it's a long story, so let's not talk about it. Okay, then click it. The moment Tsunade fell, she just grabbed it. You know. Ahem. Tsunade couldn't stand this weird atmosphere. She coughed several times, then slammed the tea table and shouted. Yoshiha, help me with my back. Tenman. Big sister, your heart is as big as your chest. I raised my head slightly to show my admiration. With such a request, what could Tenman say? He could only obey. He stood up and sat behind Tsunade, then tremblingly stretched out his evil hands. This strength is not bad, keep using more strength. Tsunade squinted her eyes in comfort. It seemed that Tenman's back massage service made her enjoy it very much. By the way, Yotsuba, have you practiced chakra? After all, she was discovered. Tenman's hands trembled slightly, and his heart was lifted tightly. He was ready to escape through the window in the next second. He didn't want to try whether his body could withstand Tsunade's fist. Why, are you thinking of something sad? As the top doctor in the ninja world, how could Tenman's little movement be hidden from her perception? Well, I thought of my father. Yoshiha, your father must be great. Tsunade turned her head and looked over. Yeah. Tianmin nodded heavily, and his eyes turned red when he thought of his father Yotsuha. There was no escape, Yotsuha's father must be a clan member who hated the endless wars in the ninja world and chose to live in seclusion. In order not to let his son follow in his footsteps, he deliberately did not teach Yotsuha ninjutsu. At this moment, Tsunade's mind was full of thoughts, and she was thinking wildly. Yoshiha. Tsunade-sama, I'm fine. My father and mother died a long time ago. I am full now, and the whole family is not hungry. Tianmin touched his eyes and shook his head with a smile. I'll teach you how to extract chakra. For some reason, Tsunade couldn't help but feel an impulse in her heart, and this sentence blurted out. Ah! Tianmin looked at Tsunade in front of him and opened his mouth wide. Is this world crazy, or am I crazy? Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, actually took the initiative to teach me this mist ninjutsu. Don't want to. No, I'm just too excited. I dream of becoming a great ninja. There's nothing wrong with this sentence. He didn't lie to Tsunade. Tenman has always wanted to be the strongest ninja, standing on the clouds and overlooking the scenery everywhere. Chapter 65 Training. Very good. From now on I will teach you the chakra refining technique of the Senju clan. The chakra refining technique of the Senju clan. Tenman jumped up, stood up, and stared at Tsunade in amazement. It's no wonder he was so shocked, but the chakra refining technique of the clan is equivalent to the inner strength of the martial arts family, which is impossible for non-core clan members to access. In the few months of the Snow clan, Tianmin learned a lot of ice escape and secret techniques, but he couldn't even think about the most core chakra refining technique of the Snow clan. The chakra extraction technique he is using now is still the most basic version learned in the ninja school. Refining, extraction, a word difference, a world of difference. Tsunade-sama, I'm going out first. Shizune stood up and said goodbye to Tsunade. Although she didn't know why Tsunade-sama was so good to the young man in front of her, what happened next was not what she could listen to. Shizune, you sit down and listen together. There is no Senju now, so what is there to keep secret? Tsunade pressed her hand and sighed faintly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune was overjoyed when she heard this, put her feet together, and knelt straight down. Tianmin stared straight at Tsunade, and saw her lips moving up and down, and fell into confusion. Could it be that Tsunade has discovered my Senju bloodline? Yes, that's right. It should be the needle of blood that exposed me just now. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, it's a good thing. Time passed by, and Tsunade finished talking about the chakra refining technique of the Senju clan and explained some of the difficulties in detail. Have you learned it all? Tianmin opened his mouth and was about to nod and say that he had learned it, but he saw from the corner of his eyes that Shizune, who was sitting on the left, looked confused. She seemed to be saying, what riddles are you playing? Why don't I know anything? Don't act too exaggerated, it's not good, very bad, you will have no friends. Tsunade-sama, I still know only a little. Well, then I'll explain it to you again. Tsunade nodded, with an expression on her face. Seeing this, Tianmin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and he almost got exposed. The second time, the third time, until the fifth time, Tianmin saw Shizun's face showing a look of half-understanding, and then he smiled. Tsunade-sama, I have almost learned it. Really? Tsunade stood up excitedly, and seemed to find that this was not good. She coughed a few times, with a stern face, and said lightly, I memorized it once and successfully refined chakra. Wow! Wow! Hearing the two exclamations, Tsunade's face showed pride. If Hashirama Senju knew about it, he would definitely crawl out and despise her shamelessness. Tsunade, please add a 0 at the end. If it was Tobirama Senju, he would definitely say, Tsunade, please add 2 more zeros. Since you have learned it, let's try to refine chakra once. Yes. Tianmin's face condensed, and he stood up, then he closed his eyes and started the first chakra refinement. The next second, his face flushed. Tsunade was amazed at this scene. She was really curious about why chakra refining would turn out like this. She could only say that he was gifted. Tsunade had no idea that Tenman's body was about to explode. The chakra refining technique of the Senju clan was surprisingly effective, so good that the cells in his body seemed to come alive. This was hard for Tenman. Don't forget that his cells contained a lot of chakra. The new chakra wanted to rush out of the cells and reach the body, but the old chakra blocked the door and refused to let the new one go out. Only Tenman could understand the pain at that moment. Tenman used all his energy to control the chakra, moving out the hidden chakra little by little. It couldn't be too much, otherwise Tsunade would find it, and it couldn't be too little, otherwise the chaotic chakra in the body would directly cancel the transformation technique. After a lot of effort, he finally stabilized the chakra in his body, and then slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! Tenman, who had just opened his eyes, fell back suddenly. The scene in front of him almost scared him to death. I saw that the heads of one big and one small were almost touching his face. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Shizun, what are you two doing? Tell me, have you ever practiced ninjutsu before? Yet. Shizun stood aside, shaking her head wildly up and down, indicating that she seriously agreed with Tsunade-sama's point of view. Hi. Tianmin looked at the two women in front of him in confusion, saying that he didn't understand what they were talking about. At this moment, he was possessed by an Oscar winner. Am I crazy, or are you crazy? Who can burst out the chakra of a Chunin for the first time he refines chakra? Tsunade crossed her arms and laughed coldly. It won't explode. Looking at the terrible scene in front of him, Tianmin swallowed his saliva and wanted to be that arm. Tsunade-sama, it must be my body that has gone crazy. I don't know why, as soon as I use the chakra refining technique, the cells in my body seem to come alive and keep gushing out chakra. Really? No matter how much Tenman said, Tsunade still didn't believe it. What a joke, did he really think she was a fool, unless... Tsunade seemed to think of something and said. Stretch out your hand. Yes. Not understanding what was going on, Tenman still honestly stretched out his right hand in front of her. Hey, why are your hands so slender and so white? Hehe, maybe my body has been transformed and turned into this. In order to avoid being attacked by Tsunade and making the transformation technique invalid, Tenman took advantage of the opportunity when the two women went to the hot spring to change the mode, the transformation technique version 2.0. This 2.0 version was figured out by him based on the master level transformation technique. In one word, it is real. How can it not be real to use the proportion of your own body to become larger? Just when Tianmin was proud of his masterpiece, a white light flashed between Tsunade's fingers, and it passed across the back of his hand, leaving a shallow wound on the back of his hand. For a moment, nothing happened, Tianmin did not bleed, and Tsunade did not collapse. Before he bled, this shallow wound healed as before. This. Tsunade grabbed his palm, looked left and right. If she hadn't believed in her own strength, she would have thought she was in a genjutsu. This kind of recovery ability, no, regeneration ability, has only been seen in Grandpa. Could it be that Yotsuba's physique is the same as Grandpa's? The more she thought about it, the more shocked Tsunade was staring at Tianmin. No, this kind of thing must not be discovered. She originally wanted to inform her teacher, the third-generation Hokage, of the news of the discovery of the Senju clan. Now that she found that Tianmin had such a terrible physique, she immediately made a decision in her heart that she would personally protect him and cultivate him until he grew into a towering tree. Chapter 66 Danzo is very depressed. Let's go back to the hotel to pack up and leave this town. Tsunade waved her hand and walked out of the lounge of the Hot Spring Hotel. Now the streets of this town are full of Konoha ninjas. If they discover Tenma's special physique, it will be a big trouble. She knows the darkness of the village's high-level officials very well. Can I finally leave this ghost place? This is really great. Tenma licked the corner of her mouth with a smile and followed out. After a while, Tenma followed the two with large and small bags of things. Unlike the joy of the two people in front, he was very sad. What a pitfall, why do I have to clean up such private things and take them? Recalling the scene in the clan hall, he secretly complained. Yoshiha, walk faster. Yes, I know, Tsunade-sensei. Tianmin replied weakly. Just now, at Tsunade's request, he became a disciple. With the farewell of several Konoha, Tianmin safely left the town gate. It seems that Konoha has a clear grasp of Tsunade-sensei's whereabouts. Tianmin saw the reaction of the Konoha ninjas, but he kicked this idea out of his mind in an instant. It had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't grab the collar of the Konoha high level to ask for information. But he didn't know that as soon as they left the city gate, a ninja eagle flew into the sky and flew straight towards the direction of Konohagakure. Konoha, Hokage's office. At this time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in his prime, and his name as a ninja hero was feared by all. All countries called him the strongest Hokage in history. I don't know if this is a mockery or a taunt. Just when he was leaning over the table, not knowing what bad things he was doing, there was a bang, and the door of the office was pushed open heavily, scaring him to quickly put away the telescope technique. Seeing that it was Danzo, who was known as the scapegoat in the ninja world, who rushed in with a gloomy face, he coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment in his heart, and then said earnestly, Danzo, if you have anything to do next time, please knock on the door. Humph, this guy can also be a Hokage, and he can be a Hokage for decades. No, this can't go on. The next meeting of the upper ninja class will propose the election of a new Hokage. No need to guess, as soon as he saw Hiruzen's expression, Danzo knew what this guy had just done, and his already gloomy face became even darker. He sat down opposite Hiruzen, and then slammed the document in his hand on the desk. This is the information that my roots have intercepted from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look at the documents on the table, but leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath of cigarette, and then exhaled violently, choking Danzo very uncomfortable. Instantly, Danzo's face was very ugly, and he really wanted to stand up and fight. This bastard, doesn't he know that I practice wind escape, and the most unacceptable thing is second-hand smoke? Hehe, this is the effect I want, so that you despise me just now, really think I can't see it? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly laughed in his heart. Jokes aside, business is important, his eyes condensed, and he immediately regained his heroic demeanor. Danzo, without my order, who allowed you to monitor Uchiha? You. Danzo almost had a myocardial infarction and died for his shamelessness. Damn, who hinted to me to monitor Uchiha before? Now you turn your face against me, it's too outrageous, you can't even turn a page faster than me. Don't be angry, don't bother with such people. Danzo took a deep breath and said slowly. Don't forget, this is what the teacher told you. Hiruzen, if you have the ability, go down and ask Mr. Tobirama. Danzo's mouth corners slightly raised, and a sly flash in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally didn't have that ability, and he didn't want to have it. Good times were waiting for him. He glanced at Danzo opposite him and raised his eyebrows. The Uchiha clan is an important part of our Konoha. I will never allow anyone to destroy all this, especially in this war era. I understand, but you still have to take a look at the information collected from the Uchiha. Danzo nodded thoughtfully, especially the last sentence of Hiruzen about the war era that he listened to. Really? Then I'll take a look. As soon as he opened it, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still anymore and jumped up from his chair. He stared at Danzo with his eyes fixed on him. Is everything written here true? It's no wonder he was so shocked, but the content was too incredible. Mizunatsuki Tenman from Kirigakure was suspected to be from the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew who Mizunatsuki Tenman was. He was a rising star in Kirigakure and beat the Uchiha clan badly. Whether it's true or not, we in Konoha must bring him back as soon as possible. The Senju bloodline must not fall into other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after listening. That's right, the Senju is of great significance to Konoha and must not spread in other countries. Seeing that Hiruzen agreed with his point of view, Danzo struck while the iron was hot and continued to suggest. I suggest that Shikaku take over Orochimaru's position and let Orochimaru take charge of the task of bringing back Mizunatsuki Tenman. After all, he has had contact with Mizunatsuki Tenman. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled slightly and stared at Danzo meaningfully, which made the latter's whole body hairy. Damn, too impatient. At this moment, Danzo was extremely regretful in his heart. He exposed his relationship with Orochimaru too early. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down slowly, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, No, Orochimaru must preside over the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wind. Let Jiraiya go. The Kingdom of Soup can't fight for a while. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sentenced Orochimaru to death in his heart, and the position of the fourth Hokage had nothing to do with him anymore. Suddenly thinking of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, Without my order, the root shall not participate in this mission. Those who violate the order will be treated as defectors. I understand. In an instant, Danzo's face darkened, and his spirit seemed to be taken away. The whole person seemed to be 10 years older. He was defeated by Hiruzen again. Just at this moment, a knock on the door sounded in the ears of the two. Danzo hurriedly changed his expression and put on an expression of Don't mess with me, or I will destroy your whole family. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his partner of decades. The old man felt that he had gone too far before, so he gave Danzo a reassuring look. Danzo understood this look, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly, Come in. Yes, Lord Hokage. An Umbu gently pushed open the door of the office and walked in silently. The Umbu didn't have Danzo in his eyes. He walked straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whispered a few words in his ear, and took out a note and handed it to him. I know, you go down. Ha! He saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with a swish, the Umbu disappeared, and the door of the office was closed silently. Chapter 67 Trouble is coming. What happened, Hiruzen? As soon as the Umbu left, Danzo asked impatiently. He was very curious about what news his advisor could not know. Well, it's a small matter. Tsunade just accepted an apprentice in Fuka town. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said casually. Fuka town. Danzo frowned and savored the meaning of this sentence carefully. Sometimes the simpler the words, the more important they are. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, stood up suddenly, and pointed at Hiruzen with his mouth wide open. Has he been discovered again? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. I'm going to order Minato to bring Tsunade's new apprentice back to the village safely. Does Namikaze Minato have that strength? Don't forget that Mizunatsuki Tenman defeated dozens of Uchiha clan ninjas. The two old foxes in the office knew very well that Tenman unexpectedly came to Fuka town in the morning, and the only possibility for Tsunade to accept him as a disciple was that she discovered his Senju bloodline. Don't worry, although Minato is still young, I believe in his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen said very confidently. He was quite satisfied with this apprentice of Jiraiya, who was almost as good as he was when he was young. In that case, I have nothing to say. Danzo sat back in his chair honestly. There was a long way to go, and he didn't want to irritate Hiruzen again because of Orochimaru's matter. Yet, seeing that Danzo's attitude was not bad, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded very satisfiedly, then leaned over the table and wrote furiously, and soon finished a task list. Then he shouted, "Someone come!" "Yes, Hokage." Accompanied by a breeze, Tu Umbu knelt on one knee in front of him. "Send this to Minato Jonin as quickly as possible, and make sure to hand it over to him personally, understand? This is related to the Senju bloodline, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to be cautious." "Yes, we understand." Taking the task scroll with both hands, the two Umbu nodded heavily, stood up, and left quickly. "Well, since there is nothing else, I should also say goodbye." "Humph, you don't let me do it, but I have to do it, let's see what you can do to me." Danzo smiled coldly in his heart, if he compromised so easily, would he still be Danzo? "Wait a minute." Sarutobi Hiruzen flashed and came to Danzo in an instant. Then, before Danzo could react, he grabbed his wrist and laughed without question. "Haha, we haven't played chess properly since the teacher left. Today, play chess with me properly." "You, okay?" Looking at the cold light flashing in Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Yotoba, do you remember what I taught you just now?" Tsunade asked, looking at Tenman hanging upside down on the tree. She was amazed at the talent of this younger generation of the clan, but it was a pity that he was a little old and missed the best time to learn ninjutsu. "Tsunade teacher, are you referring to this?" Tenman's palm lit up, and a chakra knife emitting blue light appeared in his hand. Then he bent his body and stretched out his hand to swipe the branch. Facing the chakra knife, the branch was like tofu, and it broke into two pieces in an instant. Suddenly, Tianmin fell down violently. When his head was about to hit the ground, he kissed the ground with his left hand, turned over, and stepped firmly on the ground with both feet. The two women stared at all this in amazement, and they didn't even feel the saliva flowing out of their open mouths. They were really shocked, not by Tianmin's set of movements, but by the chakra knife. It has only been a short time, and he has mastered this. This is really exaggerated. Hehe, little Shizun is obsessed with your brother's handsome appearance. Tianmin rubbed Shizun's head narcissistically. "Hi, how am I small? I will be like Tsunade-sama in the future." Shizun spoke more and more quietly. At this moment, she was autistic and was hit hard by the two. Tianmin secretly glanced at Tsunade and laughed secretly in his heart. "Little girl, what are you thinking about? There is only one teacher Tsunade in the whole ninja world, and you can only be a plane in the future, parked at the airport every day. It's getting dark, let's go." Now Tsunade is also a little autistic, and doesn't want to answer Tianmin anymore. It took less than half a day to learn everything she has learned in her life. No one can stand this. In fact, Tianmin was surprised. Medical ninjutsu is different from other ninjutsu. Even if you learn it, it is useless without long-term and extensive practice. The human body is so complicated that you may accidentally others would die from treatment. Under Tsunade's training, he is now equivalent to a senior student in medical school. He has not graduated yet, nor has he entered internship, let alone postgraduate entrance examination. At night, after walking in the middle of the night, Tianmin and the other two still did not walk out of the forest, so they could only spend the night here. The three of them sat around the fire. In front of them, a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds was roasted on the rack, emitting a strong aroma of meat. The golden meat made Tianmen drool. The fire country is really rich in products. For a moment, he wanted to stay in the fire country and not return to the water country. There is no such good thing in the water country, and even if there is, he can't afford it. Just when Tianmen couldn't wait and wanted to reach out and tear off the big pig leg, Tsunade suddenly frowned and said something that made his face change drastically. "Hey, what a trouble!" At this time, he didn't care whether he would be exposed or not, and directly released his chakra perception ability. The next moment, he almost couldn't help jumping up and running away directly. But the distance between the two sides was too close at this time, so close that the other party was less than a mile away from him. Now it was too late for him to run. He could only pray that Minato Namikaze was just passing by and did not see through his transformation technique. In less than a minute, the figures of 3 small and 1 big came into his sight. They. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin, a woman who almost destroyed the world. Tianmen looked back at the 3 people who surrounded him, and his face changed 3 times. After all, he was discovered. Minato Namikaze's target is me. Minato, it's you. Tsunade still had a good impression of Jiraiya, the apprentice, and she waved her hand to signal him to sit down. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Minato Namikaze has always been like this, with his signature smile, making everyone who sees him feel very friendly. Did the old man ask you to come? When Minato Namikaze sat next to her, Tsunade sighed slightly and said, "Yes." Namikaze Minato returned honestly. He had to be honest. If his teacher knew about this, he would definitely skin him alive. He really didn't want to accept this mission, but it was difficult to be the Hokage. What if I don't agree? Tsunade knew the idea of the third Hokage. The reappearance of the Senju clan in the village would indeed boost morale, especially during the 3 wars, but it would also bring Tenma into a very dangerous situation. The tragedy of my younger brother must not be repeated. Let Tsunade be willful for once. Tsunade looked up at the starry sky, her heart was extremely firm. Chapter 68 Shock. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sensei. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak here yet. Tsunade shouted at Tenman who wanted to say something. Hey! Minato Namikaze looked at Tenman, then at Tsunade who looked determined, and was caught in a dilemma. If Chili knew that he had taken action against Tsunade-sama whom she admired, it would be hard to say whether he could enter the house in the future. Third generation Hokage, you are pitting me. Hey, Minato Mizunatsuki, if you are a man, you will fight me one-on-one, or you Mizunatsuki is a sissy, haha. Just when Minato Namikaze was in a dilemma, his good apprentice, Obito, jumped out to help him out. Uchiha Obito jumped to Shizun's side, pointed at Tenman across the fire, and mocked loudly. Well done, Obito, it was the teacher who had always misunderstood you. Minato Namikaze secretly gave Obito a thumbs up. Minato Mizunatsuki. Tsunade turned her head and looked at Tenman in confusion. Tenman sighed and stood up, then he clapped his hands violently, and with a bang, accompanied by a puff of light smoke, a person who looked more beautiful than Tsunade appeared in front of everyone. Tsunade teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you, my real name is Minato Mizunatsuki Tenman. This. You. This. Looking at Tenman opposite him, Obito was bent for a moment, and he pointed at Tenman and couldn't even speak clearly. This is impossible, my heart will always belong to Lin. After a crazy struggle in his heart, Obito's eyes finally left Tenman's face and turned to Lin. He wanted to find a trace of appreciation from Lin, admiring his perseverance. But Obito didn't expect that when he turned his eyes to Lin, he only saw a black back of the head. Lin didn't look at him at all. Lin was staring straight at Tenman. Ah, I lost. I lost to a sissy. Obito roared and vomited blood and died. The biggest boss in the ninja world vomited 3 liters of blood because he was jealous of someone's appearance. He died before he could achieve his goal. From then on, the ninja world prospered and everyone lived a shameless life. The above is just a joke, please don't take it seriously. With Obito's roar, everyone present suddenly woke up. Are you Yotsuba? If the voice was not a male voice, Tsunade would have thought that the beauty in front of her was a woman. Then the inheritance of the Senju bloodline was not a joke. No, Yotsuba is my father. He was a spy sent by Konoha to Kirigakure and has been killed by Konoha ninjas. Tenman shook his head. Even if he didn't say it, with the ninja's all-pervasive intelligence collection ability, sooner or later others would know it, so it would be better for him to say it himself. What, a member of the clan was actually sent by the village to be an undercover agent? Tsunade exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. The Senju clan! Everyone present exclaimed, all dumbfounded, they would never believe that Tenman's other identity was this. At this time, Namikaze Minato finally understood why this mission was rated as Super S level, and it was also stipulated that Minato Tenman must be brought back to the village safely. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato's eyes condensed, staring at Tenman closely. Concerning the Senju bloodline, he could no longer tolerate any personal feelings, and he had to bring Tenman back to Konoha no matter what. Are you coming? I saw you in a hurry last time, but I am looking forward to fighting you again, Minato-senpai. Tenman raised his hands. Chakra refining. Boom. All the chakra in his body cells was released, and a bright blue light suddenly emerged from his body. The strong wind extinguished the flames in front of him in an instant. Not only that, the few people who were not strong enough in the field did not even have the qualifications to look directly at him. They covered their eyes and stepped back several steps. Among the few people who retreated, Kakashi was the most unwilling. The pride in his heart disappeared under this blow. Why is there such a big gap between people of the same age? He now understands what Obito and others look at him like. In the eyes of a ninja of Minato Namikaze's level, such a night environment is no different from daytime, so he can see Kakashi's expression very clearly. Although he felt a little heartbroken, this was also one of the purposes of bringing Kakashi and others here. Without seeing the scenery outside, they will always be frogs in the well. Where are you looking at? It's really annoying to look down on you like this, Minato-senpai. Tianmin snorted coldly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted in a low voice. Ice escape, blizzard. Tianmin took a deep breath, his chest swelled quickly, and then he opened his mouth and blew out a strong wind, which brought snowflakes, and the temperature dropped sharply wherever it passed. Soon, whether it was the ground or the trees, flowers, and plants in front of him, all formed a thick layer of ice. Not good. At the moment when Tianmin exhaled, Tsunade's face changed, her body flashed, and she instantly appeared in the middle of the 4 children, with 2 in each hand, and she escaped from the range of Tianmin's ice escape. Whoosh! Tianmin saw a kunao shooting towards him, and smiled coldly on his face. Haha, I've been prepared for this trick of yours. He clapped his hands hard. Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal. Raise non. Just as Minato Namikaze appeared behind Tenman, an ice mirror contained Tenman. Boom! The energy ball flashing with blue light hit the ice mirror heavily, and the ice mirror shattered into pieces in an instant. Where is the person? A trace of doubt flashed across Minato Namikaze's face. Hehe, Minato-senpai, are you looking for me? Accompanied by Tianmin's voice, an ice spear stabbed towards Minato Namikaze's back, and the speed was like a meteor chasing the moon. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 68 Shock. Even with such a fast speed, it is not enough in front of Minato Namikaze. The ice spear pierced through the afterimage and flew straight forward. It stopped after hitting a big tree. In an instant, the big tree turned into an ice tree, shining with a faint light under the moonlight, which was very beautiful. The first round of the two people's confrontation made the eyes of the people watching from a distance open. They naturally knew the strength of Minato Namikaze, but they didn't expect that Tenman was so strong that he could fight Minato Namikaze. I'm crazy. I actually want to fight this kind of person alone. Uchiha Obito was so scared that his whole body froze and held his breath. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you. Kakashi bit his lips and swore in his heart. Hehe, this little trick still can't do anything to you, Minato Sr. Tenman slowly turned around and faced Minato Namikaze, his lips curved and pulled out a perfect smile. Space ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze's face was solemn and he said with certainty. Yes, this is what I researched myself. Tenman nodded with a smile. It was the first time he used it on the enemy, and the effect was really cool. Is the medium the ice mirror under the ice layer? Hearing this, the smile on Tenman's face froze instantly. He didn't expect that the ice mirror he hid so deeply would be discovered by Minato Namikaze in just a few seconds. This terrible observation ability really frightened him. Minato Sr., you still found it, but so what? For example, your Flying God Thunder technique. Even if the enemy knows that the medium of this technique is the Flying God Thunder spell on your kunao, what can they do, don't you think? It seems that you have also discovered me. Tenman's super sensitivity really surprised Minato Namikaze. The weakness of his Flying God Thunder technique was found out so quickly. Next, I'm going to be serious. Please don't die, Minato Sr. Ice Escape, Ice Blade Vortex Gun. A cold ice spear appeared in Tianman's hands. He lowered his head slightly and stared at the ice spear in his hand, his lips slightly raised. Senior Minato, I forgot to tell you that this ice spear will explode if it is hit by a strong force, and people within 10 meters will be killed in an instant. All animals will be destroyed. Chapter 69 Space Ninjutsu Competition. This is troublesome. Minato Namikaze stared at the ice spear in Tenman's hand. His face gradually sank. He had also heard of this ninjutsu, which was extremely powerful. Knowing it is knowing, but thinking of a good way to deal with it makes him very headache, because he wants to capture it alive. Try his strength first to see if he can collect some information. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze grabbed a Flying Thunder kunao and threw it out. Is it coming? Tenman glanced at the kunao stuck in the ice with the corner of his eye, and his pupils shrank slightly. Although he said that before, he attached great importance to Minato Namikaze. After all, the first speed in the ninja world is not a lie. Just when Tenman was cautious, Minato Namikaze, who was opposite him, suddenly shook his body, and it seemed that he didn't move, but he still saw the change in that instant. Not good. Tenman exclaimed in his heart and stabbed behind him with the ice spear. At this time, Minato Namikaze, who was standing in front of him, slowly disappeared. It turned out to be an afterimage. Seeing the ice spear stabbing at him, Minato Namikaze, who had just teleported behind Tenman, dodged the spear head with his body, and then he followed the spear handle and reached out to press Tenman's back. During this process, an energy ball formed in his palm instantly. Seeing that Tenman was about to be hit by Minato Namikaze's raise non, the next breath, his body suddenly disappeared in Minato Namikaze's eyes. Huh? A gleam flashed in Minato Namikaze's eyes, and then disappeared. Boom! Tenman, who had just teleported through the magic mirror ice crystal, was hit on the back by a raise non by Minato Namikaze, who followed closely before he could stand firmly. In the space ninjutsu competition, Tenman was completely defeated. His nerve reaction speed was good enough compared to others, but compared with Minato Namikaze, the gap was huge. Win! Minato Namikaze, who appeared on Tenman's head and was ready to make the final blow, had not yet faded his smile on his face, but his face suddenly changed, and with a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Explosion! Tenman, who was lying on the ground, groaned, and the ice spear in his hand exploded. In just a moment, the ice attribute chakra concentrated in the ice spear spread out, freezing all the trees, flowers, and plants within a radius of 10 meters, turning them into an ocean of ice. This terrible scene made everyone present sweat profusely. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze using the flying thunder technique to teleport them away at the last moment, they would have been dead. This bastard, I'm going to beat him up. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't bear it anymore, veins on her forehead, clenched her fists and stared at Tenman tightly. The feeling of being deceived was already very uncomfortable, and now it was almost. Tsunade-sama, be careful. Before Minato Namikaze finished his reminder, Tsunade suddenly stepped on the ground, leaped into the air, and pounced on Tenman. As soon as she entered the freezing range, she felt that her blood was frozen and no longer flowed, and her consciousness became more and more confused. This kid has such terrible power. Then I'm relieved. Tsunade's mouth corners slightly raised, a trace of relief flashed across her face, and then she shouted fiercely. Yin seal, open! The chakra that surged in her body instantly swept away all the frost inside and outside her body. Ah! Teacher Tsunade! Tianman, who was dizzy from the explosion, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He turned his head and saw Tsunade angrily clenching her fist and hitting him. He was so scared that he quickly rolled over, then his body shook and teleported away through the ice mirror. Boom! Tsunade punched hard on the hard ice surface. In front of her fist, the hard ice was like paper paste and instantly broke into pieces. No, it was broken into tiny ice particles. When the smoke and dust dissipated, what appeared in Tianman's eyes was a 3-meter-sized deep hole. This scene made him sweat all over. If he was hit by a punch, it would be terrible. No wonder Zelia was almost killed by Tsunade's punch. Tsunade, I really didn't mean to deceive you. Shut up, if you follow me honestly, I will pretend that nothing happened. If you don't agree, I will beat you up and take you away. Go to Konoha? If you go to Konoha, your mother who stays in Kirigakure will surely die. Tianman shook his head. Tsunade-sensei, I have my own difficulties. I can't go with you. Really? Tsunade's clenched fist creaked, she sneered, and instantly rushed towards Tianman. Facing Tsunade who regarded him as a family member, Tianman really couldn't bear to attack her, so he could only hide. For a while, the earth shook, and in a short moment the ice and snow world created by Tianman was destroyed by Tsunade's fist. Where are you looking? Just as Tianman was watching all directions and listening to all directions, ready to guard against Minato Namikaze's sneak attack at any time, Tsunade punched him hard in the abdomen. Puff! As Tianman flew backwards, he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on Tsunade's face. Ah! Blood! Smelling the blood, boundless fear came over her again, and Tsunade trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. Tsunade-sama! With a whoosh, Namikaze Minato flashed to her side, and seeing her like this, he immediately understood something in his heart. With another whoosh, he used the Hyjin Thunder technique to bring Tsunade to Shizune and the others, and left the next battle to him. Tsunade-sama! Seeing Tsunade like this, Shizune quickly formed seals with both hands. Water escape, water flow technique. She was very proficient in this technique, because in daily life, as long as Tsunade's body came into contact with blood, she was responsible for cleaning it up. Soon, under the flushing of the water, all the blood on Tsunade's body was washed away. Tsunade-sama! Seeing Tsunade stand up again after recovery and wanting to go back to fight, Shizune shouted with a worried face. Tsunade-sama, you have a good rest, I believe Minato-sensei can bring him back. Lin advised from the side, in the minds of all female ninjas in Konoha, Tsunade is like a god. Seeing Lin's eyes glancing at him, Obito jumped out and nodded frantically. Yes, yes, Sister Tsunade, Minato teacher is very powerful, don't underestimate him. Although Obito was clumsy in everything and was usually late every day, he was the most active when facing Lin. No matter what Lin asked, he would do his best to complete it, although Lin didn't ask him anything. Kakashi, what do you think? Obito pushed Kakashi with his shoulder, and Kakashi nodded coldly, making a mosquito-like sound. Yet. Boom! A dazzling light lit up in the dark night, and the eyes of several people who were admonishing Tsunade were suddenly blinded. Then two loud shouts rang in their ears. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Chapter 70 Obito's Yearning. Hi! Tsunade's punch really hurts. Tenman lay on the ground and looked at the crescent moon in the sky, and he exhaled a long breath. At this moment, he saw a kunai shot from a distance, not targeting him, but passing over his body. Not good. Tenman quickly made a seal with his right hand. Sure enough, with the kunai came Minato Namikaze, holding a kunai, and stabbed Tenman lying flat on the ground from a high position. The four looked at each other, and with a swish, Tenman disappeared under his body, and the kunai stabbed on a suddenly appeared tree trunk. Substitution Technique. Tenman Namikaze's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and he actually used a substitution technique to dodge his attack, which had never happened before. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and when he looked sideways, he found that Tenman was punching him with a fist. Just as the fist was about to hit him, Minato Namikaze threw the kunai in his hand away lightly, and he disappeared in front of Tenman. You still want to come? Dream on! Tenman snorted coldly, moved his fist slightly, and punched the spinning kunai. For a moment, blood flowed from his right hand, and the kunai was hit hard and flew away to who knows where. The disappeared Minato Namikaze appeared in Tenman's eyes again. He stood on a big tree, staring at Tenman, and secretly analyzed in his heart. Is the Kirigakure Snow clan and the Senju clan perfectly integrated? Whether in physical skills or chakra, they are much stronger than the elite Jonin. It is really difficult to defeat him without the determination to kill him. At this time, Minato Namikaze found that Tenman's exposed upper body did not even have a wound, and he took a breath of cold air again. This body recovery speed is not even as good as Tsunade-sama. Unparalleled body recovery ability, huge chakra, and terrifying strength and ice escape. Minato Namikaze felt terrified when he thought about it. This kind of power must be controlled by Konoha. Minato Namikaze's eyes condensed, and it seemed that something was spinning at high speed on the palm of his right hand, and then a faint light appeared, and then this light suddenly expanded, forming an energy ball larger than a basketball. Ninjutsu, Big Ball Raise Non. Holding the Big Ball Raise Non, Minato Namikaze flew towards Tenman. Come on! Facing the rapidly approaching Minato Namikaze, Tenman showed no fear on his face, but excitement. Minato Namikaze had been dodging, and he had long been fed up. Now he had a chance to fight. What could be more exciting than this? He clapped his hands and shouted. Ice Escape, Ice Blade Vortex Spear. He pulled his hands together suddenly, and a 2-meter-long ice spear emitting cold air was caught in his hands. Then he bent his legs and prepared to jump up to meet the flying Minato Namikaze. Then he really jumped up, only 1 meter off the ground. 1 meter off the ground? This is not enough to fill the gap between teeth. 1 meter off the ground, Tenman made a 180-degree turn, facing the ground, raised the ice spear, and stabbed it heavily. Minato Namikaze, who was still flying down from the tree in front, appeared in front of the ice spear at this time, and it was too late to dodge through the flying thunder technique. He is a human, not a god. No matter how fast his nerves react, it takes time. Facing the ice spear that was so close, he could only push the raise non in his hand. Boom! 2 concentrated chakras of various attributes collided and exploded. A dazzling light lit up in the forest, followed by a violent shock wave that swept around. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 people who were fighting. They were thrown out by the shock wave. In the air a large amount of blood gushed out like it was free. Before landing, Tenman's thumb passed over his mouth and he quickly formed a seal in the air. This is... Minato Namikaze, who was on the opposite side, saw the order of his hands forming seals, his pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately did the same action as him. The moment they landed, they did the same action, both of them pressed the ground with their right hands and shouted loudly. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. X2. Bang! The thick smoke dissipated, and two giant beasts that covered the sky and the moon appeared in the forest. Is this a summoning beast? Uchiha Obito's mouth opened wide in an O shape. What kind of monster is this kid? Kakashi jumped up and half-crouched on the tree, looking at the two giant beasts on the battlefield in horror. The huge body made him fall into an incomparable shock, and at the same time he yearned for power even more. With this kind of power, he would not follow his father's old path. Is Minato teacher okay? No, Hararin was worried. The Kirigakure kid was particularly strong. Oh my, isn't this the little girl from the Snow Valley? It's rare. Bunta held a giant pipe in his mouth, took a deep breath, and blew out a smoke ring, choking Zioxu on the opposite side with tears and coughing. Toad, you are looking for death. Zioxu was furious. Second-hand smoke was the most annoying thing for girls. As a girl, getting angry so quickly is not cute. Asshole, whether I am cute or not is none of your business. Zioxu roared. Yes, it's none of my business, but it's the little guy on your head. After all, you will sleep together in the future. Bunta took another breath and said very calmly. Bunta, what do you mean by this? Why do they have to sleep together in the future? Tsunade's body flashed, stepped on Bunta's huge body mountain a few times, and jumped on his head. Ah, Tsunade, you're here too. This is a long story. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chapter 70 Obito's Yearning. Then stop talking nonsense and get to the point. I want to know now. Okay. Bunta nodded, treating the opposite Zioxu as heir, and began to briefly tell the story of the Ice and Snow Valley. What, there is such a spiritual holy place in the world. After listening from a distance, Obito's face was full of yearning. Are you envious, Obito-kun? There was murderous intent. Obito swallowed his saliva and slowly turned his head. Lin, how is that possible? I despise this kind of behavior the most. Tsunade felt like she was going crazy after hearing this. The Senju clan had not yet spread out in the ninja world, but had given priority to multiplying in the Ice and Snow Valley. No one could accept this. No, I will never allow the Senju bloodline to spread like this. Tsunade's roar resounded through the world. Senju, bloodline, is that kid from the Senju clan? At this moment, Bunta was stunned, and he didn't even react when the giant pipe in his mouth fell to the ground. Zioxu, why is this secret so popular? It seems that everyone knows it. After listening to Bunta's story, Tenma also collapsed, as if the world would be destroyed tomorrow, and he would be the last one to receive the news. Well, okay, I told you that a contractor was killed by a stinking snake in the Dragon Cave, which almost cut off the inheritance of the Ice and Snow Valley. In order to prevent such things from happening again in the future, the Snow Wolf Immortal notified all the major spiritual holy places. Zioxu pondered for a moment, but still said this. If she didn't make it clear, she was afraid that Tianmin would misunderstand the Ice Wolf clan. Chapter 71 Take turns to appear. Thousand Hands bloodline, this is trouble. Wen Tai muttered to himself. Although he tried his best to lower his voice, it was no different from thunder when he said this with his body shape. Any questions? Seeing Wen Tai like this, Namikaze Minato's heart was immediately lifted. Problem? It's a big problem, Minato, cooperate with me to summon the two great sages. After saying that, Bunta clapped his hands without waiting for Minato Namikaze's reaction. I understand. At this time, Minato Namikaze had not yet practiced the sage mode, and could not summon the sages Fukazaku and Shima of Miyaboku Mountain. Seeing the toad like this, Zioxu on the opposite side suddenly shrank her golden vertical pupils, and the wolf hair on her body stood up. She seemed to be extremely nervous and said anxiously, "Tenman, quickly use the Gurukha Yin technique to cooperate with the natural energy in my body to summon Lady Yaeji together. You have natural energy. Don't worry about it now, it will be too late." Zioxu seemed very anxious, and shouted loudly, "I understand." Tianmin had never seen Zioxu so nervous before, and instantly realized that the toad's next move would be earth-shattering and would have a very serious impact on him. Forbidden technique, Gurukha Yin technique. Tianmin clapped his hands and shouted, and with the performance of this forbidden technique, an immeasurable amount of chakra vented from him, and the wind stopped instantly, and the sound disappeared, as if the whole world was paused. The next second, boom! A loud bang rang in everyone's ears, and for a moment they wanted to throw away everything and escape from here. Come on! Come on! Ninjutsu! Senjutsu! Summoning technique! Tianmin and Zioxu shouted at the same time. At the same time, Buntat and Minato Namikaze on the opposite side also prepared their chakras and shouted, "Summoning technique!" Bang! Everyone stared at the three wisps of smoke in the field, which made both sides curious about what they had painstakingly communicated with. Who? Tianmin knelt on one knee on the ground with a heavy breath, and sweat kept coming out of his forehead, dripping down his cheeks to the ground. This move sucked all the chakra from his body, and now it was difficult for him to even move his fingers. And next to him was a cute little girl, with her eyes closed, who had fainted. As the cold wind blew, the three wisps of smoke in the field scattered, and the figures inside gradually appeared. There was nothing to say about the two human-shaped toads, but what about the woman? Wasn't she cold? At this moment, except for Tianmin, all the male compatriots present took a breath of cold air, and at the same time their eyes were as big as a pair of electric light cannons, and they didn't even feel the blood flowing from their nostrils. There was no other sound in the field except for the sound of swallowing saliva. This is the ninja world. Yao Ji closed her eyes and took a deep breath, smelling the fragrance of nature, and couldn't help but praise. Then she turned her head to look at Tianmin, who was kneeling on the ground. "Little brat, you can lift the forbidden technique." "I can't do it." Tianmin smiled bitterly and made an ugly expression at her. "Really?" Yaeji's figure flashed and instantly appeared between Tianmin and the little girl. She stretched out her extremely white and tender hands and gently pressed them on their shoulders. As soon as they touched, Tianmin felt a cold current flowing into his body along his shoulders. "I can move." Stimulated by this cold energy, he felt that the cells in his body came alive again, squeezing out a trace of chakra. Taking this opportunity, Tianmin put his hands together and shouted in a low voice, "Garo Yin Jutsu, release." The forbidden technique was lifted, and Tianmin now felt much more relaxed. "Master Yaeji." At this moment, the fainted little girl slowly opened her eyes. When she saw who was in front of her, she struggled to remember to salute her. "Okay, Zioxu, go back and take care of your wounds first, and leave the rest to me." "Yes, Master Yaeji." With a bang, the little girl with nothing on her body disappeared. At this time, the two immortals of Mayaboku Mountain, who had already understood the current situation through Wenta, frowned. They looked at each other, nodded, and clapped their hands at the same time. Immortal technique, reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya, who was presiding over the meeting overnight, did not even explain, and disappeared in front of the Konoha ninjas with a bang. "Ah, Master Jiraiya was captured by the enemy." "Idiot, that's the reverse summoning technique." "Shut up! Do you want Kumagakure to know about this? What happened tonight must be kept absolutely confidential. Do you understand?" As the deputy commander of Konoha, Hyaga Hayashi slapped the table and shouted, "Yes!" All the ninjas responded in unison. "Am I dreaming?" When Jiraiya opened his eyes again, he saw the person who haunted his dreams. He was about to reach out and pinch the person in front of him to confirm whether he was dreaming, but he was punched away by him. Stupid Jiraiya! Ah! This was Jiraiya's scream. Teacher Jiraiya! Namikaze Minato disappeared above Bunta's head in a flash, and the next second he helped Jiraiya back. Tsunade, why are you here? Jiraiya said with a puzzled look on his face. You should ask why I am here. Tsunade's right hand shone, and the place where Jiraiya was injured by her was restored to its original state. This was also because she didn't use much strength just now. If she had hit with all her strength, Jiraiya would not be able to stand up now. If he can breathe, he is amazing. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 71. Take turns to appear. Minato, why am I here? Jiraiya nodded obediently, then turned to ask Minato Namikaze beside him. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was forced back by Tsunade. She waved her hand and shouted. Why are there so many nonsense? The most important thing now is that I catch the offspring back. Offspring? At this moment, Jiraiya was stunned. When did Tsunade have more offspring? Why didn't he know? Could it be that they were born during this time away from the village? Oh my god! Teacher Jiraiya, Tsunade said it's her clan member. Seeing him like this, how could Minato Namikaze not know what he was thinking? In order to prevent the teacher from being hit further, he hurriedly explained. Really? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade pitifully. Well, that's about right. Tsunade nodded, turned her head away, and was too lazy to look at this idiot. Is this your trump card? I'm really disappointed. If that's all, then please die. Seeing Jiraiya's second stroke, Yaoji was extremely disappointed. She was still full of hope that a strong man would come to let her rusty body move, so she waited patiently. This time the mission is to capture the child with the blood of the 1,000 hands. Jiraiya said as he turned to look at Tenman. This look was so terrible that his eyes almost popped out, and he smiled obscenely, and his nose was bleeding. As one of the 4 forbidden ninjas, Jiraiya could not bear the temptation of Yaoji. Idiot! Bang! Ah! Chapter 72. Super S-level mission failed. Hehe, that woman, don't underestimate me, I am the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had a big bump on his head, raised his right hand and gave himself a thumbs up. Oh, really? Let me see. Yaoji licked her fiery red lips and laughed, and then there were bursts of swallowing sounds, with Jiraiya and Minato making the loudest sounds. Humph! Tsunade snorted coldly, and Jiraiya beside her trembled all over. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Tsunade with the corner of his eye. Seeing that she didn't make any other movements, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes suddenly focused and became serious. 2 sages, use the sage mode. Here we go, little Jiraiya. Fukazaku and Shima jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Sage mode, open. At this time, with the help of the 2 Myobokushin sages, Jiraiya naturally didn't need to prepare for so long as in the original work to open the sage mode. He put his hands together and quickly opened the not-so-perfect sage mode. Hurry up and defeat this coquettish woman and take that 1,000-handed kid back. As a female creature, Shima Sage has long been unhappy with Yaoji. Well, the mother uses fire escape, and little Jiraiya uses oil. Okay. Jiraiya jumped high and jumped over Bunta's head. In midair, the 2 toads clapped their hands at the same time. Senjutsu, Gomen. The fire, wind, and oil spewed out of their mouths, combined into an extremely terrifying flame, as if burning the dark sky. Haha, interesting. Yaoji put one hand on her waist, looking at the raging flames from afar, with no fear on her face, but a hint of admiration. Just as the flames were about to approach her, she opened her mouth and spit out a continuous stream of biting cold wind. As soon as the cold wind left her mouth, it instantly turned into a raging gale, and the gale with frost slammed into the rolling flames. There was no collision sound, no explosion sound, because the wind froze the fire and ice at the moment the two came into contact. Accompanied by the sound of condensation, the ice quickly spread along the flames to the source. This exaggerated scene made Jiraiya feel that he was in an illusion. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, it was too shocking. "Get out of the way, little Jiraiya!" Fukazaku Sage roared. "Well." Jiraiya nodded, made a seal with his right hand, and appeared on the ground with a bang, avoiding the strong wind. But he avoided it, so what about Minato Namikaze and his group behind him? Not good. Tsunade's face changed. Just when she was about to use the summoning technique to summon a slug to block them in front, her eyes blurred. When she saw the environment in front again, she found that she had moved to another place. What is this? Tsunade looked at Minato Namikaze beside her with a very complicated expression. In addition, Wenta's huge body could be teleported at any time. At this moment, she felt that she was old. Minato Namikaze had just teleported everyone away with the Flying Thunder technique, and the raging wind blew over. As long as it was within the path of the wind, no matter what it was, it would freeze into ice in an instant. Soon, the temperature of this forest suddenly dropped by about 10 degrees. It was already cold and now it became even colder. What a terrible technique! We must use close combat to confirm her close combat ability. Just one strike changed the climate. This kind of terrifying power was something Jiraiya had never seen in his decades as a ninja. He frowned and stared at Yaeji, who was smiling opposite him. He had underestimated this sexy woman just now, but now he was indifferent to her. Super large jade rays non. Jiraiya's body shook and he ran towards Yaeji, who was standing in place. At the same time, he moved his right hand, and a blue energy ball more than 1 meter long and rotating at high speed was formed instantly. It's a bit interesting, but I can do this too. Yaeji raised a finger, and suddenly a snow-white liquid ice ball larger than Jiraiya's was spinning rapidly on her finger. The ice ball exuded a suffocating chill, and in an instant, ice flowers fell around the ice ball. It's so cold. Sitting on Tianmen behind Yaeji was also affected by the ice ball and shivered. Even his physique was frozen like this. It is conceivable that if this ice ball explodes, how terrible its power will be. Jiraiya, who was running at high speed, felt that the blood in his body seemed to be frozen before he got close, and even the thinking speed of his brain slowed down. He couldn't help but stop and stepped back a few steps. Looking at the terrible ice ball, a gloomy flashed across his face. Why do you know this trick? Hehe, is this difficult? Otherwise, where do you think the tailed beast jade was learned from, and... After saying this, Yaeji's body suddenly paused, as if she received some news and stopped. She shook her head and put away her raised fingers. Suddenly, the suffocating ice ball slowly dissipated in the air. Haha, you are lucky, let's go. After saying that, she turned around and helped Tianmen on the ground, jumped up, jumped into the night sky, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Hi! What a scary woman! As soon as Yaoji left, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground powerlessly. He had never been as powerless as tonight. Although the two of them only exchanged 2 moves, no, 1.5 moves, he was like a child in front of the woman. At this time, Jiraiya had already seen that the woman was just playing with him and had not used her real skills at all. Whoosh! Teacher Jiraiya, where is the Kirigakur kid? As soon as he appeared, Minato Namikaze asked. It was not that he did not care about his teacher, but Tenman was too important to Konoha. What child? Do you think I am like this now? Do I look like I have completed the task? Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground, pointed at himself and said. I tell you, Minato, the more beautiful a woman is, the scarier she is. You must stay away from beautiful women in the future, understand? Thinking of the scene just now, Jiraiya was scared. This meaningless death was not his style. He still had many wishes that had not been fulfilled. What did you say? So cold. Jiraiya slowly turned his head, facing Tsunade's death gaze, and smiled flatteringly. Tsunade, I was joking with Minato just now, do you believe it? Go to hell, bastard! Bang! Ah! Teacher Jiraiya! A moment later, a group of people sat around the fire. Except for Jiraiya, who had 2 big lumps on his head, everyone else was intact. But the atmosphere was very depressing at this time. No one spoke, even the usually carefree Obito shut up honestly. After a long silence, Tsunade suddenly said decisively, I want to go to the land of water to bring back Tenma. What? Chapter 73 Infinite Bungee Jumping. No, I will never allow you to do this. Seeing Tsunade's determined face to go to the water country, Jiraiya jumped up and shook his head frantically. What a joke, it's wartime now, Tsunade who has hemophobia will definitely die if she goes to the water country. Seeing Jiraiya glance at him with a look of help, Namikaze Minato temporarily gave up the idea in his mind and persuaded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. In fact, he had the same idea as Tsunade, but that was based on the collection of intelligence. Now rushing in rashly would only attract the attention of the mist, which would be even more troublesome. After thinking for a while, Namikaze Minato said again. Tsunade-sama, I see from Tenman's expression that Kirigakure seems to have someone important to him, otherwise, with the reputation of Blood Mist Village, he would not be so determined to stay in Kirigakure. Kirigakure's Blood Mist Village is notorious in the ninja world, and everyone knows it. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Minato-sensei is right, that sissy must have something to hide. On the other side, Obito nodded frantically. At this time, he was still a warm-hearted boy, and he had no idea that he would implement a policy in Kirigakure that was more terrifying than Blood Mist Village in the future, and almost wiped out the Kirigakure blood trace family. Is that so? Tsunade is now worried, otherwise she must let Obito, the future big boss, feel in advance why the flowers are always so red. That's right. Let's go back to the village first and let the intelligence personnel in Kirigakure investigate it. We can persuade the brat next time we see him. Seeing a bit of relief on Tsunade's face, Jiraiya slapped his thigh suddenly. Because he was too strong, the expression on his face was very funny, and everyone laughed, including Tsunade. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere was swept away. Tsunade stood up and waved her hand, shouting, Go back to Konoha. Oh! After an unknown amount of time, Tianman's legs softened and he fell to the ground and retched. The terrible scene was deeply imprinted in his mind. Yaeji, you bastard, don't you know that I am very weak now? It's okay to pull me to do bungee jumping with one hand, but you also sat on it countless times. Who can stand this? Tianman retched while cursing Yaeji, the instigator, in his heart. This is... Suddenly, Tianman's retching stopped, and he stared at everything in front of him in amazement. Here. This is near the Mist Front camp. He couldn't forget the environment here. Because the place where he is now is exactly where he killed the woman of the Snow Clan. Since it has only been a few days, even the traces of their battle have not been buried by nature. Yes, I'm still okay, haha. Yao Ji put her hands on her hips and laughed very proudly. Since Tianman was lying on his stomach, Yao Ji stood and looked from his angle. He felt a little nosebleed. Yao Ji saw this scene, her mouth corners slightly raised, and she stretched out her tongue to lick her lips. Do you want to do something to cultivate your sentiments while your sister still has time? Hearing this, Tianman shuddered all over, and didn't bother to wipe the nosebleed. He crawled back with his hands and feet. No. What a joke, he still wants to live a few more years. The last time was an accident. He was unconscious and didn't know anything. When he woke up, he must not make this example. Tisk, it's really boring, I'm leaving. With a bang, accompanied by a light smoke, there was no Yao Ji in front of Tianman. Hi! This scary woman is finally gone. Tianmin trembled all over whenever he thought of Yaeji's murderous eyes. He didn't want to be like Mizunatsuki Kiyomi, who became so weak after being over 50. After lying on the ground for a while, he squeezed out some chakra from his body cells. Although this chakra was not even a drop in the bucket of his heyday, it was enough for him to sneak into the front camp of Kirigakure. After a while, Tianmin quickly passed through the dense forest under the moonlight, and then sneaked into the camp silently and touched the tent where his ice clone was. Who? At the moment he pulled the curtain, a Kunao attacked him head-on. "It's me," Tianmin said in a low voice. The next breath, the Kunao stopped in front of his pupil. "Main body, why can't I sense your chakra?" The ice clone shook his head and took back the Kunao. If the main body was killed by the clone, it would definitely become the funniest cold joke in the ninja world. "Who is it?" "Tenmin." "Oh my god, why are there two Tenmins? Am I still asleep?" Although Tenmin and his ice clone only caused a little noise, it was enough to wake up Mei Terumi and Shinjitsu Kizuki who were sleeping. As ninjas, if they were not vigilant, they would be beheaded by the enemy sooner or later. Tenmin moved and flashed into the tent. The first thing he did when he came in was not to remove his ice clone, but to stand in front of Mei Terumi and stretch out his evil right hand towards her. "What?" Seeing this scary move, Mei Terumi pulled up the quilt very carefully, wrapped herself tightly, leaving only a cute little head exposed, and quickly shook her head left and right. "Knock. Ugh. It hurts." "Stupid, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and take out the food. I'm starving to death." Tenmin's words were not exaggerated. His stomach had long been so hungry that he didn't feel anything. Now he felt a burning pain all over his body. This was the body cells reminding him that if he didn't replenish nutrition, they would go on strike collectively. Oh! As if she was stunned by Tenmin's blow on the head, Mei Terumi became a bit naive. She sat up directly, not noticing that Kizuki was staring at her and drooling, or that Tenmin's ice clone was standing between them in an instant. As for Tenmin himself, he could only look at it reluctantly. "Here you go." Mei Terumi picked up a large seal scroll from the bedside and handed it to Tenmin. "Thank you." As Tenmin took the scroll, he pointed with a smile, giving her a kind reminder. "Ah!" Mei Terumi's screams spread far and wide in the dark night. "Be good. Stop screaming, help me remove the seal first. Go to hell." Hit by this punch, Tenmin's body flew out heavily, and a mouthful of blood spurted out the moment he flew out of the tent. Mei Terumi's punch was not very heavy, but Tenmin was too weak at this time, so weak that he couldn't even withstand her punch. "Ah! Tenmin! Main body! Tenmin!" This sudden change made the three people stunned. They didn't react for a while. When they heard the sound of landing, they came back to their senses and shouted in a hurry. The ice clone flashed, and Tenmin, who fell outside the tent, was quickly carried in by him. "Clone, go out and send away those patrolling ninjas. Don't let them find out about my situation," Tenmin said very weakly. "Yes." Chapter 74 The Visitor. So cool. Tianmin patted his bulging belly and breathed a sigh of relief with great satisfaction. At this time, he saw that Mei Terumi's eyes were tearful and she looked very self-blaming. He smiled and stretched out his little finger to gently scratch her nose. "Hee, it's none of your business, idiot." Instantly, Mei Terumi burst into laughter and relaxed. "Tenmin, what happened to you just now?" The ghost lamp Zinyu squatting on the side was also confused. He really couldn't understand why Tianmin was beaten like that by Mei Terumi's punch. It wasn't during the ninja school. Haha, this is a long story. Anyway, if you are in any position in the future, if you encounter a blonde Konoha ninja during a mission, just give up the mission and run away immediately. As for the rest, Tenmin didn't want to say more. His apprenticeship with Tsunade must be kept secret. If the village leaders knew about it, they would definitely put him on the list of defectors. At that time, it would not be just the Snow Clan dealing with him. Why, is he very strong? Tenman's words really upset Hojiki Shinjitsu. As a mist ninja, how could he give up the mission so easily? What a joke! He is very strong. Let me tell you this. 10 jonins facing him will be killed by him at the same time. Tenman understood Hojiki Shinjitsu's expression, but as a teammate, he still patiently explained why. After all, as long as the war is not over, the two sides will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. Facing Namikaze Minato, one more or one less is not much, anyway, they will die in seconds. Ah! Seeing that Tianmen was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Hojiki Shinjitsu sat down on the ground. This really shocked him. How could a jonin, the elite of a village, be cut like a cabbage? Unlike Hojiki Shinjitsu's reaction, Mei Terumi's heart was lifted up again when she heard it. She asked nervously. You didn't become like this because you met him, did you? Well, I'm lucky to have a life. If it was a life and death fight, he would not be a match for Minato Namikaze, but it would be hard to say when he finished practicing the Sage Mode. Hey, that's not right. By the time I finished practicing the Sage Mode, Minato Namikaze seemed to have died. Tianmen shook his head and fell asleep instantly. Soon, a deafening roar sounded in the tent. It can't be blamed on him. He was really too tired. He had experienced several battles in just 24 hours. If it weren't for the terrible physique of the Senju clan, he would have died long ago and would not have been able to support it until now. Mei Terumi and Kazuki Hojiki turned their heads and looked at each other, extremely speechless. The next day, no, it was noon on the third day. Tianmen slept soundly and felt extremely refreshed. So refreshing! He sat up and stretched, opened his mouth and let out a satisfied exclamation. Sure enough, sleep is the best way to rest. At this time, he felt that his body cells were no longer half dead, but full of vitality. At the same time, the amount of chakra in his body also returned to its peak. It can be said that he is now in the strongest state. How long have I slept? Tianmen looked around and found that there was no one else in the tent except the ice clone and him, so he asked. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Release. With a light shout from him, the ice clone disappeared with a bang. Well. I've been sleeping for 2 days, no wonder. Tenman shook his head, feeling a little dizzy, but that was all. The addition of the two bloodlines was not as simple as 1 + 1, but an infinite increase. His mental strength and physical strength were terrifying. In the dizzy memory shock, he quickly sorted out all the memories of the ice clone in the past few days. Strange, why are Mei Terumi and Shinjitsu Kazuki working so hard? Could it be that I hit them? Tenman sat cross-legged on the bed, touching his smooth chin and thinking carefully. Through the memory of the ice clone, he knew that during the few days when he was away, Mei Terumi and Shinjitsu Kazuki went out early and came back late, and trained crazily in the forest outside the camp, and their efforts were catching up with Emperor Kai. He didn't think about it. Everyone was originally at the same starting line. No, it should be said that Mei Terumi and Shinjitsu Kazuki were stronger than him, but after graduating from the ninja school, he took a rocket, oh no, it was a spaceship to improve his strength. No one could stand this, especially after being surrounded and killed by the Konoha ninja last time. The two of them could not stand it even more, and their self-esteem was greatly hit. Huh? This chakra, is it her? Suddenly, Tianmen, who was in deep thought, raised his head abruptly and stared straight at the camp gate. I didn't expect that the idiot Mizunatsuki Kiyomi would send her here. Doesn't he know about our relationship, or is this some kind of signal? Tianmen stood up and walked back and forth in the tent barefoot. He was really tangled in his heart. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi's sudden move was really beyond his expectation. It's already like this, should we accept his kindness? No matter what conditions he puts forward, ensuring the safety of my mother must be the first condition. If his mother hadn't been frozen in Kirigakure, he would have gone to Konoha with Orochimaru. How could he still stay in this broken place? Except for a few people, the rest of the Snow Clan should be full of hatred towards me. He didn't care whether those people hated him or not. After more than a month of observation, he found that the Snow Clan was just like the Kaguya clan. They were all hated by everyone. If nothing unexpected happened, the Snow Clan would be quickly exterminated after Mizunatsuki Kiyomi's death, which was faster than he had expected. No, I must develop a technique to move my mother as soon as possible. I must not be buried with the Snow Clan. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 74 The Visitor. Tenman frowned, quickly put on his clothes, tied the mist-hidden headband on his forehead, and then turned around and walked out of the tent. After a moment, he lay softly on a treetop, looking relaxed and comfortable. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he chuckled. Haha, why didn't you tell me when you came so that I could pick you up, Sister Ying? Swish! Suddenly, more than a dozen Kirigakure Umbu flashed out and surrounded Tianmen in the middle. They stared at Tianmen in the middle with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. Tianmen didn't seem to feel the murderous aura emitted by these Umbu. He turned over and jumped from the treetop to the ground, and walked towards an Umbu with a very beautiful figure with a smile. My dear sister, your brother misses you so much. Traitor, die! An Umbu next to the female Umbu stared at Tianmen, who was getting closer and closer, and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He shouted loudly, and then he quickly formed seals with both hands. Ice escape, Yan Chawixu. Hehe, I'm talking to my sister Ying, don't interrupt me if you're trash. As Tianmen spoke, a breath of cold air blew out of his mouth and blew towards the flying ice particles. His inspiration for this move came from Yaeji, who used ice attribute natural energy, while he used ice attribute chakra. Shinichi, get out of the way. Seeing the dense ice particles flying backwards, the female Umbu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then her body shook and jumped nearby. While she was getting out of the way, she shouted to remind her impulsive subordinate. Chapter 75 Collect some interest. No matter how the female Umbu ninja called out, Shinichi stood there in fear, motionless. Until Tianmen's playful eyes moved away from him, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Hoo! He panted heavily and looked up at Tianmen in front of him, as if he was looking at a ghost. It was so scary that the murderous aura alone made him feel like he was in hell. Haha, disaster comes from the mouth. I'll pull out your tongue if you dare to talk nonsense next time. Tianmen smiled and patted Shinichi's shoulder, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and slowly walked towards the extremely seductive female Umbu. Sister Ying, you can't destroy the friendship between us brothers and sisters because of such a small matter. How is this possible? Mizunatsuki Ying glanced at the land ravaged by the cold wind with the corner of her eyes. The white world of ice and snow shocked her. Looking at Tianmen, who was walking towards her, she really couldn't understand. It was only more than 2 months, and the child who was still in her arms at that time had become so scary and so strange. When she heard Tianmen talking about friendship with her, the nameless anger in her heart suddenly burned up. She took off the mask, revealing the face that would make anyone drunk, and said in a cold voice, "What about Hua and Xin, and those tribesmen who died in your hands? Them? They are just ants on the roadside. What about me? Sister Ying, you are naturally different from them. What if I want to deal with you?" Ying really couldn't understand Tianmen's perverse logic and questioned again. Tianmen frowned so hard that Ying felt cold inside, and said something that made her tremble all over. If this happens, Sister Ying will no longer be my sister. Whoever dares to block his progress is Tianmen's enemy, and he will naturally give the most severe blow to his enemy. This is the truth that Tianmen has always believed in. You. Hearing this, Ying laughed in anger. Good, very good. She raised her eyebrows halfway and said with a gloomy face. Mizukage order, capture this ruthless and ungrateful traitor. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Yes. The dozen or so Umbu nearby had been ready to move, just waiting for this sentence, and heard it. All of them answered loudly. Tianmin slowly raised his finger, and his thin lips curled up into a wicked smile. Hehe, I wonder if Sister Ying has heard of Konoha's Minato Namikaze. What? Ying, who had already retreated, heard him say this, and a trace of doubt flashed across her face. She had naturally heard of Konoha's Minato Namikaze, a rising star ninja who had recently become famous in the ninja world, but what did this have to do with her? Because I'm almost the same as him. Just as the group of Umbu flew up and pounced on him, countless small ice mirrors suddenly appeared in the forest, densely distributed on the ground and on the trees. Sister Ying, please don't close your eyes, I'm coming. The smile on Tianmin's face instantly froze gloomy and terrifying. Thinking of the legend of Minato Namikaze of Konoha, Ying's body suddenly turned cold and she shouted in a hurry. Stop it! Unfortunately, when her voice fell, except for Shinichi who was kneeling on the ground and had not had time to get up, all the subordinates she brought with her had fallen into a pool of blood, making helpless gurgling sounds, because Tianmin used the chakra knife to cut their necks through the magic mirror ice crystals arranged in advance almost at the same time. Sister Ying, what are you talking about? Tianmin turned around and smiled at Ying behind him, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Illusion, Nirvana Jingshi technique. Shinichi Mizunatsuki, who was unprepared, lowered his head and fell asleep in the flying feathers. Now you can give me what Mizunatsuki Kiyomi gave you, Sister Ying. How did you know? Hearing Tianmin's words after Tianmin said this, Ying's expression finally changed. She stared at him in disbelief. Haha, is it difficult? Except for this useless person next to you, none of the Umbu you brought is a ninja from the Snow Clan, and none of them is a Jonin. After saying this, Tianmin looked at the corpses on the ground, frowned as if he thought of something, and relaxed the next second. He glanced at Ying in front of him in a very strange way and smiled. Sister Ying, you have a very bad heart. What do you mean? Ying waved her hand and an ice chair appeared under her. Then she sat down, crossed her legs, and stared at Tianmin, as if she could see through him. Because so far, I haven't attacked ninjas from other tribes in Kirigakure. Tianmin said while forming a seal with his hands. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Bang! They are in your hands. I understand, original body. It's useless. Tomorrow, Kirigakure will spread rumors that you killed ninjas from the Kagaya clan and the Terumi clan. Ying, who was sitting on the ice chair, spoke at this time. Sister Ying, if I were Mizunatsuki Kiyomi, I would definitely choose you as the next clan leader instead of Mizunatsuki Jin, that rubbish. Tianmin walked over and stood in front of her, staring at that beautiful face with a sincere look. Oh, really? What's the difference between Ren and me? We're going to be husband and wife soon anyway, after all, husband and wife are one. It's different. You are you and he is him. If he wasn't so stupid and cared too much about his reputation, I would have died countless times. Why would you need to use such a despicable method to save the reputation of the Snow Clan now? Tianmin stretched out his right hand and gently stroked her smooth and fair face. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 75 Collect some interest. That's right, if Mizunatsuki Jin came to kill Tenman in the Snow Clan's territory, Tenman really couldn't stop him. Even if Mizunatsuki Kiyomi got angry at that time, what's the use? People die and it's all over. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi can't destroy him. It's not that easy to train another successor to the clan leader. Yes, that jerk, I don't know how many times I have hinted to him secretly, but he doesn't seem to understand the meaning of these. Sure enough, without your acquiescence, how could your top subordinate Mizunatsukika attack me, but she didn't expect that my strength is not what it used to be. Why, are you going to kill me? Ying stared at Tianmin, with no fear on her face, as if life and death had nothing to do with her. Naturally, I will always give the most violent attack to the enemy, and I have cast a barrier here, no one can enter without my permission. Then come on. Ying closed her eyes, ready to close her eyes and wait for death. Suddenly she felt something was wrong, and suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Ah! What are you doing? Hehe, naturally I will launch a fierce attack on you. There is nothing wrong with this, Tianmin just changed away, he whispered. Transform. Transformation 2.0 version is online again. After an unknown amount of time, Ying took out a scroll from her bosom and handed it to Tianmin. This is what the clan leader gave you. Is this the condition proposed by Mizunatsuki Kiyomi? Yes. Ying nodded with an alluring blush on her face. Spreading out the scroll, Tianmin carefully read the contents word by word. After a moment, he closed the scroll, pondered for a while, and then turned to Ying beside him and said, "Go back and tell him that I agree to these conditions." Chapter 76 New Year. Hehe, that tasted pretty good just now, original body. The shadow clone came over with a wretched face and pushed Tianmin with his shoulder. Humph. Have you finished dealing with those umbu corpses? After the seductive back disappeared from his sight, Tianmin turned around and faced his shadow clone. That's a must, don't you see who I am? Looking at the stupid shadow clone in front of him, Tianmin was extremely speechless. Is this my true face? Impossible. Forget it, I'll check it myself to see if there are any loopholes. Solve. Bang. At the same time, 4 bangs sounded in this dense forest where people couldn't see. That's right, he didn't lie, he really set up a barrier in this dense forest, and it was set up by 4 shadow clones. Memory is transmitted back. They're all burnt to ashes. It seems my shadow clone is doing a good job, but it's just 1 step away. Tianmin lightly jumped to the top of the tree. Water escape, water wave. The water stream spewed out from his mouth, swept down, and instantly washed away all traces, including the traces of his fight with Ying. That's almost it, let's go. His figure flashed and disappeared in the dense forest. Master Ying, what am I doing? Shinichi Mizunatsuki, who had just woken up, opened his eyes and saw the beautiful and moving back. He quickly supported himself with his hands and stood up. His voice interrupted Ying's meditation. Her eyes moved away from the stream in front of her and turned to her. When you wake up, inform the clan leader and tell him that he agrees. Yes. The cold and ruthless eyes made Shinichi tremble all over and he quickly lowered his head. Shinichi naturally knew who he was referring to. Although he was very indignant, this was the clan leader's decision and he was powerless to change it. He just ninjutsu, summoning technique. He slapped the ground heavily with a bang. When the light smoke dissipated, a white eagle appeared in front of him. Go! The white eagle nodded to him very spiritually, flapped its wings, and flew straight into the sky. Let's go back to the village. Yes. Ying paused after running for only 2 steps, and then her steps became a little strange. This is Shinichi, who was behind her, saw it clearly, and a trace of shock flashed across his face. As a person who had experienced it, he knew too well that this situation would only happen to women who had menstruated. Could it be? Shinichi, I remember you have a lovely sister. At this moment, Ying's cold voice came to his ears. Hearing this voice, his body trembled violently, and he replied in a pleading tone. Yes, Lord Ying, she is only 6 years old. Really? Lord Ying, I know what to do. Haha. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a boring but fulfilling new year has passed. The cold winter has passed, and spring is coming. In the past month, there has been almost no major war in the ninja world, and even the most tragic wind and fire battlefields have stopped. It seems that the major ninja villages took advantage of this new year window to accumulate strength and brew a more terrible war. Although the war has stopped, the intelligence personnel and envoys of the major ninja villages have become more active, traveling back and forth between the major ninja villages, forming alliances, and having some flavor of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period. Die! Bang! Tianmen's right hand slashed directly on the back of the sneak attacker's neck, and the attacker's body softened and fainted directly. Damn, it's another brainless Kaguya clan. Tianmen stared at the sneak attacker on the ground with a sullen face. At this moment, he really wanted to step on this guy to death, but if he really did so, he would fall into Ying's plan. When the news that he killed many members of the Terumi clan and the Kaguya clan's umbu spread from the Kirigakure village, he didn't know how many times he had experienced such sneak attacks. Most of them were Kaguya clan ninjas, and there were also a small number of Terumi clan ninjas. But this was not the most troublesome thing for Tianmen. What troubled him the most was Terumi Mei. He didn't know what her clan members said to her. She had moved out of the tent where the 3 of them lived together, and even Kizuna Shinjitsu did the same. Tianmen hadn't seen them for more than a month, and the Yagura squad was already dead in name only. Forget it, when the war is over and I return to the village, the Yagura squad will also be disbanded according to the arrangement made by Mizunatsuki Kiyomi for me. Tianmen glanced at the sneak attacker on the ground, and his figure flashed, leaped onto the big tree, and then stepped hard on the branches. As the branches bent, his body shot out and disappeared. His time was precious, so there was no time to waste here. He had to find food before dark, otherwise he would be hungry again today. Because the war suddenly stopped, the idle mist ninjas almost captured all the beasts in the nearby forest to satisfy their appetite. Tianmen had no choice but to go to a farther place to find food. Who told him that he had no money? He couldn't even afford fish roe rice, because everything in the mist-hidden canteen now cost money. It smells so good. Tianmen, who was walking through the forest looking for prey, suddenly stopped and looked at the direction where the fragrance came from. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an inexplicable smile. Hee, it's a waste not to eat the fat meat that's delivered to your door. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and flashed out like a sharp arrow. Ah! After a fierce battle that made his blood boil, Tianmen sat in front of the fire, drooling at the fragrant barbecue in front of him. He was very hungry now, especially after this battle. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chapter 76 New Year Muji Ninja of Water Country of Konoha Memories of Many Days. Hehe, Sister Ying, why are you not enjoying yourself in the Hidden Mist Village, but coming to the front line to suffer? Don't you miss me? Mizunatsuki Ying tidied her messy hair and rolled her eyes at Tianmen who was sitting next to her. This little bad guy came. Well, I'm waiting for you here on purpose. In the eyes of those who are interested, Tianmen's activities are not a secret. This is mainly because Tianmen himself has never thought of keeping it secret. He is not going to do anything bad, so why should he keep it secret? Oh! Looking at Tianmen's weird smile, Ying's extremely beautiful face turned red to her ears. Bah, don't think about this every day at such a young age. You should improve your strength, okay? As she spoke, she laughed herself. Tianmen's current strength is something she even looks up to. Normal people can't stand Ying's smile, including Tianmen. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hehe, when I'm with Sister Ying, if I don't think about this, then what should I think about? Change. Ah! The 2.0 version of the transformation technique that had just been lifted was online again. Tianmen raised the corners of his mouth and smiled evilly, and his hands formed seals again. Water escape, water flow technique. What are you going to do? Looking at everything in front of him, a trace of panic flashed across Ying's face. The battle broke out as soon as it started. The 2 of them used water escape and ice escape, and they fought one after another. After several entanglements, there was no winner. Gradually, the 2 entered a tug of war, and no one was willing to give in. In the end, Tianmin gradually gained the upper hand with the abnormal physique of the Thousand Hands. In order to achieve the final victory and end this continuous battle, he used his last trick and clapped his hands hard. Ice escape, ice spear continuous bullet technique. This ice escape pierced, Ying could no longer withstand it, and knelt down and begged for mercy directly. Chapter 77 Retreat. Tenman, the war is over. Ying Yuya said in Tenman's arms. Sister Ying, what's going on? How could the war end? He remembered that the Third Shinobi World War was fought for many years. The Cloud Village has turned its army around and entered the land of Earth the day before yesterday. Ah! In the spring of Konoha 47, the Cloud Village, whose army gathered in the land of Hot Springs, suddenly turned around and broke into the land of Earth. The only Uegakuer that had not yet ended the Third Shinobi World War was forced to join the war, and the shadow of the Cloud Village, the third Raikage, was about to start the most glorious moment of his life, fighting 1 against 10,000, although he didn't know this yet. 3 days later, in order to prevent themselves from becoming the main target of Konoha's main force, all members of the Kirigakuer army evacuated the Land of Fire and set out on the road home. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he received the news that the Kirigakuer army was returning home by boat, he almost fainted with excitement. Do you know how difficult it was for him these days? He could hardly sleep every night. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Konoha's current difficulties. Konoha was fighting on 3 fronts, and its troops were almost compressed to the limit. What was even more terrifying was that there was Uegakuer watching covetously. If Uegakuer also launched an attack on Konoha, Konoha, which had no troops to send, could only let these old guys go into battle. Shao De-sama, bless Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the information about Kirigakuer's retreat tightly in his hand, and then he wiped the tears from his eyes. Come here. Yes, Lord Hokage. An Umbu flashed in and knelt on one knee in front of him. Gather all the Jonins who are still in the village. I want to start a Jonin meeting. Yes. After a while, the Jonins who were still in Konoha village gathered in the large conference room on the first floor of the Hokage building. Everyone, I have decided to mobilize all the ninjas on the front line and concentrate all our efforts to defeat Sand Village in one fell swoop. As soon as the meeting began, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw out such a bombshell, which was unexpected by everyone present. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage in disbelief. Hiruzen. Danzo jumped up and stood up. He was also frightened by Sarutobi Hiruzen's boldness. If the ninja troops on each line were withdrawn, it would not be so easy to gather again. What if Kumigakuer and Uegakuer made a feint and joined forces to attack Konoha? What should they do? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes swept across the audience, suppressing everyone present to the point of being breathless. At this moment, the momentum of the ninja hero was fully demonstrated. Tsunade will be the commander of the army this time, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya assisting. Ah, Lady Tsunade! Is Lady Tsunade back in the village? With Lady Tsunade here, we have no problem. The most terrifying thing about Sand Village is the poison and puppets. With Lady Tsunade there is nothing to be afraid of. At this time, all the senior ninjas present no longer have the hesitation just now, but are full of excitement, and some are even full of murderous intent. Bang! In the Hokage's office, Tsunade rushed in with an angry face and slammed her palm on the table. Old man, I want to go to Kirigakuer to bring back Tenma, not command any army to fight. Oh, these 3 disciples are really worrying. Looking at the furious Tsunade in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen only had a bitter smile in his heart. He grabbed his pipe and took a deep breath to cheer himself up. Tsunade, the teacher also wants you to go to Kirigakuer to bring back the Senjo clan members now, but the teacher is really worried about letting you sneak into Kirigakuer alone. After defeating Sand Village, the teacher will have the spare energy to send elite ninjas to go with you, okay? Seeing that Tsunade's face seemed to be a little relaxed, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately added. And you have also seen the information from Kirigakure. The kid's mother was seriously injured and frozen in the clan land of the Snow Clan. Even if you go, how can you bring them back? Many secrets in the ninja world are not secrets to some people, not to mention that the situation of Tenman's mother is not a secret at all. Almost all the members of the Snow Clan know it. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's last words, Tsunade opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. As long as the boy's mother was still in the hands of Kirigakure, he would never go with her. Humph. Hey! Looking at Tsunade's departing back, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to investigate carefully. Who was so bold to actually, then he sent someone with the Senja bloodline to Kirigakure as an undercover agent. Tenman's journey back to Kirigakure was uneventful. Konoha strongly welcomed Kirigakure's retreat, and did not want to send ninjas to launch a sneak attack the last time they came. But he was alone this time when he went back. Wherever he went, people would retreat and hide far away to point fingers at him. Tisk, a bunch of rubbish, are you blaming me for the failure of the war? Ying and the others' rumors about Tenman intensified, and in the end no one could control its direction. In addition, Kirigakure suddenly withdrew its troops for no reason and gave up a large amount of territory it occupied. The ninjas and villagers at the bottom who did not know the truth blamed him for causing conflicts between several major ninja clans, which led to Kirigakure's failure. The hero from a month ago is now regarded as a traitor by them. When the boat reached the shore, Tenman leaped and flashed to the side of an umbu who was slightly shorter than him on the shore. Hehe, what are you looking at, Zabuza? The sudden voice startled the umbu kid. His body was tense as if his hair had exploded. Then he leaped and slid backwards. When he saw who was coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hi! It's you, Tenman. I was scared to death. Hehe. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chapter 77 Retreat. After the two people who were hugging each other let go, Zabuza looked left and right, and asked in confusion. Tenman, where are your teammates? Hehe, do you think I still have teammates when I look like this? Tenman shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently. Is your rumor true? Who knows whether it's true or not, anyway, I don't care what others say. No way, Tenman. Okay, take me to a good meal, I'm penniless. Tenman was not polite to Zabuza, who said they were friends, and they left the dock quickly with a lot of fun. As for the ninja gathering to receive the reward, it had nothing to do with him as a genin. It's him. It's him who caused us to retreat from Kirigakure. Yes, it's him. I'll never forget this face. As soon as Tenman and Zabuza sat down, a mumbling voice sounded behind them. Zabuza was so angry that he stood up and wanted to argue with these people. It was Tenman who put his hand on his shoulder, so that he couldn't stand up, which stopped his impulse. Tenman, why? The mouth is on someone else's body. If you can stop one person, how can you stop thousands of people? Just at this time, the owner of the fish restaurant came over, with a look of disgust on his face. You two, my shop doesn't welcome you, please leave. Really? Then do you want to die? As soon as Tenman's voice fell, the temperature of the fish restaurant dropped below 0 degrees, and everyone present shivered with cold. Chapter 78 Hateful Eyes. You can talk, but if it really affects Tenman's appetite, he will definitely get mad, just like now. Crash. With the sound of ice freezing, everyone present except the boss and the chef was frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Tenman. Zabuza was really shocked and scared. Tenman was so bold that he killed so many people in the village in broad daylight. What should he do now? It's okay. It's better to have too much debt than to have too much debt. Tianmin patted Zabuza on the shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Then he turned his head and looked at the boss who was standing there, frowning. Why don't you go now? Yes, yes, I'll go right away. He fell on the ice as soon as he turned around. In extreme fear, he used his hands and feet to quickly crawl towards the kitchen. Tenman, are you really okay? Zabuza was still very worried. Seeing him like this, Tianmin smiled, put his hands together to make a seal, opened his mouth slightly, and uttered a word from it. Disperse. In Zabuza's extreme shock, those human-shaped statues, like molecules disintegrated from head to toe bit by bit and dissipated in the air. This. Hehe, no one will find it this way. This trick was just developed by Tianmin. Since chakra can condense water molecules in the air into ice, then ice can also be decomposed into water molecules in reverse. In the end, the only remaining boss and chef did not survive, but it was not Tenman who did it, but Zabuza who disguised the two bodies to look like they were murdered for money. Naturally, the store's property went into the pockets of the two people, and Tenman's empty wallet suddenly swelled up. Water escape, fog hiding technique. As Zabuza performed this water escape, this secret base they once had was suddenly shrouded in white fog. Haha, here I go, Tenman. With a loud laugh, Zabuza dodged with a kunao in his hand and jumped into the thick fog. Zabuza, you just finished eating and dragged me to do some warm-up exercises. Tianmin smiled and shook his head, and ran into the thick fog created by Zabuza. Ding ding! Two blurry figures quickly entangled, and the collision of kunao splashed sparks, which flashed and sparkled in the thick fog. Awesome! Facing the sudden sidekick, Tianmin took a step back and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Zabuza, who was trained in the umbu, would improve so quickly, although this was also due to his letting him go. Huh? Is it a coincidence, or intentional? Zabuza frowned. Tianmin's step was just right to get out of his attack range. Not good. Taking advantage of the opportunity that his old strength was gone and the new strength was not yet born, Tianmin took a light step forward, changed his left hand into a palm, and chopped towards his thigh. Water escape, water substitute. Seeing this, Zabuza's pupils shrank slightly, and his hands quickly formed seals. Before Tenman's hand knife approached, he exchanged positions with the water in a nearby puddle. Crouching in the puddle, Zabuza decided to test Tenman's strength again. He quickly wiped behind him, put the kunao into the ninja tool bag, and then formed seals with both hands in a row. Tenman was very familiar with the ninjutsu performed by Zabuza. How should I put it? In order to open the eyes of this good brother, he decided to perform this ninjutsu as well. Almost instantly, Tenman finished the seal and shouted in a low voice. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. How is it possible, only 7 seals? Zabuza had just formed more than a dozen seals, and when he looked up, he saw that Tenman had finished. At this moment, his heart was broken. The water stream spewed out by Tenman gathered into a huge water dragon in the air. The water dragon jumped up and rushed down, brushing Zabuza's body, and fell heavily to the ground. The splashing water soaked Zabuza, who was in a daze. I lost. Zabuza said quietly while sitting in the water. At this moment, he still couldn't believe that he was defeated by Tenman so quickly. Stupid, you have beaten me for so many years, and you collapsed after I beat you once. Hehe. Looking up at Tenman's divine palm, Zabuza grabbed it and stood up with a smile. Now he was only happy in his heart, happy for the progress of his only good brother. He just couldn't believe it for a while. Zabuza, I'm getting married soon. The two lay on the ground side by side as before, looking at the unreachable starry sky, feeling their own weakness. Huh? No, Tenman, you still. Mizuno Kiyomi's daughter. The third Mizukage's daughter. Yet. Is it because of Aunt Minako? Yet. Tenman hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Asshole, despicable, shameless. Zabuza started to curse Mizuno Kiyomi. Useless Zabuza, you will have to work under him in the future. Hey! Aren't you going to congratulate me? Hey! Zabuza sighed again, turned his head and stared at Tenman beside him with a complicated face. Tenman, if you get married, how will you take the next mission? Hehe, do you think there are still ninjas in Kirigakure who are willing to work with me now? Tenman asked back. Hearing this, Zabuza was speechless. Zabuza, the war is far from over. As a time traveler, Tenman knew that the Third Ninja World War ended in Konoha's 48th year. The Kirigakure, unwilling to fail, would attack Konoha, otherwise how could Obito turn evil? Ah! Hearing his affirmation, Zabuza was shocked. Even if he had never participated in it, he knew how terrible war was. Hehe, I'm no longer interested in participating in the war again. I just took this opportunity to sort out my gains in the Land of Fire. Yet. The two chatted more and more deeply until late at night and separated and went home. Tenman walked lightly and slowly into the Snow Clan's territory. He did not return to the courtyard where he lived immediately, but went straight to the place where his mother was frozen. If ice could kill, he should have died countless times. Along the way, countless members of the Snow Clan who had been waiting for him for a long time stared at him with hatred. In response to them, Tianmin made a playful expression. Only the weak would look at people with such eyes, while the strong would only take direct action. He was a strong man, and the strong were fearless. Before reaching Minako's frozen land, Tianmin saw a girl standing at the door looking around from a distance, as if waiting for someone. Tianmin, you're back. As soon as she saw Tianmin coming over here, she ran over excitedly. As soon as she approached, she flew directly into his arms and hugged his waist tightly, as if she wanted to melt the whole person into his body. Well, I'm back, Xiao. Tianmin rubbed the girl's hair with some heartache. He hated some people, but not this kind girl, not to mention that this girl was about to become his wife. Woo woo. Chapter 79 Going Home. Holding Mizuno Uiao, I don't know why I suddenly thought of Terumi Mei at this moment. When I thought of Terumi Mei, Tianmin felt a slight pain in his heart when he saw the incomprehensible look when he left. He had no choice. Come on, accompany me to see mother. Yes. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the courtyard, Tianmin found Fei Yan standing in the middle of the courtyard with a cold face, staring at him straight. Grandma. Xiao lowered her head and said softly. She seemed a little scared. The hand held by Tianmin was tense. Hehe, Grandma Fei Yan, no, Elder Fei Yan, long time no see. Tianmin smiled at Fei Yan who was blocking their way, and drew a circle with his fingers on Xiao's delicate palm while speaking. Xiao's body stiffened and softened. If Tianmin hadn't held her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Her cheeks were red and she looked down at her toes, not daring to look at anyone. Hi! Fei Yan on the opposite side snorted coldly when he saw this, and his figure flashed in front of Tianmin, grabbing him with 5 fingers. Hey! Tianmin smiled coldly, without any other unnecessary movements, he simply raised his only movable right hand and placed it across his neck. Hi! Fei Yanfen frowned, tightened his 5 claws, grasped Tianmin's wrist, and then clenched his left fist and hit Tianmin's forehead. If he hit, Tianmin would be disfigured, and how could he pick up girls in the future? What a cruel woman! Tianmin's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand seemed to have no bones. He grabbed her wrist with his backhand, and then threw her out with a casual flick. Fei Yan, who was flying backwards in the air, made seals with both hands. Ice escape, Yan chugs you. Humph, it's endless, isn't it? At this moment, Tianmin was a little angry, and made seals with his right hand. Ice escape, Yan chugs you. After the dense ice particles were shot out, he made seals with one hand. Ice escape, Bing Xiu. What? Fei Yan's neck was twisted into a rope and her eyes were as big as eggs. Tianmin's one-hand seal was shocking enough for her, and now he even released 2 B-level ice escapes so quickly. Ice escape, ice wall. As soon as she landed, she pressed her hands on the ground at the fastest speed. With a bang, a thick ice wall rose in front of her. Not good. She suddenly saw a white shadow flashing outside the ice wall from the corner of her eye. Her face changed drastically, and she stepped on the ground without thinking and jumped up. Boom! Just as she jumped up, Tianmen's thigh kicked sideways and hit the ice wall hard. In an instant, the ice wall was kicked into pieces, and the broken ice flew in all directions. Ah! Facing the sudden attack of ice, Xiao Ao's face was full of fear. She had never experienced a battle, and she was so weak that she couldn't even move. She could only watch the ice getting closer and closer. Xiao Ao, not good. X2. Seeing this, Tianmen and Fiyan's faces changed, and panic appeared on their faces. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal." At this time, he didn't care about being exposed or not, saving people was the most important thing. With his shouting, an ice mirror appeared under Xiao Ao's feet, and the next moment, she appeared next to Tianmen. The scene of Tianmen saving people was seen clearly by Fiyan, who jumped into the air. At this moment, she was extremely shocked and said in a lost voice, This is a space ninjutsu." Yet, Tianmen was too lazy to explain, nodded, and turned to leave with Xiao Ao, who was still in fear. This time Fiyan did not stop him, but stared at his back with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. "Mother, I will definitely save you, I swear." Tianmen and Xiao Ao stood outside the ice storage. Through the transparent ice layer, he looked at Minako, who was frozen inside with a sad expression. If there is anyone in this world who is most important to him, there is only one, that is his mother Minako. This great woman has never thought about herself in her heart. She is full of her husband and son. In the early days when he just crossed over, it was the motherly love she gave that helped him get out of confusion and fear. "Tianmen, I believe Aunt Minako will be fine." Xiao Ao, who was standing beside him, put her hands on the ice wall and said firmly. "Yet." Tianmen nodded heavily. "Let's go, I'm tired." For some reason, after seeing her mother, Tianmen felt very tired, never tired like this before. Yet, Xiao Ao's face turned red again, and instantly turned red to her ears and neck, which looked very attractive. However, Tianmen didn't have the mind to pay attention to this at the moment, and casually pulled her, holding her warm little hand, and walked straight out of the courtyard. "Strange, where is Grandma?" Xiao Ao glanced at the courtyard, which was empty, with only traces of their previous battle. She was immediately very confused. Usually her grandma rarely went out and stayed here every day. Tianmen's mouth corners floated slightly, and a playful smile appeared. "Haha, the elder is very busy. Is there any need to guess? She must have gone to find Mizunatsuki Jingii. My grandma is not busy. Okay, let's go home." Hearing about going home, Xiao Ao's cheeks turned red again. She lowered her head and responded softly. "Yet." Haha. If Tianmen hadn't been sharp-eared, he wouldn't have heard the mosquito-like sound at all. He turned his head to look at her, and seeing her like this, his depressed mood was instantly swept away. "The king will not attend the morning court today. Master Tianmen." The moment she saw Tianmen, Ling seemed to be unable to believe what she saw. She covered her mouth with both hands, and the tears in her eyes flowed down like money, directly soaking the clothes on her chest. Then she ran over like the wind, completely ignoring Xiao Ao's murderous gaze opposite, and her hands were tightly she hugged Tianmen's neck tightly and cried in his arms. Tianmen is now much taller than before he left for the land of fire, and is just about the same height as Ling. "Well, I'm back now." Tianmen showed an inexplicable smile on his face again. "Ling, go and prepare hot water for me. I haven't taken a bath for several days." "Yes." Ling, who got up from Tianmen's arms, seemed to remember something and asked with red cheeks. "Master Tianmen, do you want the old rules?" Yet. Tianmin nodded slightly. What old rules? As soon as Ling left, Xiao Ao asked curiously. Now she wanted to know everything about Tianmin. Hehe, if you want to know, you'll know in a moment. Tianmin smiled evilly and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Next, he had to prepare well and let his tired body rest. What? Don't tell me. Xiao Ao pouted her little mouth behind her and followed him in with a mutter. After a while, Ling's voice was heard outside. Master Tianmin, the hot water is ready. Xiao Ao, who was leaning on Tianmin's bed, heard the voice and jumped off the bed. I want to go too. Chapter 80 Crazy Mizunatsuki Jin. This is. Looking at everything in front of her, Xiao Ao opened her mouth and couldn't say a word. Is this the old rule that Tianmin said? That's too terrible, but... Ling, you go down first. Yes, Miss Yao. Hearing the voice, Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, opened her mouth and retreated. Hehe, are you jealous? Tian Man, who was sitting on the chair, stretched out his hand and pinched her fair face, with a sly smile on his face. Spring is here, how far can summer be? No words were spoken all night, and it was noon the next day. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky, waking up Tian Man from his sleep. What's the matter? You, I. Xiao Yao, who was curled up in the quilt, blushed and didn't dare to look at Tian Man's burning eyes. Don't talk, then let's get up. You, get up first. Xiao Yao stammered, and now she even shrunk her head into the quilt. Hehe, if you don't come out, I'll fart. Ah! Frightened by Tian Man, Xiao Yao's little head quickly came out of the quilt, and seeing the sly smile, she immediately realized that Tian Man was lying to her. Hate it, I won't pay attention to you anymore. After saying that, she turned her body and turned her back to Tian Man. I'm so sleepy, I'd better sleep for a while, anyway, there's nothing to do today. Ah! Master Tianmin, Miss Yao, good afternoon. Looking at Ling's smiling expression, Xiao Ao, who was held by Tianmin, buried her head in his arms in shame. Haha, Ling, is the rice ready? Master Tianmin, everything is ready. Okay, let's eat. Tianmin held Xiao Ao and slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard, and put Xiao Ao, who couldn't walk, on the stone chair to sit down. Rest well in the next few days, don't run around like before, understand? Yet. Xiao Ao nodded shyly, even if Tianmin didn't say it, she didn't have the ability to do so now. Ling, go check if there are any white mice in the clan land later, if there are, bring a few back. Ling, who was placing food on the stone table, paused when she heard this, and nodded with fear in her heart. Okay, Master Tianmin. Although she didn't understand why Tianmin needed disgusting mice, as a loyal maid, she didn't ask any reasons, just obeyed orders. Just because she didn't ask, it didn't mean that others wouldn't ask. Xiao Ao frowned and asked. Tianmin, why do you want these disgusting mice? Few girls like these disgusting mice, and Xiao Ao is no exception. Tianmin looked at the two women and saw that they were very confused, so he smiled and said, you don't understand this. The body functions of mice are the same as those of ordinary people. I need them to help me confirm some of my guesses. That's right, Tianmin needs these mice to help him study how to use ice escape to maintain human life functions. In fact, it is best to use ordinary people to study, but this is simply unrealistic. Human experiments are taboos anywhere. If they are discovered, they will definitely be hunted down. He has not thought about defecting and leaving Kirigakure yet. After all, his mother Minako is frozen in the ice storage and cannot be moved. At this moment, Tianmin noticed a trace of difficulty on Ling's face from the corner of his eyes, and he instantly understood that Ling was implicated by him and could not move in the territory of the Snow Clan. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he smiled, forget it, I'll go to the street to buy a few. I was inconsiderate to let you, a girl, come into contact with these disgusting rats. Hi. Ling stared at Tianmin blankly, her lovely eyes blinking, and the next second her eyes turned red. How could she, who was so smart, not understand what he meant? Master Tianmin. That's it, let's eat. Yes. Hey, what are you two talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Xiao Ao looked at Tianmin in the east and Ling in the west, with a confused look on her face. Haha, eat yours. In the laughter, Tianmin picked up some wild vegetables and stuffed them into her mouth. Suddenly, her mouth was filled with wild vegetables and she couldn't say a word. In fact, Xiao Ao understood a lot of things in her heart, but on one side was her most beloved person, and on the other side was her father. What could she do? She was very satisfied with her current life. As for other things, she didn't dare to think about it. After lunch, no, it should be afternoon tea, Tianmin held Xiao Ao back to the bedroom, and then took out a notebook that he had read to pieces from his arms and handed it to her. Yes, it was the notebook that Fei Yan gave him. Finally, he said a few words and went out directly. Haha, isn't this Bingley Maniac? Hehe, this nickname is really appropriate. Haha, don't say any more, I'm going to laugh. Not long after leaving the courtyard, Tianmin ran into a few people. Haha, Mizunatsuki-jin, you dare to appear in front of me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Facing the sarcasm of the people in front of him, Tianmin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he immediately vented out with a terrible murderous aura that was difficult to describe in words, pressing towards those people. Except for the leader Mizunatsuki-jin who could barely hold on, the other three were so scared that they trembled all over and dared not say a word. Mizunatsuki-tenman. Mizunatsuki-jin, who was struggling to hold on, saw Tianmin's mocking expression and couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to explode, but he didn't have the courage. He glared at Tianmin fiercely, didn't say a word, and turned away. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 80 Crazy Mizunatsuki-jin. Waste. Tianmin thought that Mizunatsuki-jin would not be able to stand his ridicule and attack him, so that he would have an excuse to directly destroy Mizunatsuki-jin. As for killing Mizunatsuki-jin in broad daylight, he was not that stupid. Haha, then let you live a few more days. As early as in the Land of Fire, Tianmin got the information that Mizunatsuki-jin would take over as the patriarch of the Snow Clan on the 8th day of March, and marry Mizunatsuki-ying as his wife on the same day. He wanted to kill Mizunatsuki-jin on the day when he was most proud and happy. Difficulties? As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. A bunch of garbage, not even qualified to look at them. Tianmin stood there and stretched, glanced at the three people lying on the ground, sneered, and walked slowly towards the door. After that, no one dared to jump in front of him and say anything, and he walked out of the Snow Clan's territory very happily. Bang! Mizuno Tenman, I want you to die, I want you to die. As soon as Mizuno Ren returned to the mansion where he lived, he could no longer hold back his anger. He smashed everything he saw, frightening all the maids and servants present with horror. They knelt on the cold tiles, not even daring to breathe, for fear of getting angry. All of you go down. Just at this moment, a ninja walked in. When he saw the servant kneeling on the ground, he raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Yes." As if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, the group of servants bowed to the ninjutsu with great gratitude, bowed their bodies, and slowly retreated. Master Ren. As soon as the group of servants left, the ninja took a quick step, flashed to Mizuno Ren's side, and whispered in his ear. This voice instantly awakened Mizunatsuki-jin, who was trapped in anger. Chapter 81 The Leg That Cuts Off the Offspring. Master Jin. Hearing this voice, Mizunatsuki-jin was shocked and his expression changed instantly, becoming gentle and elegant, as if the extremely tyrannical person just now was another person. He smiled and looked at the newcomer. "You're here, Ji." Yes, Master Ren. Ge knelt on one knee in front of him respectfully. Master Ren, I've thought of a good way to deal with Mizunatsuki Tenman. Really? Tell me. Mizunatsuki Ren ignored the exquisite fragments on the ground, turned around and sat on the sofa, pointed to his side, and motioned Ge to sit next to him. Yes. Seeing this, Ge was overjoyed. He didn't care whether he sat in this position or not, but the meaning behind it made him excited, because it meant that he had entered the core of Mizunatsuki Ren group. Sitting next to Mizunatsuki Ren, Ge sat upright. He pondered for a moment, organized what he was going to say next, and then slowly said, Master Ren, after several battles, it has been proved that our hard approach to Mizunatsuki Tenman is no longer feasible. At this point, he paused and secretly glanced at Mizunatsuki Ren's reaction with the corner of his eye. Yet. Mizunatsuki Jin nodded. There's hope. Keep going, Ge continued to say what he wanted to say next with excitement. Since the hard way doesn't work, let's try the soft way. As long as Master Jin can firmly succeed to the position of the clan leader, then marry Lady Ying, combine the forces of both parties, and force Mizunatsuki Tenman to do some very dangerous tasks in the name of the clan leader. After a few times, he will definitely die. Yes, that's it. Mizunatsuki Ren slapped the armrest and stood up. Just what? I'm worried that Mizunatsuki Tenman will come to make trouble on the day of your wedding. He dares. I doubt he really dares. Humph, then what do you say we should do? When he thought of Mizunatsuki Tenman's lawless appearance, Mizunatsuki Ren's face became very ugly. If nothing unexpected happens, Mizunatsuki Tenman will come to make trouble on his wedding day, making him lose face in front of all the top leaders of Kirigakure. Lord Ren, I heard that Mizunatsuki Tenman is about to marry Miss Yao. Yet. Mizunatsuki Jin's face was thoughtful, but he still wanted to hear his subordinate's suggestions, so he raised his hand and signaled to continue. A gleam flashed in the pigeon's eyes, and he smiled and said, Since the two of them are going to get married, why not suggest that the clan leaders set their date on March 8th? Yes, wait until I ascend to the throne of the clan leader and see how he dies. Speaking of the word death, Mizunatsuki Jin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Tianmin was walking on the somewhat deserted streets of Kirigakure with a cage of white mice. Suddenly, his body paused, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face, and then he walked out of the village as if nothing had happened. A male voice said in confusion. Strange, why didn't this little bastard go back to the Snow Clan's territory, but walked out of the village instead? Did he find us? A female voice. I don't care. This little bastard makes our precious daughter cry every day. Today, I won't be named Terumi if I don't beat him up. As soon as he left the hidden mist village, Tenman's speed suddenly increased. Damn, he really found me. Stop talking nonsense, chase him. Got it, wife. The three of them chased each other, and finally stopped at a cliff on the coast. Where is he? Strange. I clearly saw him running towards this side. Damn, he ran away. The woman was very unwilling and stared at the man next to her angrily. My wife, this is none of my business. The wife was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Even if he was the head of the Terumi clan, he couldn't stand it. Hehe, you two, are you looking for me? Just as the middle-aged man was trying his best to explain, Tenman's playful laughter sounded behind them. At this moment, the couple froze. They didn't even notice that someone had run behind them. This was too scary. They looked at each other and turned around to make hand seals at the same time. Dissolution escape, the art of dissolving monsters. Water escape, water dragon bullet water. The man spit out the liquid, the woman spit out the water, and almost instantly a giant dragon made of lava was formed. The lava dragon leaped into the air and roared, swooping down towards Tianmin. Awesome! The two cooperated so well that Tianmin couldn't help but praise them. At this time, he had recognized who they were, and naturally threw away the idea of killing the stalker just now. Water escape, water formation column. It was really easy and comfortable to perform water escape at this seaside. It didn't require too much chakra. As he made hand seals with both hands, a thick water column formed in front of him. Boom! The swooping lava dragon hit the water column that rose to the sky, and a loud bang sounded for a while. This little bastard is really not simple. Yet. Use that move. Okay. Boiling escape, skillful mist technique. The woman's mouth closed, her cheeks puffed up, and then she opened her mouth slightly, spitting out a large amount of soluble mist. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. Looking at the mist that was so close, Tianman's face was very ugly. He still underestimated Mei Terumi's parents. Sure enough, every famous ninja is not simple. Ice escape, ice armor technique. It's too late to dodge now, so I can only try to see if the ice that covers my whole body can stop the mist from dissolving. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. Chapter 81 The leg that cuts off the children and grandchildren. Still not working? Tianman found that the ice covering his whole body was melting rapidly. In just a moment, the ice melted until only a thin layer of ice remained. What are you waiting for? Tianman shook his body and jumped back quickly. Just as he came out of the fog, two figures attacked him from the left and right. One attacked his upper body and the other attacked his lower body. The attack time was just right and the cooperation was extremely tacit. If an ordinary ninja faced such an attack, he would only be in a panic and end up losing. But is Tianman an ordinary ninja? Facing this sudden attack, he seemed to be prepared. He jumped up lightly, then turned 360 degrees, and while avoiding the attack on his lower body, he raised his right leg and kicked the middle-aged man's key part fiercely. What a cruel little bastard! If this kick really hits, his wife will have to live a widowed life. Helplessly, he can only give up the attack and retreat. Uncle and aunt, what do you want from me? I don't remember provoking you. The three of them looked at each other from a distance. Looking at the father of Terumi Mei who was glaring at him with gritted teeth, Tianman curled his lips and smiled slightly. Asshole boy, you still say that you have never offended our Terumi family. What do those clansmen who died in your hands say? Without waiting for his wife to speak, the father of Terumi Mei, who almost became a eunuch, couldn't help but sprayed directly. Uncle, you are unreasonable, you also believe those unfounded rumors, you are still the patriarch of the Terumi clan. You can't hit, but it's okay to choke. Tianman looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. You. Chapter 82 Vent. You. For Tenman's ridicule, Terumi Mei's father almost vomited blood and died. Shut up, I'll deal with you when I get home. Yes. Hearing his wife say this, Terumi Mei's father turned pale and retreated behind her dejectedly. We will definitely investigate how the umbu of our Terumi family died. We will talk about whether it was you who did it, but you know what you did to our people later. Auntie, I didn't hurt those who attacked me. I just stripped them naked and threw them in the middle of the road. Tenman put his hands together, shrugged, with a faint smile on his face, and said in a flat tone. He said it easily, but he treats men and women equally, so. Shut up! Mei Terumi's mother shouted in a tender voice. Because of this incident, her sister has been hiding in her room and refused to go out to see people. There are also several female ninjas from the Terumi clan who want to commit suicide. In order to prevent them from doing stupid things, she arranged for the clan members to watch day and night. Hee, auntie, if they didn't believe the rumors, the following things wouldn't have happened. From what you said, it's our fault. That's right. Tenman's face showed an expression of auntie, you are really awesome, and Terumi's mother was so angry that she really wanted to spit out a mouthful of salt soda to spray him to death. Okay, kid, what's wrong with my baby daughter? She has never provoked you, but treated you very well. Mei Terumi. What's wrong with her? Thinking of that straightforward and unpretentious girl, Tenman's face slowly sank. He was sorry for her. Bah, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, would my daughter be like that every day? Thinking of her precious daughter in her arms now becoming like this, the anger in Terumi Mei's mother's heart ignited again. She stomped on the ground and punched towards Tianmen. Wife, hey! Seeing this, Terumi Mei's father was afraid that she would suffer a loss, so he shook his body and rushed towards Tianmen. Hey! At this moment, Tianmen's mind was full of the shadow of Terumi Mei, so he didn't have the heart to fight anymore. Facing the fists that kept hitting him, he dodged left and right, and only raised his hand to block when he didn't have time to dodge. Boy, if I don't beat you up today and vent my anger for my precious daughter, I'm not Terumi. Terumi Mei's mother punched and shouted, and the wind from the fist blew dust all over the sky. It seemed that every punch was done with all her strength. A moment later, the dust covering their heads dispersed, revealing the figures of 3 people. Hoo! How can you be so strong, kid? The couple, who were already exhausted, half knelt on the ground, looking at Tianmen who was unharmed, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Uncle and aunt, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Tianmen took a deep look at the 2 people opposite him, and then turned and left. Stand! Mei Terumi's mother shouted. Tianmen paused, said nothing, picked up the iron cage on the ground, moved his body, and disappeared from the eyes of the couple. Humph, it's all your fault. If you hadn't agreed to Ming joining the Yagura team, Ming wouldn't be like this now. Ah! My wife, hit me gently. Hey! The brainless Kagaya clan actually learned how to be a mouse. Tianmen, who was running towards the hidden mist village, suddenly stopped. He looked at the ground in front of him with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty sneer. He didn't know how to vent the depression in his heart, but he didn't expect someone to take the initiative to ask for abuse. He threw away the iron cage in his hand, jumped up and jumped high. The next second, boom! Tianmen stepped heavily on the ground with his feet, and the ground was instantly torn into pieces. Countless cracks spread out from him as the center, and the weaker Hyuga clan ninjas hiding in the ground were shattered into meat paste by the shock wave before they could react. Damn, I was discovered by Mizunatsuki Tenman. Ah, kill him! Asshole, go to hell! Several Hyuga clan ninjas jumped out from the ground. Seeing that there were more than a dozen clan members just now, but now only a few of them are left, they were immediately furious. They are brainless but not stupid and emotionless. Is that all? Tianmen moved his body slightly to avoid the large number of shurikens and kunao shot at him. Is it really disappointing? With a cold smile, a cold light flashed in Tianmen's eyes. Asshole, don't underestimate us. 10 fingers snap. Instantly, countless hard bones like bullets, the bone particles shot towards Tianmen. Haha, it's not that I underestimate you, but you are just too rubbish. Facing the bone particles that were about to attack, Tianmen had no fear, but a mocking look on his face. Water escape, water array wall. Hey, where is he? When the water curtain dissipated, several senior ninjas of the Kagaya clan found that Tianmen, who was in front of them just now, had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, let him run away. A senior ninja of Kagaya cursed angrily. Be careful, he is behind, ah. A senior ninja who found Tianmen's position was punched through the heart by him before he finished speaking. Asshole, I want you to die. Oh, really? If you can do it, then come on. Tianmen lightly threw the corpse hanging on his arm to the side. This kind of punching feeling is really too cool. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 82 Vent. Ah! How could the ninjas of the Kagaya clan, who claim to be the strongest ninja clan in the Hidden Mist, bear being insulted like this again? They howled and rushed towards Tianmen one after another. Corpse Bone Vein, Liu's dance. Corpse Bone Vein, Tsubaki's dance. Haha, that's right. Tianmen laughed loudly, while his body made unimaginable movements, dodging all the bone knives and bone spurs one by one. Come on, please me as much as you can. That look, that appearance, people who don't know would think they are doing something terrible. But it's still too slow. Tenman's smile suddenly stopped and turned cold. Then he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and hit a Kagaya Jonin hard along the bone gap. Bang! With just one punch, the Kagaya Jonin's body exploded, and countless blood and water flew around like splashing water. Ah! Asshole! Corpse Bone Vein, Iron Wire Flower Dance. One of them completely lost his mind and directly pulled out his bone marrow to form a whip rope to hit Tenman. If a person is hit and tied by it, he will definitely die, because this whip rope formed by bones is densely distributed with cold and sharp barbs. Ha! This is a bit decent. Tenman stretched out his hand and grabbed the bone rope in the air. He grabbed it in his hand, and blood flowed for a while. Die! Seeing this, several Kagaya Jonin couldn't help but show a hint of joy on their faces. Just as they were about to take action, they heard a sneer from the opposite side. Tianmen's beautiful light pink thin lips were raised in an evil way, which matched his appearance and was very strange. Really? Accompanied by the sound of freezing, the cold ice spread on the bone rope, and in just a moment, the Kagaya ninja was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then Tianmen gently pinched his fingers, and the frozen bone whip and the human-shaped ice sculpture were all broken into small ice cubes. Chapter 83 The Watermelon is Broken. Ah! Another member of the clan died tragically in front of him. The only 3 remaining Kagaya clan ninjas stared at Tianmen and roared like thunder, wishing to break his body and swallow his blood. Haha, I can't stand it. I'm a very patient person. It's just that you always take my kindness as capital for wantonness. Tianmen gently wiped the blood splashed on his face and slowly walked towards the 3 Kagaya Jonin. He walked faster and faster, and in an instant he came in front of the 3 of them. The pupils of the Kagaya Jonin who faced Tianmen suddenly shrank, and he immediately stretched out the bones in his body to form an extremely hard bone forest in front of him. Oh, you reacted quickly enough. Tianmen glanced left and right, and his body suddenly lowered and squatted. Facing adults, his height was not an advantage, and now it became even lower. Tianmen said that this was the effect he wanted. While avoiding the bone forest, he had already formed seals with both hands, and then stretched out his hands straight to the left and right, and shouted in a low voice. Ice Escape, Ice Giant Needle. 2 ice spears with a hint of coldness whizzed and shot out. Ah! X2. At such a close distance, the ice spear hit the 2 Kagaya Jonin almost instantly, smashing one of their thighs. Why do I say smashed? Because the ice spear froze their thighs into popsicles the moment they hit. When they turned their bodies, the frozen thighs fell off and hit the ground. After taking a step, the 2 found that they had lost a thigh, and the burning pain was transmitted to their brains at this time. Covering the wound, the 2 fell to the ground and wailed. Don't blame them for being so unbearable. As a Jonin, they can't even bear this little pain, because this kind of pain has exceeded the 10th level of pain, unless they are people with super strong willpower, and obviously these 2 people have not reached that step. Hehe, let me help you get rid of it. Tenman, squatting under the bone forest, licked the corner of his lips, shadow clone technique. Bang! The light smoke dispersed, and 2 shadow clones appeared on the left and right, stepping hard on the foreheads of the 2 people. Bang! 2 more watermelons were crushed, and the red watermelon juice flowed all over the ground. Hehe, you are the only one left. Am I the only one left? You can call the Kagaya clan stupid, call them idiots, but you can't call them cowards. I don't know how they were born. This strange race has only this word in their limited brain capacity. The only living Kagaya ninja condensed his eyes, his face twisted, and shouted loudly. Corpse Bone Vein, Dance of Early Ferns. This move is the ultimate move. To perform this move, most Kaguya people must pay with their own lives. Huh? Not good. Tianman's face changed, and he stepped hard and jumped high. Just as his feet left the ground, countless bone blades like sword arrays sprang out from the ground, shining brightly. If he hadn't discovered it a second in advance, he would have been pierced into a skewer by now. After all, he is not Superman with a body of steel. Damn, it was almost. Tianman, who jumped into the air, stared at the bone blade within a range of 10 meters on the ground, sweating coldly. Ice escape, ice sealing technique. As this ice escape was performed, a piece of ice appeared under his feet. He stepped on the ice and jumped forward, and then another piece of ice appeared under his feet. After several times in a row, he quickly jumped out of the range of the bone blade. Hi! I almost capsized in the gutter. As soon as he landed, Tianman wanted to slap himself. He had been too successful recently, which made him very arrogant and complacent. Except for a few famous people in the ninja world, he didn't take anyone else seriously. Strange, why is she here too? As if sensing something, Tianman turned his head and looked in the direction of the hidden mist village. Within a minute, he clearly sensed who the visitor was and frowned. It shouldn't be, this place is so far from the village, it's impossible for anyone to sense the movement here. A moment later, a figure that was so familiar to Tianman ran over from a distance, because he had measured this figure with his own hands. Sister Ying, how did you know I was here? Tianman said to the person with a smile. This is. As soon as she approached, Mizunatsuki Ying's pupils shrank suddenly, and she opened her mouth wide as she looked at the dense bone blades in front of her. This expression, combined with her appearance, was extremely lethal. Putting aside her strength, Tianman was also a normal person, so he said. Kneel down. Hi. Ying looked at him very puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do, but her body still knelt down very obediently. After not knowing how much time had passed, Ying wiped the corner of her mouth and stood beside Tianman. She pointed to the dense bone forest in front of her and said, "Is this the early fern dance technique of the Hyuga clan?" Yes. After doing something to cultivate his sentiments, Tianman's depression had long since dissipated, and he nodded happily. Then. Well, if we don't deal with the traces, we will have to stay in the countryside at night. Tianman looked up at the sunset in the sky, and smiled as he blocked Ying's words in his throat. Why did he say that he couldn't go back to Kirigakure at night? Because Kirigakure has not yet lifted the curfew policy, and no one can enter or leave the village at night. I understand, but how do we deal with these things? Thinking of dealing with these traces, Ying had a headache. She and Tianman only knew water escape and ice escape. It would be great if there was a ninja who could earth escape at this time. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 83 The Watermelon is Broken. Hee, look at me. Tianman took a step forward, and in Ying's unbelievable eyes, he quickly formed a seal. He slapped the ground and shouted. Earth escape, earth flow cut. With the blood of the 1,000 hands, he naturally also has all attribute chakra, but he usually doesn't show it in order not to be discovered. Okay, let's go back. As if doing something very easy and simple, Tianman clapped his hands, turned around and woke up Ying, who was still in shock, and the cracked ground behind him slowly closed. This is. Ying still felt that she was in a dream until she was rubbed by Tianman and woke up, and couldn't help asking. Hee, if a child doesn't understand, don't ask so many questions. Tell me, who is the child? Hee, who was crying so loudly just now? You. I. When it comes to this, Ying no longer has the face to answer. Her beautiful face suddenly turns red. She is so angry that she twists Tianman's waist fiercely. Ah! It hurts? Let go quickly. Humph, who told you to say that to me? I was wrong, okay? I apologize to you. I promise to make you cry even louder next time. Asshole. Ying was about to twist Tianmin again, but he slipped like a loach and hid far away. Stop right there, Tianmin. I won't. If you have the guts, catch up with me, haha. In the sunset, two shadows, one in front and one behind, were stretched very long. Chapter 84 Silencing. Huh? I seem to have forgotten something. Tianmin looked at his empty hands, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. What on earth did he forget? It was really strange. What? Nothing, let's go back to the village. Tianmin shook his head and turned his head to look at the wilderness behind him. Forget it if you forget it, it's not an important thing anyway. Late at night, in this nameless wilderness, a group of little white mice squeaked in an iron cage, and the sound was carried far away in the wind. Captain, listen, what's that sound? Haha, Kawata, you're not afraid of ghosts, are you? Shut up, go and take a look. Yes, Captain. Master Tianmin, didn't you buy a little white mouse today? Ling, who was helping Xiaoao clean up her personal hygiene, suddenly turned around and asked Tianmin who was sitting next to her. When she asked this, Tianmin suddenly remembered where he went out today, which meant that he left the cage of little white mice in the wilderness. Damn it! Tianmin frowned in great distress. He didn't care about money or anything. What if the cage of little white mice was discovered by someone, and then the body buried in the ground was discovered, and then they could follow the clues to find the cause? No, we must get rid of the trouble as soon as possible. After a while, Tianmin stood up. Others didn't know, but the boss definitely remembered it clearly. When he bought the cage of little white mice, he didn't use the transformation technique. Tianmin, where are you going? Xiaoao saw Tianmin hurriedly walking towards the door, so she asked hurriedly. It's okay, just some small things to deal with. Tianmin, who opened the door, turned back and blinked at her, revealing a reassuring smile. I'll wait for you to come home. Okay. Bang. The door was shut heavily, and the shadow of Tianmin outside the door disappeared. Hey! Xiaoao stared at the door with her eyes straight and sighed faintly. Miss Yao, Master Tianmin will definitely come back safely. Ling, I know, but I... Forget it, don't say anything, help me change clothes. Yes. The beauty came out of the bath, and Xiaoao didn't look like she was in so much pain that she couldn't walk at this time. Change. After leaving the Snow Clan, Tianmin raised his right hand and made a seal. If he was about to do something bad, he couldn't use his original appearance. He silently changed into a sunny and handsome Konoha ninja. Tenmin smiled mischievously and ran towards the animal market. It's right here. Tenmin's figure flashed and silently appeared on the roof tiles of a bungalow. He gently took away a tile and looked down through the small hole. Yuli, what time is it? Why don't you take your brother to bed? Mother, please let me finish practicing this clone technique. There will be an exam in the ninja school tomorrow. Sister, is the ninja school delicious? Is it sweeter than small candies? Good boy, when you are 6 years old, sister will become a ninja by then, and I can make a lot of money to buy you a lot of candies, okay? Oh. Hey. In this situation, how could Tenmin bear to do it? He is not a beast. He sighed slightly in his heart and prepared to go home. At this moment, there was a knock on the door like raindrops. Who is it so late? The boss who sold the white mice to Tenmin frowned and put down his bowl and chopsticks, got up and walked towards the door. Ah, Lord Musashi. Xiaohe. Yes. I heard that you sold things to the trader Minajiki Tenmin today. Hearing this, the owner of the small animal shop tensed up, and a panic appeared on his face. He knelt in front of the visitor with a snap. Lord Musashi, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. The rent will double starting next month. Ah! Lord Musashi, please forgive me this time. Zayahi hugged his thighs tightly and kept knocking his head. Humph, I'm only doing this because your daughter is a student at the ninja school. Otherwise, I would never rent the shop to you. Master Musashi, the rent has doubled. I can't survive. How about I help you? Just as Zayahi was begging, a voice as warm as the spring breeze came into their ears. They looked back, and the next second. Ah! Konoha ninja! Bang! As soon as Zayahi shouted this, his body exploded into a pile of blood mist. You can't blame me for this. You asked for it. If you have a next life, don't be so big-mouthed. Die! Water escape, water arrow technique. Musashi made seals with both hands. The slow speed made Tenman anxious for him. Forget it. This kind of stuff deserves to die under my saliva. Pooh! A mouthful of saliva flew out of Tenman's mouth towards Musashi. In the air, the saliva stretched and thinned into a thin sharp arrow. In Musashi's terrified eyes, it passed through his forehead. Father! Hearing the noise outside the door, Yu Yuli broke free from her mother's arms and ran out. If you don't want to die, take your family and run. The farther the better. This was Tianman's only mercy, because he was going to clean up this street, literally. Yu Yuli looked at the man with hatred. The handsome and sunny Konoha ninja in front of her seemed to be able to deeply engrave his appearance in her mind. Soon, she ran out of the house with her brother in one hand and her mother in the other, running towards the distant street. It's about to start. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 84 Silencing. Tianman looked up at the moon covered by the fog. This night is most suitable for killing people. Shadow clone technique. Let's start. Got it, the original body. Several shadow clones nodded at him, and then they flashed and flashed around. Then, Tenman leaped up high, and in midair, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A shadow clone who stayed beside him saw that the main body had released fire style, and shouted. Wind style, a big breakthrough. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the fire was powerful, and the rolling fire swept towards the houses in front of them. Boom! The shadow clones who ran to other places also began to move, and in an instant, the Kirigakuer, which was silent in sleep, seemed to come alive, with explosions, exclamations, and screams. Ah! It's Konoha dog! Kill him quickly! Oh no, it's Konoha Minato Namikaze! Minato Namikaze? That's right, the person Tenman used the transformation technique to disguise was him. As soon as the explosion sounded, the patrolling mist ninjas rushed over quickly. When they saw the attackers, they couldn't believe their eyes. How could Minato Namikaze, a famous ninja from Konoha, dare to attack mist hidden alone? At this time, Minato Namikaze had not yet obtained the title of Golden Flash, but he was still a little famous in the ninja world. Have you been discovered? Then attack head-on. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Although Tenman had no chance to obtain high-level ninjutsu, it was too easy for him to get these low-level ninjutsu. His mouth was like an anti-aircraft gun, continuously spraying out large fireballs several meters in size, and then with the help of wind escape, it hit the houses like a meteor. Asshole, stop it! Chapter 85 Killing. Haha, are you here? You're pretty fast, but you're still a step behind. Tenman turned his head and glanced at the mist ninja rushing towards him, smiled coldly, and then glanced at the shadow clone standing beside him. I understand, original body. The shadow clone pressed his hands on the ground, used the remaining chakra in his body, and shouted loudly. Earth escape, earthquake core. Bang! As the shadow clone disappeared, a loud rumble resounded in the mist village in the middle of the night, shaking the ground and mountains, as if an earthquake had occurred. Instantly, all the villagers of the mist village who were still asleep were awakened by the shock, and now even those who reacted slowly understood that the mist village had been attacked. Ah! Under the unbelievable gazes of countless mist ninjas, the streets in front of them disappeared, and a large number of houses also disappeared. In just a moment, the animal market was gone. Kill him! At this moment, everyone was crazy, rushing through the flames and killing Tianmin. Die! Tianmin seemed to have eyes on his back. He jumped lightly. After dodging this fatal killing move, his body flipped backwards in midair and came behind this Jonin. Raise non! A blue energy ball hit the Jonin's back heavily. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spit out, and the Jonin fell to the ground without a sound. Don't get me wrong, his Raise non is not the version of Minato Namikaze, but the version of Ice Valley. He learned it from Yaoji at the cost of his body. If he doesn't know this move, he can't play Minato Namikaze tonight. Ah, Zaya-kun! Several mist ninjas who just arrived stared at their companions lying on the ground, their eyes red. Kill him! Kill! They immediately began to make hand seals. Too slow. Tianmin shook his head, and his figure disappeared from their sight in a flash, not even thinking about whose skin he was wearing now. He was the fastest in the ninja world. It would be too bad for Bigger to use a ninjutsu against another. Ah! Be careful, he's behind. No, on the left. On the right, idiot. In the blink of an eye, Tianmin stood in the blood with two kunao dripping with blood. He looked around. Hehe, the support speed is quite fast. It's almost time to retreat. He put his hands together and raised them, lowered his voice, and shouted softly. Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal. In order to prevent being seen through by Minato Namikaze like last time, Tianmin made some improvements to this technique. A small piece of thin ice mirror appeared directly under the surface, and it would be directly decomposed into water molecules after use. Even the most powerful ninjas would not be able to find this afterwards. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Just at this moment, Tianmin heard the loud shouts of dozens of people. Hi! He looked back and his face changed instantly. Oh my god! The water jets sprayed by dozens of mist ninjas gathered in the air into a huge water dragon over 100 meters long. The water dragon in the air leaned down and rushed down, and the water splashes along the way extinguished all the burning flames. Then its huge dragon mouth swallowed the stupid Tianmin in one bite. Tianmin screamed, and his whole body was bitten to pieces by the sharp dragon teeth, and then turned into a light smoke and scattered. It's the shadow clone technique. Where is Tianmin? Ah! Tianmin rushed into the crowd as if he was in an empty space. He held two kunao and shot left and right. Every flash took away one or two mist ninjas, killing many people and blood flowing like a river. Damn it, thunder escape, thunder fall. Tenman, who was slaughtering the group of mist ninjas, suddenly paused, and disappeared in the next moment. Not good. Kurikarega, who had just arrived, twisted his expression and put the two swords in front of him without thinking. Raise non. Release it, flounder. Tenman suddenly found a blue light flying towards him quickly, and then disappeared in front of Kurikarega with a whoosh. Space ninjutsu. Baiwajozo came with Mainjutsu Hojiki, and he stared at Tenman in the distance and took a breath. Senior, what is space ninjutsu? Mainjutsu Hojiki was really unfamiliar with the term space ninjutsu. Space ninjutsu is the ability to ignore all spaces and go anywhere at will. Along with this voice, a fat figure walked out of the darkness, and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, the owner of the big sword Samehada, also arrived. 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure have come, so are the other 3 far away? Tianmin is very clear about this. His purpose of killing until now is no longer to silence people, but to vent his inner injustice. I fought for Kirigakure on the front line and almost died in the hands of Konoha ninjas. After returning, I was ridiculed by you bunch of trash. Kill. Be careful, he may appear anywhere we are. Seeing Tianmen disappear from everyone's eyes, the four of them, Manzuki Hojiki, tensed up, back to back, and carefully observed everything around them. Raise non. Senior Ziguishin. Manzuki Hojiki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted hurriedly. Got it, kid. Ziguishin Puffer Ghost danced with same hata across his body, and the next second, the blue energy ball in Tenman's hand pressed heavily on same hata. Hi! A trace of surprise flashed across Tenman's face, and the raise non was actually absorbed by same hata. Haha! Seeing his expression, Ziguishin Puffer Ghost felt as sweet as eating a kin of honey. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 85 Killing. Hey, my same hata can absorb chakras of all attributes. Really? Tenman suddenly laughed, and before he finished laughing, his body turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Nanny! It's a shadow clone, everyone be careful. Hehe, it's too late. Before the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's exclamation fell, Tenman pressed a raise non on Baiwachozo's chest. He had been unhappy with Baiwachozo for a long time. Bang! Being hit hard, Baiwachozo spit out a mouthful of blood, flew out, and fell to the ground unconscious. It's not that Tenman didn't want to kill him, but with his elite Jonin's physique, one raise non was not enough to kill him. Jozo Sr. At this moment, the faces of Hojiki Menu and the other two changed, and they became a little panicked. They thought that with the strength of the four of them and such caution, they would definitely be able to deal with a Konoha ninja, but they didn't expect that a companion would fall in an instant. Damn it! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost roared, took a deep breath, and puffed up his chest. Water escape, big water wave. It is indeed not good to perform such a large-scale ninjutsu in the village, but it is not more important than one's own life. Ice escape, ice freezing technique. Just as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of water, a cold current hit, and instantly froze the man and the water. Don't get me wrong, this ice escape was not released by Tenman. If he had just performed the ice escape, it would be a confession. Then who released this ice escape? Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, are you crazy? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who had just escaped from the ice, saw who was coming, put away the anger in his heart, and lowered his proud head. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Chapter 86 slipped away. Oh, it's the third generation Mizukage, then I won't stay any longer, goodbye. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi is here, so why is he still staying here? Yes, Tenman was very unhappy with this guy, but to be honest, as the Kage of a village, his strength is still at the level of Kage. If he cooperates with those elite Jonin, his identity might be exposed. Humph. Namikaze Minato, is Kirigakura a place where you can come and go as you please? Mizunatsuki Kiyomi snorted coldly, and without any extra movements of his hands, several ice spears appeared in front of him. Go! Whoosh! The ice spear cut through the air, flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Tenman. Hehe, goodbye! Facing this ice spear with unparalleled impact, Tenman raised the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand and made a seal in front of his chest, and his body disappeared. Boom! The ice spear passed through the phantom and hit the ground heavily, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground in an instant. Damn, the second Hokage's Flying God Thunder technique. Looking at the figure that suddenly disappeared, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi frowned and looked extremely gloomy and terrible. Yang! Yes, Lord Mizukage. Mizunatsuki Yang, dressed in an umbu outfit, jumped and knelt on one knee in front of him. Go check who is on duty at the gate at night. Ha! Ying lowered her head, and at the moment of lowering her head, she slightly turned her head and secretly glanced at the ruins behind her. Was this really done by Konoha Namikaze Minato? She knew that there was another ninja in the ninja world who could use space ninjutsu, and his transformation technique was very invincible, because she had personally experienced the transformation technique of that little bastard. Ying's face was thoughtful, but fortunately she was wearing a mask and no one noticed this. Go quickly. Seeing Ying kneeling on the ground, not knowing what she was thinking and not leaving, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi frowned unhappily. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Ying saluted, her body tensed, and she quickly used the instant body technique to leave the ruins. Did the perception ninja find anything? Mizukage-sama, Namikaze Minato has left the village. Hearing the cold voice of Mizunatsuki Kiyomi, the perception squad leader hurriedly bowed and said that he was really shocked by the tragic situation in the village tonight, but in order to prevent the third-generation Mizukage from venting his anger on him, he responded carefully. Go down. How could Mizunatsuki Kiyomi not see the little thoughts of the perception squad leader? He really wanted to kick him to death, but he really had no one to use. There were too few people in the huge Kirigakure who were truly loyal to him. Ha! The perception squad leader slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and honestly stepped aside, waiting for the third-generation Mizukage to summon him at any time. What about the intelligence squad? Have you calculated the losses tonight? Lord Mizukage, time is running out and many bodies have been burned to ashes, so. Waste. Yes. The intelligence squad leader was kneeling on the ground with his whole body almost touching the ground. Before tomorrow morning, I want to see the situation of the losses. Yes. And announce what happened tonight to the ninja world and strongly condemn Konoha for attacking civilians. Hi. Hearing this, the intelligence squad leader couldn't believe his ears. Shouldn't such a thing be covered up? Why did it have to be known to everyone? He raised his head and looked at Mizunatsuki Kiyomi in confusion. Waste, hurry up. Yes. The intelligence squad leader was so scared by the roar that he trembled all over and crawled and rolled away. This funny scene, none of the mist ninjas present laughed, even the most courageous watermelon mountain puffer ghost had a solemn face. They were humiliated tonight. Kirigakure, one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world, was actually breached by a ninja. I must let Konoha also experience our pain once. Mizunatsuki Kiyo's voice was as cold and terrifying as a demon. Revenge. Go to Konoha. Revenge. The Kirigakure ninjas present roared, and their roars went straight to the sky and spread far away. At. Hi. It was really thrilling just now. I almost couldn't help but use ice escape. Tenman created a shadow clone and continued to flash outside the Kirigakure village, while his original body sneaked towards the Snow Clan's territory. He did not release the transformation until he was almost home and turned into his original appearance. Tenman. Master Tenman. As soon as Tenman stepped into the yard with his right foot, Xiao flew over and hugged him tightly. What's wrong? Tianmen gently lifted Xiao's chin, and seeing that there were tears on both sides of her cheeks, he wiped them very gently. You. The faint explosions just now, and the earth shaking that followed, all made the 2 women extremely worried, and their hearts were tightly tied. Hehe, it's okay, it's just that the Konoha ninja attacked the village. Yet. Smelling the pungent smell of blood on Tianmen's body, Xiao nodded. As a smart woman, she should help her husband take care of everything behind his back. Let's go take a shower. Ah. Haha. When everything calmed down, Tianmen put on a single coat and came to the yard barefoot. He looked up at the bright moon in the starry sky and sighed deeply. The number of people he killed since his rebirth until yesterday was not even a fraction of the number of people he killed tonight. Regret? He didn't regret it. He just felt that human life was worthless in this chaotic world. The weak were not even as good as an ant. What's wrong? Can't sleep. A pair of crystal-like hands hugged him from behind. I think many people can't sleep tonight. Really? That's their own fault. It seems that I can't hide anything from you, Xiao. Tianmen turned around slowly, he stared at the girl in front of him with great satisfaction. I am your wife. You are so smart, guess what our child's surname will be in the future, Mizunatsuki or Senju? After thinking for a moment, Tianmin still told her about another bloodline in his body. This was also a test for her. Only after passing this test would she know some of the plans in the future. Some things he planned alone were definitely not as good as two people. After all, there would definitely be some deviations when one person considered things, and some deviations were often very fatal. Anyway, the high-level Konoha must know about his Senju bloodline, and it was not an absolute secret. What? Xiaoao covered her mouth and stared at him in disbelief. After getting his confirmation again, she threw herself into his arms excitedly. The surname must be Senju. That is the first ninja clan in the ninja world. Although it has disappeared in recent years, there are still well-known stories circulating in the ninja world. When Xiaoao thought that her and Tianmin's children would be rampant in the ninja world in the name of Senju in the future, she was very excited and trembling. Haha, let's go. Be gentle. Chapter 87 I Want to Cry. Just when the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilized the army to prepare to defeat Sand Village in one fell swoop, a shocking news spread in the ninja world, even overshadowing the third-generation Raikage. Konoha's senior ninja Namikaze Minato went into the Mist Village alone and killed hundreds of Mist ninjas and thousands of villagers. For this information, the major ninja villages did not believe it at first, but with the confirmation of their spies in the Mist Village and the condemnation of Konoha by the Mist Village, the authenticity of this news was confirmed. One person fought against the whole village of ninjas alone, causing such great destruction under the eyes of the third Mizukage and countless jonins. What level of ninja is this? It's simply the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, even more powerful than Uchiha Madara. Is a mere Konoha Jonin so powerful? Can he be compared to the god of ninjas? This is obviously impossible. So Kirigakure was scolded as a stupid village, a weak village, and the weakest village. All kinds of sarcasm were thrown at Kirigakure. Among them, Hanzo of Rain Country jumped the most, saying that Kirigakure village did not deserve the title of the 5 major ninja villages, implying that Rain Country was qualified. The third Mizukage Mizunatsuki Kiyomi was so angry that he really wanted to raise an army to destroy him, but considering that there was the land of fire in between, and the land of rain was now the battlefield between Konoha and Sand Village, he thought about it and gave up. In order to save a little reputation, Kirigakure threw out a more shocking revelation that Minato Namikaze knew the unique skill of the second Hokage, the Flying God Thunder technique, and welcomed him to visit other ninja villages. Flying God Thunder technique? Doesn't that mean that Minato Namikaze is treated like a back garden by their own ninja village, and they can come in and go out as they please? Other ninja villages were shocked and secretly cursed the third Mizukage for being a nobody and having a very bad conscience. The third Raikage said that his son and Minato Namikaze would not win in a duel. Tisk, I don't believe you, you old man are very bad. Among them, Iwagakure was the least skeptical. The third Raikage said, if you don't believe it, come and fight me. Come on, who is afraid of who? The one who is afraid is a dog. So on a sunny day, the third Raikage happily accepted the appointment for a duel. Challenged 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Konoha. Minato Namikaze, who had just come out of Kushina's house, felt a little weak in the knees, so his posture when walking on the road was a little strange. Hey, why do people look at me so strangely? Did they know that I stayed overnight at Chili's house? Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze's sunny and handsome face suddenly turned red. Minato. At this moment, a roar like a lion roared from far behind him. Hearing this roar, Minato Namikaze's body froze in an instant. He slowly turned around and looked at the person who came, with a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Tsunade-sama. During this period, he avoided Tsunade as far as he could, otherwise he would ask her to go to Kirigakure with him to bring back Tenma as soon as they met, but is Kirigakure so easy to break into? Minato, I have always misunderstood you. Hi. Next time you go to Kirigakure, please take me with you. Hi. He understood every word Tsunade said, but why did he not understand the meaning of the words when they were put together? Tsunade-sama, you said I went to Kirigakure, when? Yet. Seeing Minato Namikaze's reaction, Tsunade frowned, anger surged in her heart. She would definitely teach Jiraiya a lesson when she returned. A good young man was actually led like this by him, lying without even thinking. After getting confirmation again, Minato Namikaze was confused. How could he not know that he had been to Kirigakure? Tsunade-sama, please wait a moment, let me slow down. Minato. This matter has spread throughout the ninja world, you still want to lie to me? Ah! Everyone knows. Minato Namikaze was completely dumbfounded. He just spent a night at Kushina's house, how could it become like this? Tsunade-sama, I really have never been to Kirigakure. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kushina. Humph. A moment later, at Kushina's house. The four of them sat in silence in the living room. Why did they say four people? Because there was an uninvited Jiraiya. Jiraiya, he originally came to criticize Minato. How could he attack unarmed civilians if he wanted to be a great ninja? It was too wrong. Minato, did you really stay at Kushina's house that night? Before Minato Namikaze answered Jiraiya, Kushina nodded with a red face. Yes, Jiraiya teacher, Minato really stayed at my house that night, and never left my side for a moment. You. This was a bit hurtful to Jiraiya, who had been single for decades. He pointed at the couple and couldn't even say a word. Okay, since it wasn't Minato who did it, who could be disguising him? Jiraiya touched his chin and thought carefully. Well, the information from Kirigakure said that the person who disguised himself as Minato knew space ninjutsu and could also use Rei's non. It must be Minato himself. You two won't team up to deceive us, right? Teacher Jiraiya, I said it wasn't me. Minato Namikaze waved his hands repeatedly in the face of Jiraiya and Tsunade's suspicious eyes. Teacher Jiraiya, it really wasn't Minato. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Nine Tails. Kushina's words contained a lot of information. Minato Namikaze turned his head and looked at her like a robot, one click after another. The shocked eyes seemed to ask, the Nine Tails wouldn't be watching us when we were together. Facing his doubts, Kushina shook her head and then nodded. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 87 I Want to Cry. Cool. Namikaze Minato stood stiffly in his seat, the world seemed to have lost its color, it was too embarrassing. If it's not Minato, then who would it be? Why would he slander Minato and let Konoha take the blame? As for Tenman, they never thought about it. How could a mist ninja attack someone from the same village so hatefully? Tenman. Tenman stared at the snow-white ceiling with his eyes blank. What have I experienced these days? Why am I so tired? My legs are so sore and my waist hurts. Listening to the silver bell laughter coming from outside the house, he wanted to cry. A crazy woman is so scary. I'm so sleepy. I haven't gotten out of bed for several days. I'd better take this opportunity to have a good sleep. When I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Huh? Fiian, that old woman pretending to be young, why did she come to my place? Tianmen, who had just opened his eyes, frowned and his face was full of doubts when he heard the speech coming from outside the house. No one comes to the temple for no reason. It must be a traitor or a thief. It must be bad. The two sides have almost torn their faces apart. They can still maintain their meeting without fighting, mainly relying on his mother. Forget it, everyone is a guest, so I'd better give Xiaoao some face. After all, she is Xiaoao's grandmother. After thinking about it, Tianmen put on his clothes and walked out with a smile, saying hello. Great Elder Fiian. Haha, Tianmen, you came just in time. I was just talking about you with Xiaoao. When Minato Namikaze attacked, you did not choose to blindly support, but stayed at home to protect Xiaoao. I want to praise you for this. Mother-in-law, you are too kind. Xiao will soon become my wife. Tianmin walked over and hugged Xiao's shoulders, smiling at Fiyin in front of him. Chapter 88 Research. Well, now that you can think like this, I feel relieved. The clan is everything to us. Yes, I will have to learn more from you in the future. Don't hit someone in the face, don't say it clearly. Since Fiyin took the initiative to come to the door, why did Tianmin have to put on a cold face and embarrass Xiao? Then the three of them sat together happily, chatting about all kinds of interesting things in a happy atmosphere, and Xiao blushed and wanted to dig a piece of land to bury herself. They were mainly talking about her childhood, or were they talking about her childhood? He himself had nothing to say, so he tried his best to exercise in order not to die. In this friendly atmosphere, Fiyin suddenly said, Tianmin, Xiao, I discussed with Jing Ai and decided to set the wedding date for you two on March 8th. March 8th. Tianmin, what do you think? Fiyin asked, and Xiao turned her head and looked at him thoughtfully. Haha, this time is very good. Tianmin smiled sweetly, and this smile combined with his appearance made the three women in the courtyard suddenly stiffen, staring at his face and almost drooling. Why, is there something on my face? Let's stop here today, I won't disturb you too. For some reason, Fei Yan's expression was very complicated at this time. She looked at Xiao Yao and got up and left. As soon as she left, Xiao Yao also got up. Tian Man, I'm sleepy again. It's none of my business whether you are sleepy or not. Looking at the eyes staring straight at me, Tianmin's heart trembled, and he stuttered. No, sister, I just woke up. Stop talking nonsense, come quickly. Xiao hooked her finger at him, and the meaning was very clear. Come again, isn't this going to kill me? At this moment, Tianmin really missed Ying, she was so obedient, she did whatever she was told to do, and fiddled with it at will. Oh, here I come. Helplessly, Tianmin got up and followed her tremblingly, just hoping that Xiao would not be like that, so terrible, and simply treated him as not a human being. It must be. Haha, my father is really worried about Mizunatsuki Ren, and specially set our wedding date on the same day as them. Lying on the bed, Xiao suddenly remembered something and laughed coldly. Xiao, are you not angry? Tianmin asked in confusion, because the day they got married was the same day as Mizunatsuki Ren and the others, so Tianmin and the others' wedding would be cold and deserted, and no one would bless them. Why should I be angry? Xiao curled her red lips, revealing a mocking look. Ever since her father decided to take action against her lover, she had already shed all her tears. Moreover, as the daughter of the clan leader, she could not inherit the position of clan leader. Instead, she was raised like a pig and did not even have the qualifications to become a ninja. How could she accept this? Tenman. We must not let Mizunatsuki Jin ascend to the position of clan leader. Xiao said firmly. Tianmin turned over and sat up, looking at his woman in confusion. He pinched her cheeks and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever, why are you talking in your sleep? Xiao also sat up. She frowned and took a long breath. I really think so. If he really sits on the throne of the patriarch, we will definitely not be at ease in the days to come. You may not know that the patriarch has the right to order any member of the tribe to do a mission. Is that so? It seems that he can't live past that day. That's right. Xiao nodded her head, and her body trembled unconsciously. After a while, she asked with a strange expression. Tianmin, do you have any ideas? After all, it's less than 10 days away from the 8th day of March. I do have an idea, but I have to wait for an undercover agent to send me the information before I can implement it. Ah! You have an undercover agent, who is it? Hehe, it's a secret. Hate it. Ice escape, ice sealing technique. As Tianmen's ice attribute chakras surged out, a little white mouse in front of him was instantly frozen into a lump of ice. Still not working. Tianmen stared at the lump of ice in front of him, his face very gloomy. Disperse! He shouted softly, and the ice melted instantly to reveal a dead little white mouse. This was the 17th little white mouse that was frozen to death. The ice sealing technique cannot sustain the life of the little white mouse, so what is the principle of the technique that freezes the mother? In a room that was transformed into a research institute, Tianmen kept pacing back and forth, thinking carefully. Ice breathing technique? But the ice breathing technique can only be used on myself. Never mind, let's try it first. He grabbed another little white mouse from the iron cage and fixed it in front of him. Tianmen's hands moved again, 1 seal per second, very slowly. Ice escape, ice breathing technique. With a rustling sound, a little bit of frost appeared on his chest, and then the frost quickly increased to form ice cubes, spreading quickly everywhere, and soon wrapped his whole body. Snap! Tianmen moved his whole body, and the ice layer covering his body was broken and fell to the ground. Hi! It still doesn't work. Should I go to Fiyin and play a trick on him? Tianmen really had no idea how to use ice escape to sustain life. Knock knock. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is even more exciting later. Chapter 88 Research. Come in. As the sunlight shone into the house, Xiao walked in. She first glanced at the pile of rat corpses, a trace of disgust flashed across her face, and then looked at Tianmen. Still no clue. Yet. How about eating first? Tianmen was in no mood to eat now, he waved his hand. No, you and Ling eat first. Okay, then you take care of yourself. Seeing him like this, Xiao had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the door. Just as she was about to go out, she seemed to think of something, stopped, turned around and faced Tianmen, facing his questions. I remember that there is a medical ninja under Ying who seems to know an ice escape called the fluorescent coffin technique. I wonder if it will be useful for your research. Who? Tianmen's body flashed, appeared in front of Xiao, and grabbed her shoulders. Ah! You hurt me. Sorry. It's not Tianmen's fault. He was too excited. Anything that could help him with his research was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Forget it. I don't bother with you. I remember that person's name was Shinichi. Shinichi? Mizuno Yu Janai. Yet. Boo. Xiao, I love you so much. As soon as the voice fell, Tianmen flashed past her body like the wind and disappeared without a trace. Asshole Tianmen, you still say that your legs are weak, you just lie to me every day. As if recalling something interesting, Xiao standing at the door laughed out loud, and her red face was extremely cute under the sunlight. Chapter 89 Surprise. Is this the Zhen family? I really can't tell. Tenman stopped at a remote location in the Snow Clan's territory. He looked at the dilapidated house in front of him and walked over. Knock knock. Who? Listening to the voice coming from the house, Tenman showed a playful smile on his face. It's me. The door opened, and Shinichi stared at the person outside the door, and the whole person was stunned. He didn't expect that the person who came was Tenman. Tenman-sama. After a while, he knew the relationship between Tenman and Ying. Brother, who is it? Just at this moment, a small figure came out from the inner room. She ran over quickly, hiding behind Shinichi and looking at Tenman curiously. Hihi, is this your sister, Shinichi? Yes, her name is Zi, Mizunatsuki Zi. Shinichi looked down at his sister, his face was very gentle. Zi, she's really cute. What Tenman said was true. His big eyes, coupled with the appearance of the Snow Clan, made him extremely lethal, but he was a little thin and his face was very pale. Zi, brother will bring you some candy next time, okay? Tenman-sama. Seeing Tenman coming over, Shinichi's heart instantly lifted, and his whole body tensed up. What's the matter? Tenman looked up and glanced at him. This glance broke Shinichi's defense directly, and he was so scared that he was sweating all over and shivering, as if he was in hell facing ghosts and gods. Brother! The clever little girl quickly noticed his abnormality, and tightly grasped his cold palm, sending him a little warmth. This pleasant child's voice made Shinichi sober up instantly. Yes, his sister is still by his side, and he must protect her. Tenman-sama, please come in. He hurriedly made way for Tenman to come in. This shouldn't be the case, Shinichi. You are a jonin in the clan, and you also know medical ninjutsu. How can you live in such a bad place with your sister? After entering the room, Tenman looked around and found that the house was even more shabby and exaggerated than the outside, even worse than his old house, so he asked in confusion. Hearing this, Shinichi lowered his head and remained silent. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my burden, my brother wouldn't be so tired. Zi. Hearing his sister blaming herself, Shinichi couldn't help but stop her. Shinichi, what's going on? Tell me. Tenman glanced at the food on the shabby table in front of him and couldn't help frowning. Has he reached the end of his rope? Yes. Shinichi had to listen to Tianman's words. He still remembered the scene of the Nightmare Gang. He first glanced at his sister who was climbing onto the table and preparing to eat. A trace of heartache and helplessness flashed across his face. Then he said, Zi was born with a mutation in her blood. She needs to take in a lot of precious medicinal materials every day. In order for her to grow up smoothly, Is that so? Does Ying know about this? Master Ying. Master Ying. Seeing his expression, Tianman immediately understood that Ying didn't know about this. It's really sad. She was just used as a tool. Tianman stopped looking at him and turned to look at Zi, who was eating the leftovers in the bowl. After thinking for a moment, Tianman stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on her shoulder, which had little flesh, and closed his eyes to check her physical condition. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and frowned and said, Ice escape blood limit mutation? No wonder. Hearing what Tenman said, Shinichi almost jumped up with excitement. He had taken his sister to see a doctor for many years but could not find the cause of the disease. He only knew that there was a problem with the blood. Now he finally found the cause. He was so excited at this moment. Tenman-sama, then. Over the years, you have accidentally supplemented the life energy needed by your sister's body through a large amount of medicinal materials, but this is far from enough. Her frail body is proof of this. If I am not mistaken, she only has 1 year left to live. Tenman-sama, please save Zi. As long as you can cure Zi, I will be your slave and loyal to you for the rest of my life. With a swish, Shinichi knelt down in front of Tenman and kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead turned red. Seeing his brother like this, the precocious Zi also knelt down immediately. Tenman naturally looked down on a mere jonin. If it weren't for the ice escape ninjutsu in his hand, he wouldn't even step into this place. However, Tenman said that this little girl Zi was a pleasant surprise, and with a little training, she would definitely become a great help to him in the future. If you want to cure Zi, she must follow me for a long time in the future. Facing Shinichi's doubts, Tenman directly stated the reason. Because only I can always supply your sister with the huge vitality she needs. After speaking, Tenman stretched out his food. The finger gently touched Zi's heart, and immediately the power of the 1,000 hands in his body flowed into her body through his finger. Almost instantly, Zi's thin body gradually swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face became rosy. At this time, she looked like a normal 7-year-old girl. Seeing Tianman retract his index finger, Shinichi, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up instantly, hugged his sister with a brisk step, and asked anxiously, Zi, how do you feel now? Zi did not respond to him immediately, but touched and pinched here and there, unable to believe what she felt. Zi, tell me quickly. Shinichi had never been as anxious as he was now. Brother, I have never been as good as I am now. Chapter 89 An Unexpected Surprise. Really? Yet. Zi nodded heavily. Zi. Brother. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. Ahem. Tianmin couldn't stand this scene, and coughed a few times to remind the two that he was still here. Hearing the voice, Shinichi pulled Zi together and knelt in front of Tianmin again. Now he was not superficial like before, but very sincere. Since his parents died in the hands of the rock ninja, he has lived his whole life only for his sister. Tenman-sama, I'm sorry, I'm really too excited. Tianmin waved his hand. It's okay, but according to the agreement, you two brothers and sisters will be my subordinates from now on. Yes. Zi didn't answer, but stared at the beautiful little brother in front of her with grateful eyes. It was he who saved her and her brother and brought them out of the sea of suffering. Shinichi, give me the technique of the fluorescent coffin. Since he was his subordinate, Tenman said bluntly, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. Tenman-sama, please wait a moment. After that, Shinichi took out a blank scroll from his arms and wrote and drew on the scroll based on his memory. A moment later, he held up the scroll full of words and drawings with both hands and handed it to Tenman respectfully. Tenman-sama, this is the technique of the fluorescent coffin. Tenman took the scroll, spread it out, and read it carefully word by word, for fear that if he missed one of the words, the meaning would become different. I see. After reading the content on the scroll, he finally had a clue about the direction of his next research. Without this, he didn't know how long it would take to get to this step. Chapter 90 Undercover. Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Shinichi, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but look up at Tenman. Seeing that he was still thinking with his eyes closed, he could only wait for Naxon. Time passed by bit, and the sky gradually darkened. Shinichi's heart also became anxious. He could bear it, but his sister Zi was kneeling all the time. How could she bear it at such a young age? He paused and mustered up some courage. Tenman-sama, I wonder what arrangements you have for my next mission. Tianmin, who was interrupted by this voice, was a little angry. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that the house was now pitch black. It's already night. Everyone, get up. Yes, Lord Tenman. One voice, one big and one small, sounded at the same time. Zi staggered and almost fell down the moment she got up. Fortunately, her brother Shinichi was always paying attention to her and hurriedly supported her. Although she had a lot of life energy from Tenman to replenish the damaged organs and cells in her body, how could the damage accumulated over the years be restored overnight? It takes a process in between. Shinichi. Yes. Shinichi straightened his body and then listened carefully to Tenman's orders to him. For the next 10 days, you will be undercover next to Ying, and you must report her every move to me in detail. How could Tenman really believe that woman? Even though they had had physical contact and were cooperating happily now, he never forgot how vicious this woman was. Her methods were linked one after another, making it hard to guard against. Yes, Lord Tenman. Shinichi immediately understood, and at the same time, he also understood what the relationship between Tenman and Ying was like. Tianmin pondered for a while, thinking about whether there was anything he had missed. With the woman's shrewdness, if he wanted to plant an undercover agent next to her, he had to be comprehensive and without any loopholes. When he glanced at Zi, his brows knitted, and he wanted to slap himself on the spot. Such a big loophole would be discovered unless others were blind. He immediately took out a large stack of banknotes from his arms and put them on the table. Here is 1,000,000 taels, take it. Ah! Lord Tianmin, please don't do that. I really can't accept this money. Seeing such a thick stack of money on the table, Shinichi pulled his sister down again and waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he would not accept the money no matter what. I haven't finished speaking yet. This money is not for you, but for your sister Zi. Hi. For Zi, did I hear wrong? Ah. For me, then my brother won't have to work so hard, right? Even in the dark space, Tianmin could still see the confused expressions of the brother and sister very clearly. Anyway, the money was not his, so he didn't feel bad at all. That's right. This million is for Zi. In the next 10 days, Shinichi, you should buy those medicinal herbs for your sister as usual. At the same time, buy some white powder to paint Zi's face pale and wear some thick clothes. Anyway, it's the same now as before. Lord Tianmin, I understand. I promise you that Zi will not go out or see anyone in the next 10 days. Shinichi understood what Tianmin meant. He also knew what kind of woman his superior Ying was. Well, that's good. After that, Tianmin stood up and walked towards the door. He had wasted half a day here and it was almost time to go back. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked back at the brother and sister standing by the table and watching him. Shinichi, I almost forgot to tell you something. The woman you have a crush on for a long time, Mizunatsuki Hana, regarded your scandal as a bad affair between her and her several partners. What? How is this possible? Hua Shi. Looking at the figure disappearing at the door, Shinichi's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. Brother! Hearing the exclamation from the house, Tianmin paused. He didn't expect that the woman who was tempting him before her death had such a colorful life. When the subordinate mentioned this to him, he didn't believe it, until... Very detailed, the plot is very rich and exciting. Tianmin said that she is really a master-level sister. If he killed her hastily, he would really regret it. If he left her, he would let her teach him a few tricks. Then Xiaoao can still be so arrogant now? What a joke, believe it or not, Tianmin can let her call daddy. Haha, are you preparing now? On the way home, Tianmin saw all the lights and decorations along the way. Every member of the Snow Clan had a happy smile on his face, as if the grand wedding 7 days later was related to them. Hey! I hope you won't be too sad that day. When he was about to return to his home, he found that except for his own courtyard, all the nearby courtyards were hung with colorful lanterns. In such an environment, his courtyard was very conspicuous and out of tune with everything around it. Ling, where is Xiaoao? Tianmin was obviously doing too much. Could it be that with his strength, he couldn't find Xiaoao's current location? Hey, brother, do you know that women need to be coaxed? If you don't understand, get out of the way quickly. Don't talk nonsense here, which will lead dear readers astray. Oh, I'll leave now. Woo, Xiaopija has no human rights, begging for a wave of monthly tickets. Ling pouted and moved towards the master bedroom. Hee, this little greedy cat still said that he didn't care. Isn't he still angry? Tianmin blinked at Ling and deliberately spoke loudly, but it was a pity that Ling didn't seem to understand what he meant. His performance seemed to be a shot in the air. Hey, what a fool! Tianmin slapped his forehead and was speechless. Ling seemed to be quite smart, but why did she become stupid at the critical moment? Okay, go and heat up the food. Yes. Ling smiled as she turned around. Change. With a bang, when the smoke dissipated, Tianmin had a bunch of very beautiful flowers in his right hand. Then he gently pressed his cheeks with his left hand, put on an expression that he thought was the most handsome, and walked slowly towards the master bedroom with heavy steps. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Tianmin saw Xiaoao lying on the bed with her back to the outside. He smiled mischievously, stepped lightly, and approached the bed silently, suddenly raised his left hand to cover her eyes. Guess who I am? Tianmin, don't make noise. Xiaoao seemed to be in a very bad mood at this time, and was indifferent to Tianmin's playfulness. If it were normal, she would have pounced on him. What's wrong, are you really angry? Be good, let me see. Tenman stretched his head over without hesitation and looked at her from the front. Hey! Why are your eyes so red? Did you cry just now? Tell me, who bullied you, and see how your husband teaches him a lesson. Puff. Seeing Tenman's expression so funny, Xiaoao couldn't help laughing. She curled her lips. It was Mizunatsuki Kyoji, that bastard who bullied me, you go beat him up. Chapter 91, each with a hidden agenda. Late at night, when everyone was immersed in their dreams, a man and a woman met in an extremely secret place in an unusual way. Hey, you're so anxious to find me, are you missing me? Go. Don't be so careless, I'm talking to you about business. Haha, I'm talking about business. Boo. Is that enough, little kid? That's enough, just tell me what you want, Sister Ying. Ying rolled her eyes at Tianmen, whose mouth was about to split. The corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. She had never suffered any loss since she was a child, but why did she get eaten up everywhere when she met this little enemy? She pulled the corner of her clothes to calm down the mess. He looked at his head and asked. The day is coming soon, do you have any plans? Plan? What plans? Just rush in and get started when the time comes. Tianmen shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant, as if he didn't care. Haha. Looking at Ying's expression of "Do you think I'm an idiot?" he patted his forehead lightly and said. It's because Sister Ying hasn't given me any information yet, so how can I implement the plan specifically? Here you go. Ying handed a piece of paper to Tianmen while speaking from the ninja bag behind her. What is this? This is the arrangement for the day. Tianmen took the paper, squatted down and looked at the contents carefully in the moonlight. Wow! It's so detailed, it must have taken you a lot of thought, Sister Ying. It's okay. Really? Tianmen lowered his head and the corners of his mouth slightly rose, and a mocking look flashed across his face. Sister Ying, I see from the plan above that it seems that we can only start when you and Ren enter the bridal chamber. We don't have to wait until you do something. Asshole, what are you talking about? Isn't there a chance to start on the way to the bridal chamber? For some reason, Ying couldn't help but feel guilty. She lowered her voice and shouted. Oh, so that's it. Tianmen stood up and looked at Ying with a sincere face. Don't worry, Sister Ying, I promise that you will become the widow of the clan leader safely by then. Yeah. No, why is it wrong? The more she hears this, the more wrong it seems. Ying glared at Tianmen fiercely and disappeared. Haha, if I hadn't received the information in advance, I would have believed you, Sister Ying. Looking at Ying's leaving figure, Tianmen smiled coldly, and at this time a piece of the same paper slipped from his sleeve to his palm. Hehe, it's really interesting. He looked at the two pieces of paper in his hand with the same style but completely opposite contents, and the corners of his mouth almost cracked with laughter. You want to sacrifice me and get promoted to the top? Dream on! How could it be possible to kill Mizunatsuki-jin under the protection of countless people without revealing his identity? If he had that ability, why didn't he choose to kill all the opposing voices and sit on the supreme throne of Kirigakure? Instead, he was calculating all kinds of conspiracies here. What a waste of time! Don't you think so, cute little mouse? Turning his head to look at a pillar outside the door, a hint of teasing flashed across Tenman's face. Discovered. A beautiful Kirigakure ninja hiding behind a pillar changed her expression drastically. Without thinking, she jumped to the roof, because being on the roof would definitely attract the attention of the patrolling Kirigakure ninjas. Due to the sneak attack by Minato Namikaze a few days ago, no, it should be Tenman's destruction of Kirigakure. Kirigakure has increased its patrol force recently, especially at night. The entire Kirigakure village is full of patrols and umbu. This road is blocked. Just as the woman jumped up, Tianmen's body appeared in midair and blocked her in front of her, and said to her with a smile. Damn it! Staring at Tianmen who was blocking her, the female mist ninja's pupils shrank suddenly, and with a flick of her wrist, she threw out several shuriken, and she herself took advantage of this slight reaction force to lower her body and fall to the ground. As soon as she landed, she quickly formed seals with both hands. Ice escape, ice, Hehe, I can't let you successfully perform ninjutsu, otherwise I will be in trouble. Tianmin strangled the neck of the beauty in front of him with one hand and lifted her body up. Standing on her feet, it became extremely difficult for her to break free. Her two hands grabbed Tianmin's right arm desperately, hoping to make him let go through the pain. Tianmin's 5 fingers grabbed tighter and tighter. In just a few seconds, the female ninja's eyes gradually closed, and her whole body had no strength. Her hands softened and fell down. Bang! Hey, trouble! Tianmin stared at the female ninja who was still unconscious on the ground, frowning. He had known about this female ninja who followed Ying for a long time. At first, he thought it was Ying who brought her here, but later he gradually found something wrong, but it was too late now. It didn't matter whether he killed her or not, because it would alert the enemy anyway. As long as this female ninja didn't go back on time, it would definitely alert the people behind the scenes. See if that trick works. I hope this beautiful woman's will is not too high. Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal. Picking up the female ninja on the ground, Tianmin shook his body and flashed out of the hidden mist village. Water escape, water flow technique. The female ninja who fainted slowly opened her eyes after being washed by cold water. Where is this? This is an unnamed island in the land of water. Mizunatsuki Tenman. Hearing the voice, the female ninja turned over and jumped up from the ground. She stared at the back of the figure sitting in front of the fire, her body in a fighting posture. Haha, don't be so nervous. I tell you that my grilled fish smells delicious. Do you want to come and have some? Why don't you kill me? Why should I kill you? We are from the same clan. Tenman turned around and looked at her with a smile. Humph, haven't you killed enough people in your clan? The female ninja obviously didn't believe his nonsense. She scanned everything around her with the corner of her eyes, hoping to find a chance to escape. As for defeating Tenman, she didn't have this idea. Although she was also a jonin, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, so big that she despaired. How could her little tricks be hidden from Tenman's bright eyes? He pointed to his side. I really didn't lie to you. This place is far away from the village. You think I'm a fool? The female ninja glanced at the moon hanging in the starry sky. It was obvious that not long had passed. How could it be far away from the village, unless... Suddenly thinking of something, the female ninja's face became very shocked. She trembled and pointed at Tianmin. You. Have you been discovered? You really can't underestimate the ninjas in this world. As long as you know a little information, you can guess a lot of things. Are you interested in being my subordinate? Tianmin stretched and stood up from the fire, then turned around and slowly walked to the female ninja who was frozen all over. He stretched out his hand and gently lifted the female ninja's chin, which made the latter tremble all over and nervous to the extreme. Why? Chapter 92 My sealing technique is not bad _Muji ninja of water country of Konoha _memories of many days. You want to know why I also know space ninjutsu? Due to Tenman's disturbance in Kirigakure, space ninjutsu is naturally not as mysterious as in the original work, and few people know about it. Without waiting for the female ninja to answer, Tianmin continued to talk to himself. Because, I did what happened that night. What? The female ninja couldn't believe her ears. She looked at Tianmin as if she was a madman. She opened her mouth again, and finally uttered a line of words. Why? Why? Hearing this, Tianmin covered her stomach and laughed, and her tears were about to flow out. Haha, your question is too funny. What would you do if a group of ants crawled on you and were ready to bite you? Slap them to death. As soon as these words came out, the female ninja reacted, her eyes turned red, and she rushed towards Tianmin regardless of the difference in strength between the two. Asshole, you actually treated a living person as an ant? Facing the female ninja rushing over, Tianmin flicked his right hand lightly, and the female ninja flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Is there a problem? As a weak person, you don't even have the slightest respect for the strong, and you want to drown the strong with your saliva. What qualifications do you have to live in this world? Tianmin's expression sank, and he stared coldly at the female ninja lying on the ground. Pa! Kill me! The female ninja met his cold gaze without fear, and instead spit at him. Hehe, I hope you will still think so later. Ah! What are you going to do? Looking at Tianmin squatting in front of her with a devilish smile on his face, the female ninja couldn't help but show a panic on her face. As soon as she raised her hands and tried to perform the substitution technique to escape, Tianmin's hand was already on her forehead. Seal, head, and heart seal. Ah! As Tianmin let go of his right hand, the female ninja rolled on the ground with her hands holding her head. It's so itchy. Ah, kill me, please kill me. Hehe, it's more than just itchy, enjoy this. Tianmin crossed his arms and looked at everything in front of him with ruthless eyes. Ah! It hurts, it's so itchy. He developed this technique specifically to control his subordinates. If the person being cast wants to say anything about him, the end will be like this, as if thousands of ants drilled into the body and bit it. If you still want to tell him about him, it doesn't matter, he has another layer of insurance, that is, the person being cast will have his head exploded. Ah! Lord Tianmin, please let me go, I won't dare to do it again. It only took a moment for the female ninja to be unable to bear this torture and begged for mercy from Tianmin. Really? I'll let you continue to experience it. If you dare to betray me in the future, the end will be 10 times more painful than this. Ah! Tianmin-sama, please taste it. The female ninja knelt in front of the fire and served Tianmin as well as she could. She gently parted a delicious shrimp and carefully put it into his mouth. Well, your skills are not bad. Tianmin nodded with great satisfaction. These shrimps were just caught by the female ninja. As a foodie, how could Tianmin not taste them himself? By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Tianmin-sama, my name is Mizunatsuki Akiko. Akiko? That's a really good name. Tianmin couldn't help but look at the woman kneeling beside him a few more times. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Tianmin. Haha. Seeing Tianmin laughing, Jingzi seemed to think of something, lowered her head with red cheeks, and said in a mosquito-like voice. If Lord Tianmin needs it, Jingzi is willing. Hearing this, Tianmin's laughter suddenly stopped. He stared at Jingzi in a daze, and couldn't believe his ears. No way, so perverted, my technique is not that exaggerated, is she a masochist? Forget it, it's late. If you go back later, it will alert Mizunatsuki Kiyomi. Ah! Lord Tianmin, how did you know? Jingzi looked at him in disbelief. Haha, is this difficult? Who else in the clan has the courage to send someone to follow the deputy director of the Mizunatsuki Ying besides him? As for Mizunatsuki Jin, Tianmin said hehe. By the way, remember what I told you before? Yes, Jingzi only took a walk around the village with Minister Ying tonight. Very good, let's go back then. After that, Tianmin secretly made a seal, took her hand and disappeared instantly. Although Tianmin's teleportation distance is not comparable to the Flying Thunder technique, teleportation is teleportation, and the speed is not to be underestimated. They crossed the sea, flew over the mountains, there were no mountains, they jumped over the sea salt land, and soon entered the hidden mist village silently. Tianmin let go of Jingzi's hand far away from the Snow Clan's home. God knows how far the perception range of Mizunatsuki Jingii is. It is better to be safe at this critical period. Jingzi, let's separate here. Yes, Lord Tianmin, Jingzi is waiting for your call at any time. Okay, go. Tianmin couldn't stand the look in his eyes. At this time, he asked her to die, and the latter should be happy to die, not to mention anything else. Yes. With a whoosh, Jingzi disappeared beside Tianmen with the instant body technique. Well, I should go back soon, but what should I do with the smell on my body? This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 92 My sealing technique is not bad. When Tianmen thought of Xiaoao's sensitive nose, he had a headache and felt that he would sleep on the floor again at night. The next morning. Master Tianmen, what's wrong with your waist? Tianmen just walked out of the door slowly, and Ling came up with a basin of water. When she saw Tianmen's appearance at this time, her face was very painful, and her shoulders kept shaking. Ling, the water spilled on my clothes. This little girl really needs to be beaten. She dared to laugh at me. Doesn't she know who is the boss in this family? Tianmen thought angrily in his heart, but he felt weak when he thought of the scene after returning home last night. Who would have thought that the bitch hated him so much that she kicked him to the ground after finishing the job? He still has backache. Haha, I'm sorry, Master Tianmen, I really can't help it, haha. Ling laughed so hard that she couldn't even hold the basin in her hand. It fell to the ground with a clang, splashing water all over Tianmen's body. Get out of the way. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Tianmen, and Xiaoao stood behind him with a smile. Okay, my wife. Sometimes a man should bow his head when he should, and he should not shiver when he bows his head in front of his woman. After all, he has to kneel to her every night, right? Humph. Seeing Tianmen turn his head, Xiaoao's face immediately changed and became very cold. Hehe, do you need me to serve you? Humph. Ling, towel, and wash basin are waiting for you. Tianmen followed Xiaoao and gestured to Ling who was standing beside him. Stop it. Hehe, it's like this. Haha, it's so itchy, let go quickly. Under Tianmen's skillful technique, Xiaoao only lasted for a moment before raising her hands in surrender. Master Tianmen, water and towels are here. Just when the two were getting more and more ambiguous, a blind man appeared and ruined everything. Damn Ling! Tianmen seemed to kick this ignorant woman away. Doesn't he know how difficult it is for him now? Chapter 93 Clan Meeting. In the best time of the day, a group of old men did not choose to go outing or take their grandchildren to play, but gathered together to discuss the meaning of life. Oh no, the fate of the Snow Clan. There are still 6 days until the most important day for our Snow Clan. Let's talk about how to solve the security problem. Fei Yan, who was the oldest and youngest sitting at the top, glanced at the participants and said calmly. It was a major day for the Snow Clan to take over from generation to generation. At that time, important figures from all the major families in the mist-hidden village would come to the scene to witness this great moment. Who would dare to come and make trouble at that time, unless it was the little bastard cultivated by your family? This point was clear to everyone present, and they sneered in their hearts. You want us to help you with the trouble you caused yourself? Dream on. So the elders of the Snow Clan who attended the meeting either sneered or mocked, fearlessly facing the increasingly cold gazes. Cough cough. Just as the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and everyone was about to leave unhappily, an old man sitting among them seemed a little anxious and coughed several times. Seeing that everyone's eyes were turned to him, he stood up from his seat in a flash. He looked around at all the elders of the family, cleared his throat, and then said in a loud voice. The security issue mentioned by the elder is indeed a big problem. All of us must attach great importance to this matter. If someone with bad intentions comes to make trouble on that day, it will not only be Ren's face that will be lost, but the reputation accumulated by the Snow Clan for hundreds of years. Hey! Someone in the crowd laughed and interrupted his impassioned speech. Fifth elder, what do you mean? Don't you think the honor of the family is not important? He was really annoyed by being interrupted, and stared fiercely at the person who dared to mock him. Hehe, forget it, third elder, don't force me to expose your past. Everyone here knows what kind of character you and your son are. Facing this murderous look, the fifth elder's face was very calm. He pressed his hand and said lightly. Zyanda, what do you mean? Hehe, you know it in your heart. If you don't want others to know about this, you must not do it yourself. Don't you think this is the truth? Facing the pressure of the third elder's momentum, the fifth elder seemed not to feel it. He responded to him with a mocking look, and finally did not forget to pull the atmosphere of the conference room. Hehe, that's right. This is the truth of the world. I have been annoyed with that hypocritical bastard for a long time. That's right. If it weren't for Ren's narrow-mindedness, how could our Snow Clan have come to this point today? The elders who spoke up had all failed in the power struggle. They had long had enough of the days without power and influence. Now they found an opportunity to ridicule her to death. Humph! Along with this cold snort, an immeasurable momentum spread in the conference room, covering everyone. This terrible momentum made the elders present tremble all over. They stared at her in silence, not daring to say a word. At this time, this woman who had lived from the Warring States period to the present finally revealed her strength. Big Elder, please don't be angry. After being shocked, the second elder, who was the second strongest in the conference room, quickly stood up and bowed to her. Please don't be angry, Big Elder. Some of the elders who held power also stood up and said respectfully after being shocked. Only the elders who had just been mocking were left. They were neither standing nor sitting, and they were very embarrassed. The third elder, who had lowered his head, suddenly found that Zyanda and the others were still sitting there motionless. He immediately came up with a plan. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his face, which flashed for a moment, and no one noticed it. He raised his head and looked at the elders who were sitting there with a righteous face. Zyanda, you made such a big mistake today. Not only did you not take the initiative to admit your mistakes to the elder, but you even despised the elder so much. What crime should you be punished for? That's right. We ask the elder to deprive him of his position as an elder. It is impossible to ask these bastards who are just sitting there to help, but they are more active than anyone else to add insult to injury. Go ahead, I don't want to be with you dogs. After a while, Mizunatsuki Yude stood up, looking at the elders with a mocking look on his face. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. The elders who were sitting looked at each other, and finally stood up with a firm expression and followed him to the door. Stop! The third elder shouted loudly. Hey! Mizunatsuki Yu, are you also going to learn your son's trick and use it on me? But I'm alone, I'm not afraid of your trick. Yude sneered, and a hint of teasing flashed across his face. You! Rebellion, rebellion! The third elder, Mizunatsuki Yang, did not expect that Zyanda would be so bold as to make such a thing known to the public, and he lost his words. When he came to his senses, he found that Zyanda and the others had left the meeting room, so he turned around and said respectfully to Fiian. Great Elder, Zyanda and the others are preparing to rebel. Shut up! Her cold eyes swept over his body, frightening him so much that his whole body trembled. Fei Yan never dreamed that Zyanda and his men would be so stubborn. Now things are completely out of her control. If they run to someone, the consequences will be disastrous. The Snow Clan may even split. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 93 Clan Meeting. Dismissed. When she thought of someone, Fei Yan felt a pang of heartache, so how could she continue the meeting? In fact, since she saw Tianman's talent, she decided to make him the next clan leader, otherwise she would not have given him the Ice and Snow Valley contract scroll representing the clan leader of the Snow Clan. As for Mizunatsuki Ren, where would he stay? But she never expected that once Tianman went to the Land of Fire and was out of her control, so many changes would happen, and in the end he would kill his clan members with his own hands. This was absolutely intolerable to her. Because in all the years she had experienced, she had seen too many powerful families decline from prosperity due to infighting among the clan members, and eventually be exterminated. So as long as she was alive, she could not allow someone to ascend to the position of clan leader with his hands stained with the blood of the clan members. Standing in front of two little white mice, one healed and the other seriously injured, Tianmin slowly formed a seal with his hands 1 second at a time. Ice escape, fluorescent coffin technique. As he finished the seal, 2 small ice coffins appeared in an instant and wrapped the 2 little white mice inside. Hi! Is this ice escape the magic that can save my mother? Staring closely at the 2 little white mice frozen in ice, Tianmin's face was full of joy. The next second, the expression on his face froze, because he sensed that the life force of the seriously injured little white mouse slowly faded away. At the current speed, it only had 1 hour left to live. No, it might be shorter. No one could tell for sure. Damn it, is this road wrong? I don't believe it. With a roar from Tianmin, the iron cage holding the little white mouse suddenly exploded, and the little white mice inside squeaked and fled everywhere. Without waiting for them to escape far, Tianmin grabbed them in the air with both hands, and all the little white mice's bodies suddenly sank in, splashing a pool of blood. They were in a state of dying in an instant. Ice escape, fluorescent coffin technique. Chapter 94 Transaction. Dead, all dead. Tianmin's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. He stared blankly at the ice on the ground, his eyes revealing great despair. Is it the only way to go? No, how will Xiaoao look at me, how will Tsunade look at me, and how will my mother look at me after she wakes up? Tianmin doesn't care what others think of him, just the closest person. Aren't people living in this world just to make themselves and the people they love happy every day? If they let them live in pain every day in the future, what's the point? There must be another way, I must find it. As Tianmin stood up, the ice on the ground and the little white mice inside all decomposed into molecules and melted into the air. Huh? Why did these old guys come to me? Tianmin frowned and turned his head to look at the door. Tianmin, come out, Grandpa Xianda and the others are here to see you. Just then, Xiaoao's laughter came from outside the house. Xiaoao's laughter doesn't sound fake, could it be that something good is going to happen? After a few seconds of hesitation, Tianmin's expression relaxed, and he put on a smile and walked out. Tianmin. Looking at the beautiful boy coming out of the house, Xianda and the others felt very complicated, and they all stood up from the stone chairs. Elders, please sit down. Tianmin said with a smile. After that, he turned around and gave Ling, who was standing aside, a meaningful look. Ling, go and take out the spoils I brought back from the Land of Fire, which is the tea that I robbed from the Uchiha clan. Ah, Master Tianmin, it's just a little bit, and you don't even want to drink it yourself. For Ling's acting skills, Tianmin couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up. What are you talking about? Hurry up and go. Yes. Ling walked towards the room unwillingly, and her steps seemed to be wronged. Elders, please take a seat. After everyone sat down, Tianmin criticized himself with a smile. It's all my fault that I spoiled this little girl too much, and let her become lawless. No, no. Several elders looked at each other, and a trace of helplessness flashed in their eyes. How could they not see the little trick of Tianmin and his maid? They had eaten more salt than Tianmin had eaten rice. This is not a metaphor, it is true. There is not much of anything in the Land of Water, but there are a lot of salty foods. Alas, if it wasn't for the momentary pleasure just now, how could it become like this now? Except for Yude, who is alone, all the others have families. What if that bastard Mizunatsuki Yang attacks their families, what will they do? Xianda paused and said. Tianmin, we old guys come to you with our faces licked, hoping that you can save us. Ah! Tianmin couldn't believe his ears. As elders of the Snow Clan, each of them holds great power. Who dares to threaten them? This. What happened, Elder Zyanda? Hey! After sighing, Zyanda told everything that happened in the conference room just now. What? After listening to the whole process, Tianmin was stunned, then turned to look at Xiao sitting next to him. Coincidentally, Xiao also turned to look at him at the same time. The four looked at each other, and they saw unwillingness and helplessness in each other's eyes. This sudden change completely disrupted their overall plan. All the things they had painstakingly arranged in the early stage were in vain and directly invalidated. Who can bear this? Because of this incident, the grand ceremony 6 days later will inevitably be rearranged to prevent the information from being leaked to Tianmin. At this critical moment, should we accept their surrender? What if it is fake? Tianmin tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table. The courtyard was quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely tense for a while. Well, Shinichi and the others cannot reveal their identities now. It is indeed inconvenient without subordinates. I cannot handle everything in person. I should accept them. Whether they are loyal or not will be determined in the future. Thinking of this, Tianmin smiled. Grandpas, from now on, your affairs are my Tianmin's affairs. If anyone dares to embarrass you, you are against me. Seeing this, several elders breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces showed joy. They said, Tenman, please rest assured. Although we are old and useless, there are still some talents among the younger generation. What are you talking about? I think the grandfathers are still strong and vigorous. It can protect us, the younger generation, from the wind and rain. Tianmin was not being polite. He had very little experience in political struggles. He was an ordinary person in his previous life, and in this life he was still a mere Kirigakuer genin. If he had rich experience in political struggles, how could he have come to this point and compromised with Mizunatsuki Kioi? Seeing that Tianmin was so sincere and didn't seem to be pretending, several elders felt as comfortable as if they had drunk a bowl of ice water in the hot summer. They waved their hands repeatedly. No way! Tenman, you are too polite. But the corners of their mouths that couldn't help but rise still exposed their true thoughts. At this moment, Ling came over with a pot of fragrant tea in both hands. It smells so good. Smelling the fragrance that came to his nose, an elder couldn't help but praise. Is this the most precious jade dew of the Uchiha clan? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 94 Transaction. Grandpa Yude is very knowledgeable. Yes, this is the Uchiha clan's jade dew. Tianmin nodded. Tianmin, you can grab this, but I heard that jade dew is never sold outside. Another elder looked at Tianmin in shock. Haha. Tianmin smiled very proudly on the surface, but secretly cursed in his heart, grab P, you try to grab one for me, but you still exchanged it for those useless Sharinon. He looked down on all those 3 Magatama Sharinon, and it was disgusting to keep them in his hands. As for why, in addition to not having the science and technology of Snake Uncle, the more important point is that the prerequisite for opening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is to have the 6 Paths Sun Chakra, which means that except for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Suzuki, others should not think about it. So when Uchiha Fugaku came to seek to redeem their family's Sharinon, Tianmin agreed without thinking, in exchange for a lot of useful things for him, and these teas that were not available on the market were given by Uchiha Fugaku at that time. By the way, Tianmin, we are bringing a few juniors today, don't worry, they have not registered in the village. Are they the ones at the door? Are they ninjas who have never registered? Tianmin was very curious. That's right. A trace of shock flashed across Xianda's eyes. Although he knew that Tianmin was very strong, he didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated than he thought, because the strength of the tribesmen they brought was not weak. If he didn't know in advance, he would not have noticed the existence of the people at the door. Although he was surprised, Xianda's hands moved quickly. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Come in." Yes. 3 men and 1 woman pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 95 Test. Tianmen, don't look at the 4 of them without the identity of Mist Ninja, but their strength has reached the level of Upper Ninja. An elder sitting on a stone chair pointed at the 3 men and 1 woman who came in and laughed. When he looked at the woman, a hint of tenderness flashed across his face. Haha, they look like relatives. Although Tenman had been observing the 4 people who came in, he still noticed the tenderness that flashed across his eyes. Haha, then I would like to thank all the grandfathers for their kindness. Laughing, Tenman stood up and slowly walked towards the 4 people. Tenman-sama. With a swish, the 4 people knelt on one knee at the same time. The 4 of you introduce yourselves one by one. Yes. The 4 people responded loudly, and then they began to introduce themselves one by one from the left. Tenman-sama, my name is Mizunatsuki Kaito, and I am good at water escape. Tenman-sama, my name is Mizunatsuki Jun, and I am good at sealing techniques. Tenman-sama, my name is Mizunatsuki Sho, and I am good at physical techniques. Lord Tenman, my name is Mizunatsuki Yu, and I'm good at medical ninjutsu. As for ice escape, no one mentioned it. As a member of the Snow Clan, ice escape is a priority. Ninja seal and body treatment, a comprehensive ninja team, this is really difficult for them. Tenman is quite satisfied with this configuration. How can he not be satisfied? Ninjas at the level of Jonin are the cornerstone of every village and the guarantee of a village's prosperity. Some people may say that Jonin is the cornerstone, but in reality Jonin is. Konoha has not held a Jonin meeting, and the power is so great that it can even force the Hokage to step down. Everyone, get up. Yes. The 4 people who stood up looked at Tianmen and then quickly lowered their heads. It seemed that they were not showing respect but fear. In fact, on the way here, the elders told them some truths, letting them know that the master in front of them was not as terrible as the rumors said, and that he was not so cruel to the tribe members. It was just that 100 people can make a tiger. The cruelty and ruthlessness of this master had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In particular, even Xin, who relied on his own strength to run rampant in the tribe, died easily in the hands of this master, which made the younger generation in the tribe believe those rumors more. Seeing the 4 people's performance, Tianmen frowned. Are they flowers that have been hiding in the clan for a long time and have not experienced wind and rain? It is still a question how much strength such people can exert. No, we have to test their strength. Tianmen, these 4 people are not bad. Xianda said happily. He is very proud of these 4 juniors who have been trained by everyone. These 4 people are their trump cards and will not be easily shown to others. If it is not to increase the bargaining chips of these old guys in Tianmen's heart, how could they send them out? Well, not bad, but... Tianmen nodded lightly and said lightly. Just what? One of the elders with a straightforward temper spoke directly. The faces of the other elders were also a little unnatural at this time, and they were obviously very dissatisfied with Tianmen's last just. They didn't know how much effort they put into this perfect team. It can be said that all the resources of several families were consumed on it to create these 4. Tianmen knew what they were thinking. Why would he use useless trash? Waste food? He laughed, haha, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to see how good they are so that I can arrange for them in the future. I see. Tianmen, that's what I should do. Of course, of course. Yeah, they will be your subordinates in the future. Since the strength of the 4 people had to be considered, the courtyard was not very convenient, and soon everyone came to a very remote open space. Tianmen, this is where we train every day. It's impossible for outsiders to come here. When Xianda said this, a gloomy look flashed across his face. If there was no other way, who would be willing to train in such a place? Wouldn't a regular training ground be better? Well, the place is not bad. As if he didn't see the difficulty on Xianda's face, Tianmin took off his coat and handed it to Xiaoao standing beside him, and then he appeared in the middle of the open space. Then let's get started. Yes, Lord Tenman. The four looked at each other and rushed towards Tenman in a triangular battle formation. It's a standard battle mode. If you don't fight with the determination to kill me, you will die soon. Death. The four people who were running suddenly trembled. At this moment, their minds were blank, and only the word death echoed back and forth in their minds. Haha, is that all? You are a waste who can't even stand the murderous aura. You wasted so much of my time. After saying that, Tenman didn't even look at the four people standing still, and turned to walk towards the crowd. At the moment he turned around, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I hope you guys don't let me down. A good man needs a few people to help him. He really hopes that there are a few subordinates to help him share the work, just like Orochimaru's subordinates, the 5 sound ninjas. Tenman-sama, don't underestimate us. Ice escape, ice shuriken. Hehe, this is like a ninja. Even the King of Heaven must have the courage to pull down the target of the mission. With his back to the transparent shuriken flying towards him, a trace of praise flashed across Tenman's face. Ah! Tenman-sama, get out of the way. Seeing that Tenman didn't seem to notice his ice escape, Mizunatsuki Kaido shouted anxiously. But how fast was the ninjutsu? Before he finished speaking, those transparent ice shuriken shot at Tenman. Ah! Just when Mizunatsuki Kaido and the other four were dumbfounded, Tenman, who was hit by the shuriken, banged and turned into a light smoke. When the light smoke dispersed, the four people realized that there was only a stone, and there was no Tenman's figure. Substitution technique. The four people screamed, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. They didn't know when Tenman would seal. Haha, do you have any misunderstanding about my strength? Just then, Tianman's laughter sounded behind them. How is this possible? When will you get behind us? The four of them looked at each other, and saw the expression on each other's face as if they had seen a ghost. Then, the four of them jumped forward very tacitly, and in mid-air, the four of them adjusted their bodies to face Tianman directly, and the four hands almost completed the seal at the same time. Ice escape, swallow blowing snow. The power of the ninjutsu performed by 4 ninjas of the upper ninja level can be imagined. Countless dense ice particles formed in mid-air, like rain, shooting towards Tianman on the ground. Facing the wide range of ice particles, Tianman showed no fear on his face. Instead, he said with a smile, "Great, but I emphasize again that if you don't have the determination to kill me, you will really die." After that, he took a deep breath and exhaled from his bulging chest, "Ice escape, Yanchuixu." Chapter 96. Your strength is too weak. Tenman looked at the dense ice particles in the air like raindrops, grinned, and almost instantly, his right hand had completed the seal. Ice escape, swallow blowing snow. The way he released the ninjutsu at this time was like Uchiha Itachi performing the great fireball technique in the future, except that one spit out a stream of fire, and the other blew out a stream of cold. As the cold stream blew out of his mouth, the ice particles that had appeared in front of him seemed to be paused, frozen in midair. The next moment, the frozen ice particles moved, but the direction of flight seemed to be wrong. They did not continue to shoot towards Tianman, but instead shot towards the direction they came from at a faster speed. This. The 4 people who had not yet landed from midair were dumbfounded. Their ice escape was actually broken like this. If that was the case, it would be fine, but what they never expected was that their technique was actually used by Tianman. This terrible fact is unbelievable when you think about it. Everyone, get out of the way. Seeing a large number of ice particles coming, the captain, Kaido, was the first to wake up and shouted in a hurry. Not only that, he quickly formed a seal and released a water escape ninjutsu at the fastest speed. Water escape, water array wall. The water sprayed from his mouth raised a thick water curtain in front of the 4 people. Facing the ice particles that shot like bullets, this layer of water curtain could not stop it at all. It was beaten into a ball of water in just a few breaths, but it was enough for the 4 people who had come to their senses. They lowered their bodies and fell straight down like a 1,000-pound weight. The cooperation is not bad. I was not disappointed in this. After Tianmin performed the ice escape, he stood still with one hand on his waist. He came to test the strength of the 4 people, not to kill them. However, the on-the-spot reaction speed is still too slow, and there is still a gap between a real ninja. Tianmin continued to comment. If the 2 sides fought to the death, Tianmin was confident that he could kill the 4 of them in an instant, but considering that they had not undergone any dangerous missions, this was normal. Now let me see how your ninjutsu works. Tianmin stepped on the ground with both feet, and his whole body shot out in the flying dust. Tactic 3. Seeing Tianmin getting closer and closer to them, Kaido, the captain, had a tense expression on his face and shouted loudly. Understood, Captain. The 4 of them grew up together, trained together, and slept together. There was no need to say much. They understood each other's meaning with just one look. The little master of physical skills, Xiang, danced with his hands, then clapped his hands hard and shouted loudly. Ice escape, ice armor technique. With this shout, he transformed into an armored warrior, stepped on the ground, and in the cracked ground, his body banged and crashed into Tianmin. Through the ice armor to strengthen the body, to achieve the strongest lethality, not bad, but... Seeing that the mighty Iceman was about to hit him, Tianmin lowered his head and looked at the ground, smiling slightly. Water escape, water flow technique. The high-pressure water flow from his mouth hit the ground with a bang, and with this impact, his body suddenly rose a few centimeters. A difference of 1 centimeter can make a huge difference, let alone a few centimeters. It's useless to go straight and hit no one. Tianmin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he raised his hand to hit the Iceman flying under him. Hi! At this moment, his ears moved, and he didn't think about it and closed his hand to make a seal, ice escape, Binjiantangyu. Bang! The high-speed ice spear hit the ice ball hard, and ice chips flew everywhere. Chun, now! Mizunatsuki Kaido shouted. Understood. Mizunatsuki Jun ran towards Tenman at the fastest speed, and jumped up before she got close. She stretched out her right hand, spread her 5 fingers, and pressed towards the ice ball. Seal, ice, what? Too slow. Just as her 5 fingers were about to press on the ice ball, Tenman standing inside the ice ball shook his head. Not good. As a healing ninja, Mizunatsuki Yu was very meticulous. He was always watching everything in the air. When he saw Tenman shaking his head, he immediately felt something was wrong and made seals with both hands without thinking. Boom! The ice ball protecting Tenman exploded, and countless sharp ice cubes splashed around, like shrapnel from a bomb explosion. Ah! Jun looked at all this, and now it was too late to hide, and he could only watch those sharp ice cubes tear his body apart. Ice escape, ice prison technique. At this critical moment, a loud shout sounded in her ears, and the next moment her body was frozen. Hi, finally caught up. Mizunatsuki Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he ran over at the fastest speed after he had a bad premonition and released this ice escape, but he did not aim at Tenma, but chose his teammate Mizunatsuki Jun. You, good job. Kaido said gratefully. To be honest, he was just shocked by this scene, and his mind was blank. When he came to his senses, it was too late to rescue Jun. You, thank you. Mizunatsuki Jun, who had landed safely at this time, also shot him a grateful look. She was scared when she thought of what happened just now. She always thought that death was very far away from her, but she didn't expect it to be so close. Hee. Mizunatsuki Yu touched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. I wonder if it's too early for you to be so happy now. To be honest, I'm very dissatisfied with your performance. The disappeared Tenman suddenly appeared among the 4 of them. Asshole! Being ridiculed like this, Mizunatsuki Sho, a master of physical arts, was the first to be unable to bear it. He moved his body to flash behind Tenman and swung his iron fist to hit Tenman on the back of his head. Facing this iron fist, Tenman seemed to have eyes on his back. He didn't make any extra movements. He just tilted his head slightly to avoid this angry blow. Haha, are you unhappy? Then show me your strongest side. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand grabbed the arm that Mizunatsuki Sho wanted to retract at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, and then he bent his body and threw it to the ground in front of him. Boom! Mizunatsuki Sho, who was caught by Tenman, hit the ground heavily, and the earth was torn apart in an instant, stirring up thousands of smoke and dust, so that the three people nearby could not see what was going on inside. However, just by looking at the movement, they knew that it was not good, and they shouted anxiously, "Sho!" The breeze blew, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. At this time, the three people who were anxiously waiting nearby could see what was going on. The next second, the pupils of the three of them suddenly shrank, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They saw that Sho, who had the strongest defense among the four of them, was lying on the ground without moving, and had fainted, and the ice armor on his body disappeared at this time. This. How is it possible? Chapter 97 Conquer. Why not? Tianmin smiled, stepped over Mizunatsuki Sho in front of him, and slowly walked towards the three people standing still. Chun. You. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer, Mizunatsuki Kaito's expression changed, glanced at the two people beside him, and shouted with clenched teeth. Understood. The two received his eyes, immediately understood the meaning, and nodded. Do it. When Kaito shouted this, both sides suddenly formed seals. Water escape, water rush wave. Hehe, you want to defeat me with water escape, childish, don't you know that I have signed a spiritual contract with the sea? Tenman's mouth corners slightly raised, his hands moved, and almost instantly his hands had completed the seal. Water escape, water rush wave. He opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of water from it, and the rolling water swept down. Boom! The two streams of water collided violently, and thousands of water splashed in an instant. The next moment, the water flow sprayed by Tenman overwhelmed the other party and rolled towards the three people. Nanny! Hai Ren couldn't believe his eyes. His most proud water escape was broken by someone like this. This slap was really loud. Hai Ren! Mizunatsuki Jun on the side saw that he was in a bit of a bad state and hurriedly called out. Jun, I'm fine, let's continue as planned. Kaito shook his head. Although this situation was beyond his expectation, it was still the same as the original plan. That's good. Here we go. Just as the rolling water was about to rush to them, the three of them jumped from the ground to the water. Go. Okay. Suddenly, the three of them ran on the water. Oh no, they flew, because the three of them were stepping on a piece of ice. Water escape, water dragon bullet water. Ice escape, ice shuriken. Ice escape, swallow blowing snow. Amid the faint dragon roar, the water dragon jumped out of the water, carrying countless ice particles and transparent shuriken and rushed towards Tianmin. Not bad. Seeing the three people cooperate so well, Tianmin couldn't help but praise. Then I'll start too. Although I only have one, it's not bad. I immediately made a seal. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. In the rippling water, a water dragon jumped out of the water, roared, and rushed towards the water dragon that was smaller than its body. Ice escape, ice. Tianmin thought about it and put down his hands. He didn't continue to release ice escape, and performed the combination ninjutsu ice dragon technique. Because it would consume a lot of chakra to perform this move, and more importantly, the power of this technique is too great. If I can't control it well and kill them, how can I explain to the main body? Split. Just as the two water dragons collided, Mizunatsuki Jun made a seal with her right hand and raised it up, and shouted softly. As she shouted softly, the transparent ice shuriken suddenly split into dozens of swords, passing through the water and continuing to fly towards Tianmin. Not good. Tenman's expression changed. He couldn't get hurt. If he got hurt, his body would fall apart. He immediately jumped up and jumped off the water to avoid the ice shuriken. You! Kaido was secretly happy when he saw this and shouted anxiously. He didn't say much. Mizunatsuki Yu saw Tenman making way and immediately sped up. So their target is the fainted Mizunatsuki Sho, but how can we let you guys so easily? Tenman, who jumped to the ground, saw the actions of the three people and immediately understood that they wanted to ask for help from their teammates. Ice escape, Ice Shiger. Don't think about it, Jun. Understood. It has come to this point. How could Kaido and the others give up? Water escape, water array wall. Ice escape, ice sealing technique. With the sound of ice condensation, the thick water curtain that had just risen was condensed into ice, forming an ice wall emitting cold air. Puff! The ice needles with super strong penetrating power were helpless in the face of this solid ice wall. Huh? It's useless, then. Okay, let's stop here. Tianmin looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in the field, shrugged his shoulders and let go of his hands. Tisk, it's really boring. With a bang, he turned into a light smoke and dissipated in front of everyone. Shadow clone. Looking at the light smoke that slowly dissipated, the people in the field and the onlookers exclaimed. That's right, it's a shadow clone. The figure that suddenly appeared in the field turned around slowly, revealing a face that everyone was familiar with. He was Tianmin. When? Hato swallowed his saliva and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Tianmin looked at his mouth and smiled, and then said something that shocked everyone. At the beginning. What? Nanny? This is impossible. Everyone looked at him with their mouths wide open, not even noticing that saliva was flowing out. Who could believe that just now, it was the shadow clone that beat the four Jonin? This. As the parties involved, the thread in the hearts of Hato and the others was broken at this moment. Did they feed the strength they had practiced day and night to the dogs? They couldn't even deal with a mere shadow clone. No need to be like this, I recognize your strength. Tianmin naturally knew why they had such a desperate expression. We can't let them collapse. If they become unable to recover, where can I find a team with such excellent cooperation? This chapter is not yet finished, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 97 Conquer. Finding a team with tacit cooperation in Kirigakure is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't even think about it. Some of them are the bottom-line teams of major families. The families will never show them to others until the critical moment of life and death. This is also one of the foundations of major families. Since the three ninjas of Konoha became famous in the ninja world, the major ninja villages have known the tacit cooperation between ninjas and what kind of powerful benefits they can bring. So they followed suit. Unfortunately, people's hearts are complicated. It is extremely difficult to achieve the tacit cooperation like the three ninjas of Konoha. The so-called tacit understanding means that they can rely on each other for life and death, treat each other honestly, and all the ninjutsu, personality, timing, etc. are perfectly linked. There is no need for language communication, only actions and eyes are enough. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there is a will. Ordinary ninja teams can't do it, but it doesn't mean that the ninja clan can't do it. They select children with the same talents and similar temperaments from the clan and train them from an early age, so that they are inseparable, eat and drink together, and even bathe and sleep together. There is no difference between them. In this way, the tacit understanding is almost perfect. Tianmin walked in front of the three people. Why do I say three people? Because there is still one person who is unconscious. His eyes slowly swept across the three people's bodies. When they were swept by this gaze, the three people's bodies were shocked and they raised their heads and looked at him involuntarily. Let's step onto the peak of the ninja world together. The pinnacle of the ninja world. The three looked at each other, and the next moment their eyes became extremely fanatical, and they knelt down on one knee. Tenman-sama, we are willing to follow you forever. Haha. Chapter 98 Night Visit. Very good, take Xiang, let's go. The more he looked at the four people in front of him, the happier Tenman felt in his heart. The four of them looked fresh now, but in fact they were not weak. The main thing they lacked was combat experience. As long as they were trained a little, they would become his #1 general and charge for him. Yes, Tenman-sama. At this time, Xiao Ao, who was watching the battle from the outside, saw that the battle was over and ran over at the fastest speed. She was so excited at this moment. She knew that Tianmen was strong before, but she didn't have a specific concept. It was not until now that she felt that her husband's strength was so strong. The elders walking behind looked at each other and saw joy on each other's faces. They didn't expect that Tianmen's strength was stronger than the rumors described. This time they bet on the right treasure, and their comeback will no longer be a dream. Tianmen. Xiao Ao, who was running all the way, pounced on Tianmen before she got close to him. This little girl. Tianmen shook his head and caught Xiao Ao with a brisk step. Tianmen, I love you so much. Be good and come down quickly, there are so many people watching. I don't want to. She didn't know how excited and happy she was. How could she bear to come down from Tianmen's arms? Hearing him say that, she hugged him tighter. Haha, seeing you too, I feel several years younger. Haha, that's right. At this time, several elders who followed behind came over. They looked at Tianmen and laughed, with a bit of flattery in their laughter. In front, they felt that they were elders of the Snow Clan, and Tianmen was just a mere Kirigakuer genin. They looked down on him. Now these feelings have disappeared, and they have become somewhat submissive. Yes, it is submissive. This has nothing to do with age or status. This is a change brought about by strength. In this ninja world with extraordinary power, individual strength represents everything, and this is more prominent in Kirigakuer. Haha, grandfathers, you are young to begin with, how can we talk about being younger? In a good mood, Tianmen didn't put on any airs at all, and he said nice things naturally. You. Tianmen, from now on, as long as you pass on the message, we will be at your disposal no matter what it takes. Several elders nodded in agreement. In that case, Tianmen would like to thank you grandfathers for your support, but Tianmen will never let you grandfathers go through fire and water. What a joke, when I need you old guys to do such dangerous things, I must have reached the end of my rope, so why don't you run away and stay in this Kirigakuer to die? As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as people are alive, there is hope for everything to turn around. Looking at these old men, Tianmen's lips couldn't help but curl up, and a perfect smile appeared on his face. Several elders looked at each other privately, exchanged glances for a moment, and the smiles on their faces became even stronger. Tenman, do you want us to mobilize our forces to expose the conspiracy of Mizunatsuki-jin and his son? Xianda asked, and when he mentioned these two people, he gritted his teeth with hatred, and his whole face became distorted and terrible. Grandpa Xianda is not in a hurry now, let them be proud for a while. Tenman waved his hand and said, as if he didn't care about his reputation at all. Is it funny? You just came to me and haven't submitted your letter of surrender yet. How can I really believe you? Okay, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Yude really wanted to slap himself in the face. He was too impatient. If it were him, he would also doubt it. Tenman, we are ready. As long as you give the order, we will immediately launch the momentum and expose all the conspiracies of Mizunatsuki-jin. Everyone is an old man. When one of the elders saw this situation, he immediately realized that Yude's words were wrong and immediately spoke up to make amends. Yet, after chatting with the elders for a while, Tianmin and the other two said goodbye and left. As for the 4 new subordinates, he did not take them with him. What he wanted was a trusted general who could relieve his worries rather than a bodyguard. Moreover, he was not worried about the safety of Xiaoao and the others in the Snow Clan. The closer the time is, the more stability Mizunatsuki-jin and the others need. Everything will be discussed after that day. Even if he is crazy, the undercover that Tianmin planted beside him will pass the news in advance. Tenmin, why don't you agree to expose Jin's conspiracy against you? On the way, Xiaoao asked curiously. Tianmin even told her about his bloodline, so naturally Mizunatsuki-jin would not hide from her that he framed him. The time has not come yet. Even if the matter is made public now, no one will believe it, and it will not affect his ascension to the position of clan leader at all. Is that so? Yet. Tenmin nodded. It was ridiculous to raise people's concerns in Kirigakure. Kirigakure was not Konoha. Who would care about this except Mr. Yagura, the powerful Kirigakure ninja? Late at night. Tenmin-sama, this is the latest arrangement plan for the day of the ceremony. In a secret place where even the moonlight could not shine in, a figure with his face tightly wrapped knelt on one knee, lowered his head and raised a piece of paper that had just been written in his mind to Tenmin. Well, thank you for your hard work. When Tenmin took the paper, the figure kneeling on one knee turned into a light smoke and dissipated. This figure turned out to be a shadow clone. Haha, Mizunatsuki-jin, I'll see where you can escape this time. Amidst the laughter, Tenmin's body also disappeared in this unknown place. Well? It's so late, why would he come to my house? My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 98 Night Visit. Before he got close to his home, Tianmin suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of his home with a gloomy face. If there is a ranking of the people he hates the most, the first one is Mizunatsuki-jin, and the second one is this person, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi. Forget it, I'm here now, I'll deal with it later depending on the situation. As the third Mizukage, Mizunatsuki Kioi is always accompanied by 2 groups of umbu guards wherever he goes, even in the clan territory. Noticing Tenmin approaching slowly, 2 umbu appeared in front of him, blocked his way, and shouted. Who is it? I am Mizunatsuki Tenmin. Hearing this infamous name, the 2 umbu looked at each other, and then their bodies flashed back into the darkness. In the courtyard, there was silence. Xiaoao glared at Mizunatsuki Kiyomi, and the latter smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi felt bitter. Ever since the little bastard Tenmin appeared, his daughter's attitude towards him took a 180-degree turn. His daughter misunderstood him too deeply. Although he had a lot of children, he had only one child he really recognized, and that was Mizunatsuki Yao. Which parent doesn't love their own children? He cherished his own child more, so he didn't want her to take the dangerous path of a ninja. At the same time, he was worried that his body would not last until she reached adulthood, so he chose a clan member for her. The best man in the world, to ensure that even if he died, she would have no worries about food and clothing. Originally, everything went according to his plan, but he never expected that the most critical part of his plan would have such a big flaw. This almost made him collapse. Chapter 99 Secret Confrontation. Mizukage-sama. Tianmin, who pushed the door open, appeared beside Xiaoao in a flash. He looked at Mizunatsuki Kiyomi across from him with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and a mocking smile appeared. Little bastard! This scene almost pissed Mizunatsuki Kiyomi off to death. He wanted to flip the table and slap the bastard to death, but Xiaoao. Alas! With a deep sigh in his heart, he said coldly. Yao, come home with me. I won't. Xiaoao was not afraid, staring at him and refused directly. Don't forget that you will get married in a few days. If everyone finds out that you stayed at the man's house on the eve of your wedding, how will everyone look at the Snow Clan? Do you want to shame the Snow Clan's century-old reputation for this? Mizuno Jingai's handsome face became very cold, and the chill emanating from his body made the temperature in the courtyard drop by several degrees. Xiao Ao was about to refute, but Tianmin patted her shoulder gently. Xiao Ao turned her head and looked at him, her face full of questions. It's okay, leave everything to me. Xiao Ao nodded and leaned against him. Seeing all this, Mizuno Jing'ai was relieved and helpless. He was relieved that he did not make the wrong choice and found someone who could shelter Xiao Ao from the wind and rain. Unfortunately, Xiao Ao has a husband and has forgotten her father. She doesn't care about her father at all. She only cares about her own family and doesn't care about the clan at all. Lord Mizukage, I remember that except for a few people in the clan, no one knows about my marriage with Xiao Ao, right? Tianmin saw Mizuno Jing'ai's face turn pale and blue, and he knew very well how he felt at the moment, and he immediately found it very funny. If you guys hadn't targeted me so much, how could things have turned out like this today? Hearing this, Mizuno Jing'ai's expression twisted and stared at him coldly. Hee. Facing the overwhelming momentum, Tianmin remained calm, as if this terrible momentum was like a breeze blowing towards him. Look again, and I will eat you. Tianmin has never been a master who doesn't fight back when he suffers a loss. His eyes condensed, and an immeasurable momentum rose from him and pressed towards Mizuno Jing'ai opposite. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi snorted coldly, and a more terrifying aura surged out of his body. Soon, the two terrifying auras silently clashed between the three people, and no one could do anything to the other. Why is this kid so powerful? Has he been practicing since his mother's womb? Staring at Tianmin opposite him, Mizunatsuki Kiyomi was more and more shocked. No, he just awakened the blood limit a few months ago. Could it be that there are such geniuses in the world who have reached a strength that ordinary people can hardly reach in just a few months of practice? He is worthy of being the Mizukage. With such a weak body, he can still have such terrifying strength. How terrifying will his strength be at his peak? Looking at Mizunatsuki Kiyomi opposite him, whose face did not change at all, Tianmin was secretly surprised. As time passed, Xiao Ao, who was standing by, gradually felt something was wrong. Soon, a sense of foreboding came to her mind, and she shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" After being yelled at by her, Tianmin and Jing'ai's bodies could not help but stiffen. Boom! A roar sounded in the hearts of the two at the same time, and then the two bodies retreated several steps uncontrollably. What a terrible recovery ability! Could it be that the other half of this kid's blood is really from the Uzumaki clan? Seeing that Tianmin's face on the opposite side turned from pale to normal ruddy in just a moment, Mizunatsuki Jing'ai was greatly surprised while secretly swallowing a mouthful of blood. This was not his groundless guess. His mother Fiyin had already mentioned to him that Tianmin had a huge vitality in his body. And there are only a few ninja clans in the ninja world with strong vitality and recovery ability, and they can be counted on 5 fingers. In order to find out the truth, he once sent the most trusted Umbu to investigate Tenman's father, Yotsuba, but Yotsuba's body was destroyed by Konoha ninjas during the mission, so he couldn't find out for a while. Mizunatsuki Kiyomi glanced at the two of them and said lightly, "Xiao Ao, don't forget that in addition to being your father, I am also the shadow of Kirigakuer." With the intelligence of Tenman and Xiao Ao, how could they not hear the implication of this? Their faces suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. "You dare!" The murderous intent from Tenman surged and spread to the entire courtyard in an instant. "Haha, what am I afraid of? As the shadow of a village, I am naturally qualified to identify anyone as a traitor." Mizunatsuki Kiyomi folded his arms and laughed coldly. "Father, I will go back with you." Xiao looked back and took a deep look at Tenman behind him, and then walked towards the gate without looking back. She really didn't want to leave Tenman for a moment. Hey! After the two left, Tenman looked up at the hanging the moon in the night sky, sighed deeply. Fuck Mizunatsuki Kioi, fuck Mizukage. Well, they just can't see each other for 5 days, it's not a life and death separation, there's no need to do this. Tianmin couldn't help but vent his anger. He was really upset that Mizunatsuki Kioi, this bastard, didn't know right from wrong, and relied on his status as Mizukage to bully others. Master Tianmin. Knowing that he was in a bad mood at the moment, Ling walked behind him silently and called softly. Ling, it's you. Tianmin put away his anger and turned around. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. Chapter 99, Secret Confrontation. Master Tianmin, Miss Yao. It's okay, go to bed. Yes. Ling questioned it, but still turned around very obediently and walked slowly towards her room. Wait a minute. Just after she took a few steps, Tianmin called her. Yes, Master Tianmin. Hearing the voice, Ling paused, turned around slowly, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Decorate the house a little more festive tomorrow, and someone will come to help you. Yes. Hearing this, Ling was so excited that she almost jumped up. She thought that Miss Yao and Master Tianmin's marriage had been ruined. Okay, go to bed. Yes, good night, Master Tenman. Ling saluted Tenman and jumped towards her room. She looked very happy at this moment. Hey, what's the matter? Shaking his head, Tenman walked towards his bedroom. That night, the lights in the room were on all night. Is it dawn? Hearing the sound from the yard, Tenman put away the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and walked out. He sat at the desk all night studying ninjutsu. Master Tenman. Well, you all get up. Yes. The 4 people, including Mizunatsuki Kaito, stood up and looked at Tenman with crazy and eager eyes, waiting for his next instruction. At this moment, if Tenman asked them to assassinate Mizunatsuki Kiyomi, I think no one would refuse. Today, the 4 of you will follow Ling and do whatever she tells you to do. Yes. The 4 bowed slightly. Chapter 100 Innocent Woman. Without mentioning how the 5 people decorated the wedding room, Tian Ta slowly walked towards the gate of the Hidden Mist village with a cold face that said keep away from strangers. Along the way, anyone who dared to point fingers behind or in front of him was frightened by his cold murderous intent, and trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine for a few months of nightmares at most. But those genin were miserable. The terrifying killing opportunity like a sea of blood shrouded their hearts for a long time, which had a huge impact on their future ninja career. You! How can you do this to your companions? Just as Tianmin stepped out of the door, a girl with long golden hair stood in front of him and blocked his way. Get out of the way! Tianmin said coldly. He was full of anger and was in a very bad mood at the moment. I must stop you from hurting your companions. Haha! Hearing this, Tianmin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. He didn't expect that there was such a naive ninja in Kirigakure. How did she survive? Companions? It's really funny. Tianmin no longer paid attention to this naive girl, walked around her and continued to walk out of the village. Stop! Oh, anything else? Tianmin, who had walked out a few meters away, turned around when he heard the cry and looked up and down at the girl who dared to stop him. Apologize to those who were hurt by you. Looking at Tianmin's eyes as if he was looking at an idiot, the blonde girl frowned and continued to say with an unhappy face, didn't you hear what I said? Then I'll say it again, apologize. Haha, apologize? They don't deserve it. You. The blonde girl was furious. She pointed at Tianmin tremblingly and couldn't say a word. Water lily. Just at this moment, a genin ran in through the crowd. shouting for the blonde girl while looking at Tenman with fearful and pleading eyes. Water Lily? What a good name! I hope your future life will be like your name. Tenman naturally didn't care what the naive girl said to him. In Kirigakure, ninjas of this character are like precious animals. One less ninja dies, and they are almost extinct. Finally, looking at the cute girl with the famous sword Water Lily, Tenman turned around and said, "Get out of the way." With this cold voice, the crowd dispersed, and the speed of running away was so fast, scrambling to be the first, for fear of being late to others and being attacked by Tenman. Humph! A bunch of trash, not even as good as a girl. Tenman sneered and walked in the morning light and walked slowly forward. You! The fleeing crowd made Shuilian dumbfounded. She moved her mouth but couldn't say a word. Shuilian, let's go. The boy who just ran in took her hand and tried to run away. Shinashuk, why? Shuilian, don't ask why first, just run with me first. No, I won't leave unless you tell me. For her companions in the village, she was not afraid of death, so what else was there to be afraid of? Okay, I'm really scared of you, I'll tell you. Shinashuk's right hand tightly grasped her hand and never let go. The latter didn't know what she was thinking and didn't notice this for a while. The person you stopped and spoke ill of was the rumored Bingley maniac. Ice maniac Mizunatsuki Tenman. Yes, that's right, it's him. Are you scared now? Who is the most famous in Kirigakure now? There was only one person, that was Tenma, but this reputation was not positive, but a bad reputation, a bad name. Many people hated him for not committing suicide like Konoha White Fang, to apologize and get the gratitude of the whole village. I must bring him back to the right path. There was no fear on Shulian's face, but she was very determined. Under the morning light, her whole body seemed to be emitting thousands of rays of light. Huh? No, do you know what you are saying, Shuilian? Shinashuk was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the girl he had always admired would say such a brainless thing. Well, thank you Shinashuk, I know what I'm going to do. Shuilian broke away from him, and then ran out of the village. Ah! Shuilian, where are you going? I'm going to find him. Shuilian didn't even look back, and laughed while running. Shuilian, don't go, you will die. When Shinashuk thought of the scared people on both sides of the street he saw along the way, he panicked in his heart. That crazy demon was too scary. Goodbye. Water Lily. Shinashuk stared blankly at the beautiful figure waving at him with her back to him. After a moment of silence, he slapped himself hard and loudly, muttering to himself. Shinosuke, are you still a human? Are you going to watch your companion die? How is this possible? I am the Kirigakure genin Shinashuk. He gritted his teeth, moved his body, and chased after him. Wait for me, Water Lily. Tianman, who was walking slowly, seemed to sense something and frowned in great distress. Trouble. He stopped and looked back, only to see two blurry figures running towards him quickly, and could vaguely hear the voice of "Wait for me." Hey! Tianman was usually easy to talk to. If others didn't target him, he wouldn't deliberately embarrass others. For example, the Terumi clan and the Kagaya clan repeatedly troubled him and attacked him, but he simply stripped them naked and threw them in the middle of the road for everyone to enjoy. But later he found that this trick had no effect on the Kagaya clan. They didn't even have brains, so how could they feel ashamed? So he thought of a new way, which was to use strong drugs to make two Kagaya male ninjas fall in love with each other in the middle of the road. Hoo hoo! Mizunatsuki Tenman, I finally caught up with you. After a while, Shuilian and Shinashuk appeared in front of Tenman. Her beautiful face was very red at the moment. This was not shyness, but lack of oxygen. Anything? If not, don't waste my time. Tenman looked up and down at her ups and downs. As for the male genin next to him, he ignored him directly. Passers-by was not worthy of his high regard. Mizunatsuki Tenman, I must let you understand the power of bond. Bond? Haha, you are not kidding me, beautiful lady. Tenman's mouth curved and he sneered loudly. As he laughed, a flash of sadness flashed through his heart. The power of companions? I don't need this. Mizunozuki Tenman, you are sad, I can see that you are sad, because people's eyes will never lie. Suddenly, Shuilian stretched out her hand. Tenman didn't know what she was thinking at this time, and she didn't dodge for a while, letting her hold her palm. I don't know what you are talking about. If you don't get out of here, you will die. Tenman's face suddenly changed, becoming very indifferent, and pulled out his palm in her shock. Shuilian, let's go quickly. Shinashuk, who was standing beside her, trembled all over and pulled the corner of her clothes. No need to go, I'll stay. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded in the ears of the three people.